Lugenexi accidentally traveled to the fairy tale world and woke up in a deserted forest. Chapter 1. On a hot summer day, the sun hanging high in the sky is constantly radiating its own heat. In the vast deep forest, a boy who looked to be 11 or 12 years old was walking slowly, dragging a huge fish that was completely inconsistent with the boy's size. "Phew, this thing is so heavy, I just don't know how it tastes." Finally, the young man dragged the huge fish into a cave and threw the fish aside. Lugenexi wiped the sweat from his head. "Is this thing edible?" Looking at this huge fish, Lugenexi couldn't help but have a question mark in his mind. Because this fish is a species that Lugenexi has never seen before. Not only this fish, there are many others in this forest. I have never seen Lugenexi from the east and west. Yes, Lugenexi is not from this world. A month ago, Lugenexi, who was just 21 years old, drank too much on his birthday. Afterwards, he woke up in a daze and saw something in his eyes. It was a forest that covered the sky and the sun. These trees were too tall. At that time, Lugenexi thought it was a dream and fell asleep all the time. Until she felt something rubbing on her face, Lugenexi woke up impatiently. When she saw with that bloody mouth and the moist feeling on her face, Lugenexi was sure that this was not a dream. "Nest! What is this stuff?" Lugenexi was startled and hurriedly stepped aside. Only then could he see the full picture of the thing in front of him. The body that looked like a Tyrannosaurus rex, the ferocious saw teeth, and the saliva that was constantly flowing down. All of this was extremely real. At this time Lugenexi knew that she had really traveled through time. As a young person in the new era, Lugenexi certainly knew what time travel was. But she didn't expect that it would happen to her. But at the moment, she didn't have time to think so much about the overlord in front of her. The dragon had already walked over quickly, and its huge head was almost as big as Lugenexi. Lugenexi ran away, but how could an ordinary human body outrun such a behemoth? Lugenexi was caught up within 2 steps, looking at the big mouth that is getting deeper and deeper and is about to bite him. In the life and death crisis, Lugenexi can't care so much. At this moment, Lugenexi is secreting adrenaline crazily, and the instinct of his body drives Lugenexi to use his own fist. At this moment, Lugenexi realized how powerful he was. The apparently ordinary fist hit the huge head of Tyrannosaurus rex, but this completely disproportionate power competition showed a unique result. Lugenexi his fist hit the head of the Tyrannosaurus rex. In an instant, the Tyrannosaurus rex opened its mouth wide, and the huge force directly flew the Tyrannosaurus rex back. Until it hit the huge tree trunk at the back. A huge hole was created. Lugenexi his eyes widened. He had never thought that he would have such great strength. The weight of the Tyrannosaurus rex definitely seemed to be in the ton level, but even with this level of weight, it could be knocked away by his own punch, but he thought about how heavy his fist was. After a while, the Tyrannosaurus rex finally fell from the hole in the tree trunk. Lugenexi walked up to check on the Tyrannosaurus rex, only to see this Tyrannosaurus rex that was just a predator. Now lifeless. In the blink of an eye, someone else took his life. After the crisis was resolved, Lugenexi couldn't help but sit down on the spot. Looking at the completely unfamiliar environment around him, Lugenexi couldn't help but ponder. What is going on? Raising his right hand and looking at the clenched fist, he was suddenly stunned because the hand seemed a bit small. Lugenexi hurriedly looked down at his body. Why did I poop so small? Is this still soul penetration? Lugenexi saw a small river next to her, and hurriedly ran over, looking down at her reflection in the water. Although due to the fast current, the ripples in the water made Lugenexi's reflection in the water a little blurry, but after careful identification, it was still clear. I can recognize this face. Lugenexi has seen this face before. It is clearly his own when he was a child. His sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, fair skin, and regular facial features make him known as a handsome man from childhood to adulthood. After confirming this, L-Uchenexi understood that he had traveled to a world he didn't know, and went back to his childhood, and was also born with supernatural powers. His thoughts ended here, and he looked at the huge fish in front of him, but L-Uchenexi felt that if it weren't for this thing, from the appearance of the fish, I wouldn't even think it was a fish. Because this thing doesn't swim in the river, but flies in the sky. This fish also has 2 huge wings. But it's been a month since I came to this world. Basically, I have seen all kinds of strange things, so I don't think there is anything strange about it. It's just that whether this thing can be eaten or whether it should be baked like this is a problem for L-Uchenexi. In the end, L-Uchenexi he still tore off a wing and started to make a fire to try some shark fin. L-Uchenexi put a pile of dry firewood on the ground, snapped his fingers, and a blazing flame appeared in the middle of the dry firewood in front of him. Chapter 2. This move was figured out by L-Uchenexi herself. After realizing that she was extremely powerful last time, L-Uchenexi carefully checked her body. But after checking for a long time, it can only be attributed to the fact that this body itself is very powerful. But L-Uchenexi also unexpectedly discovered that there seemed to be some kind of energy reverberating in his body, and it was even increasing. After realizing this, L-Uchenexi couldn't help but feel excited. Could this be some kind of spiritual energy? Could it be that I am traveling through some kind of world where spiritual energy is revived? But L-Uchenexi has always been in the deep mountains and old forests, and has never seen a living person until now. Naturally, no one can give L-Uchenexi an answer. L-Uchenexi buried this question in his mind, waiting to get out one day anyway. You can naturally know it if you enter this deep forest. Then L-Uchenexi tried to control whether he could control this energy. Sure enough, this energy was always L-Uchenexi's own, so he could control it. Sigh, it would be nice if there were some secrets or something like that, but it's not like me now. I only have the energy to use it in the most superficial way, and it takes a lot of effort to light a fire. L-Uchenexi looked at the flames burning in front of her and shook her head. It's not that L-Uchenexi never thought about leaving here, but this deep forest is really too big. If L-Uchenexi hadn't left marks along the way, he might not have been able to find the way back. Oh, why don't we go out and have a look later? L-Uchenexi thought about the plan for a long time. It is impossible to stay in this deep forest forever. Sooner or later, a person's world will drive people crazy. Although he was an orphan in his previous life, he worked hard outside alone after leaving the orphanage. Eating alone and sleeping alone. It is also very lonely, but after all, we are in the modern world, with TVs, computers, games, and other entertainment, but in this world, except for trees, there are beasts. Perhaps there are only those hanging alone in the sky every day. Only the sun knows how to understand the loneliness of Chenexi. Wow! What kind of food is this? Why is it so delicious? L-Uchenexi bit the shark fin in her mouth and couldn't help but admire it with her eyes shining. In fact, in the past month, L-Uchenexi's mouth has faded away. Since there is no seasoning, every time L-Uchenexi makes it everything was tasteless. Even the meat of some creatures was so unpalatable that it was difficult to swallow, but there was no way to survive. L-Uchenexi had to close her eyes and force herself to swallow it. But this shark fin, although there is no seasoning added, the taste is still extremely delicious. Can you imagine that a person who can only eat extremely unpalatable food every day suddenly tastes the most delicious food? At this moment, L-Uchenexi felt the long-lost happiness. Soon, L-Uchenexi had finished the roasted food. L-Uchenexi wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, as if he still had something to say. But feeling the protest from his stomach, L-Uchenexi knew not to eat any more. Clapping his hands, L-Uchenexi processed the remaining flying fish and hid it in the cave. He planned to enjoy this delicious food in the evening. The afterglow of the setting sun shines in the woods, dyeing the green woods with a layer of gold. The shadows of the morning sun are stretched long by the light. But Lucianxi's condition at this moment is not very good. At this moment, Lucianxi is covering his shoulder with one hand, his face is bruised and swollen, and he looks very miserable. Damn it, it seems there are still strong monsters in this forest. As Lucianxi walked towards her cave, she couldn't help but recall the huge monster she just encountered in the forest. It was a monster similar to the tiger in Lucianxi's previous life, but it was even bigger. He is so tall that he can even shoot energy light balls from his mouth. The destructive power of the light balls is quite large. If his body had not adapted through this period of time, and various values have grown a lot, Lucianxi would not be sure. He could run away. At this moment, his whole body was covered with wounds, and Lucianxi's mouth was grinning in pain. After finally reaching the cave, Lucianxi lay down on his homemade little bed, and rested for a long time before getting up. Fortunately, all these injuries were superficial injuries. If there were any serious injuries, there would be no medicine to treat them in this strange forest. Lucianxi checked his injuries and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Lucianxi was very grateful for his unimaginable physical fitness. If his previous body was in the same condition as today, he would probably not even be able to survive the tiger's death. Even the first claw couldn't resist it. Not to mention that after fighting with the tiger, he only suffered superficial injuries. Moreover, Lucianxi's own observation was that the body could recover very well. With such a degree of injury, he might have slept on his own. After one night, he would be able to be active tomorrow morning. After simply filling his stomach, Lucianxi looked at the completely dark sky outside, walked to the entrance of the cave, and blocked a bunch of weeds and trees at the entrance of the cave. After all, this is still the wild. Disguising the cave entrance can also deceive some predators that come out to hunt at night. Then Lucianxi fell asleep, but at night Lucianxi actually got up, but if you look closely, you will see Lucianxi's eyes were closed, but the corners of his mouth moved slightly and he sighed, alas. It's really weak. Shaking his head, Lucianxi's figure disappeared from where he was. Chapter 3. The night passed quietly amidst the roars of many monsters in the forest. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone in, and the primeval forest that was originally filled with killings fell silent. Lucianxi opened her eyes, opened her mouth and hit him, then slowly got up and felt the condition of her body. He couldn't help but nodded. After recuperating last night, all his injuries had recovered. Now Lucianxi only felt full of energy. Lucianxi put on the clothes that covered her body. Even with her own constitution, she wouldn't feel cold if she didn't cover herself in this weather. But maybe it was a habit, so Lucianxi couldn't sleep without covering her body. I got up out of habit, but suddenly I saw a long knife beside the bed. What's happening here? Lucianxi's face was full of doubts. He must know that he has never had such a knife, but now it suddenly appeared in front of him. Could it be that someone came and placed this knife next to my bed? But this is impossible. Lucianxi was puzzled. Lucianxi picked up the long knife and instantly heard the mechanical sound in Lucianxi's mind. Ding! You think you are too weak, so you sleepwalked to another world all night and stole the blade Ruohuo. Lucianxi's face was confused at the moment. Why do I think I am too weak? Although I am a little weak, I still don't dislike myself, right? Also, why did I sleepwalk and steal the blade Ruohuo? Why didn't I know I had such a great ability? I can do it. Can I still be weak after Lu Ren Ruohuo stole it? Are you a system? The mechanical sound in Lucianxi's mind rang. In her previous life, she had read 2 time travel novels. For time travelers, the system is standard. When something happens, a ding in her mind can solve any problem. But just now in her mind there was a mechanical sound in Songgaya, thinking that this was his own system, so Lu Chenxi tried to call it out in his mind. But there was no reply for a long time, and after the mechanical sound reminded him, he didn't speak. Lu Chenxi didn't speak. Chenxi called for a long time but got no response, so she gave up reluctantly. She thought that the blade Ruohuo must have been caused by the system. In any case, having this blade Ruohuo was harmless to Lu Chenxi. It couldn't be done. The owner of this knife, Yamamoto Genryusai Shigakuni, came to chop himself because of this knife. Thinking of Lu Chenxi picking up this long knife, some memories about this knife in his previous life were recalled in his mind. Although Lu Chenxi's previous life was because of his early death, I have to make money, so I don't have time to watch anime at all, but the three major migrant anime, One Piece, Naruto, and Bleach, I have heard from others. Like this one, the Ryokan Ruoho is said to be the strongest Shinigami you can face. The Zanpakuto can have the temperature of the sun's surface when it is first released, and when it is finally released, it can directly reach the temperature of the core of the sun. It is the strongest and oldest Zanpakuto in the heat system. It burns everything and makes everything the terrifying power turned into ashes. Thinking of this morning light, his eyes couldn't help but shine. He tried to pull out the knife and saw the blade inside. The tip of the blade seemed to be flashing with cold light. But how can we unleash the power of the Zanpakuto? According to the information discussed by friends in previous lives, if you want to exert your true power, you need to let your soul communicate with the sword. Zanpakuto has its own soul, thoughts, and personality, and the user knows it through spiritual dialogue with it. The name of the Zanpakuto, thus gaining the power of the Zanpakuto. But he already knew the name of the Zanpakuto, so could he directly perform the first interpretation? Thinking of this, Lu Chenxi held the handle of the knife and pointed forward and muttered, "Liberate, the blade is like fire. There seems to be a crow flying across the sky. Blade like fire, free." Lu Chenxi put down the knife in frustration. "No, I don't know liberation language, and it doesn't even pay attention to me even when I call my name." Thinking of this, Lu Chenxi couldn't help but patted his head. "Why, I didn't do it in the previous life, right? After watching these anime, it would be nice to even know the beginning of the meaning." Thinking carefully about the past life, "I grew up in an orphanage when I was a child, so I dropped out of school early and went to work. In order to support myself, where else can I think about it? Get exposed to these entertainment options. Even the flowing blade Ruohuo I heard from others, otherwise I wouldn't even know what a knife is." Thinking of this, Chenxi shook his head. Since he couldn't cheat and use Ryokan directly, he would try to see if he could communicate and learn its liberation language through the Zanpakuto. Thinking of this morning light, my mind sank, and I started to communicate with each other like a fire. Time began to pass gradually, and Lu Bian Ruohuo finally changed when Lu Chenxi called out for the 21st time. Lu Bian Ruohuo's whole body was seen to be emitting red light. The light began to spread towards Lu Chenxi, and soon covered Lu Chenxi's whole body. But at this moment, Lu Chenxi felt very wonderful, as if her soul was communicating with Lu Bian Ruohuo. This feeling was very wonderful. With the exchange of souls, the light on the surface of Lu Bian Ruohuo began to become more and more intense, but at the same time, Lu Chenxi suddenly felt that the special energy in her body was rapidly decreasing. Chapter 4. How is this going? Lu Chenxi felt the special energy disappearing in her body. Lu Chenxi couldn't help but put her eyes on the Lu Bian Ruohuo in her hand. "Is it your fault?" Lu Chenxi thought silently, feeling that her own special energy was rapidly declining, but new special energy was still pouring into Lu Chenxi's body every minute. "Do you need energy?" Thinking that Chenxi no longer cares about this road, just don't suck yourself dry. After all, this situation is no different from the energy you normally consume. You can recover by yourself after a while. But after a while, the flowing blade is like fire. The energy absorption has not stopped yet, and Liu Chenexai can't help but panic. Good guy, does this thing really want to suck him dry? Liu Chenexai doesn't know what will happen after the special energy is really sucked dry, so she can only pray for herself he could recover. Just when Liu Chenexai's energy was about to be exhausted, Lu Renruohuo stopped absorbing it, and at the same time, a sentence appeared in Liu Chenexai's mind. Everything in the forest is reduced to ashes, and the blades flow like fire. Liu Chenexai knew that this should be the so-called Shijiu. At the same time, Lubian Ruohuo had fallen silent. Liu Chenexai picked up Luban Ruohuo again. This time, there were two completely different feelings from just now. It's like picking up an ordinary sword, without any other feeling. But now, Liu Chenexai can feel that she can use the power of this flowing blade like fire as she wants. And according to the original work, wanting to use the Zanpakuta as spiritual pressure is necessary, but for some unknown reason, Liu Chenexai can rely on the special energy in his body to use the blade of fire. Perhaps this is caused by the differences in the world. After all, different paths lead to the same goal. Liu Chenexai is not a researcher. There is no point in thinking about so many small things. Gu. Liu Chenexai touched her already angry stomach and smiled helplessly. I'm so hungry, let's get something to eat. Liu Chenexai's mouth watered when he thought of the flying fish he caught yesterday. He couldn't wait to cut a piece of meat from the flying fish and grilled it on the spot. Since the last wing of this flying fish had been destroyed by Liu Chenexai last night, he could only eat the body. The meat was served to eat. After smelling it first to make sure that the meat was not damaged, Liu Chenexai grilled the meat with great pleasure. While grilling, he kept swallowing the saliva in his mouth. Finally, he saw that the fish was roasted. Liu Chenexai couldn't wait to bite it. It tastes so bad. Liu Chenexai's little face instantly turned the color of bitter melon, and all kinds of weird tastes echoed in Liu Chenexai's mouth, which was even worse than eating an ollie. Although Liu Chenexai has never eaten it, she can still imagine it. A huge fire broke out in the western wilderness forest for no reason. A mountain peak completely melted. In the kingdom of Fiori, in the center of the town of Magnolia, there is a magician's guild called Fairy Tale, which is a first-class guild in the kingdom of Fiori. At this moment, in the Fairy Tale guild, a group of a man with an orange slicked-back hair, a ring of stubble around his mouth, and a dark green cloak is standing in front of the taskbar looking at an order form above. The most eye-catching thing on the order form is the painting on it with a big S. The man thought for a while, then reached out and pulled off the order form, walked down the stairs to the bar and said to a seemingly very short old man above, "President, I have accepted this task." The president opened his eyes, glanced at the task list, nodded and said, "Be safe, Gildarts." Time passed and it was 10 days later. Liu Chenexai still hadn't walked out of the forest. Liu Chenexai couldn't figure it out. What kind of forest is this? Why can't she get out? Could it be that there are no human beings living in this world at all? Is this world still in primitive times? Liu Chenexai's face was filled with panic when she thought of this. If this is really the case, then she would be the only human being in the world. Liu Chenexai could not imagine the kind of loneliness where there is only one person left in the world. It would drive people crazy. Anyone there? Liu Chenexai's shout came from the forest, but unfortunately it had no use except frightening the birds in the sky. After a long time, Liu Chenexai still had no choice but to accept the fact that he might have to play single player in this world for the rest of his life. He shook his head and carved on the spot. The mark is easy to identify later. Then I walked back. On the way, I passed a place where only bare tree poles were left in the large trees. There was a huge hole in the middle with lots of solidified magma inside. This is last time, in order to test the power of the blade like fire, Liu Chenexai found a hill full of rocks. She originally thought that there wouldn't be much impact here. But Lucianexi still muttered about the power of the blade like fire. At the moment of understanding, the temperature as fierce as the surface of the sun suddenly rose. The flames as high as 6,000 degrees Celsius directly melted the hills at the feet of Lucianexi, and the extremely high temperature even ignited the surrounding forests. At that moment, Lucianexi knew that she had caused a big trouble. So she hurriedly closed the door, but the flames had already ignited the forest. Seeing that the whole forest was about to turn into a sea of fire, the sky suddenly started to rain heavily, and then Lucianexi was freed. Since then, Lucianexi has never been in the forest again, and this has also given Lucianexi a clear understanding of his current power. Chapter 5. Just when Lucianexi was about to leave here and return to her small cave, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure squatting next to the solidified rock in the pit, seemingly observing something. Lucianexi was stunned for a moment. This is... people? Living people. At this moment, the man below seemed to have noticed someone nearby, so he stood up and saw a small orange back and a shabby windbreaker. This was Gildas, who came to perform the mission. Gildas looking at Lucianexi behind him, there was some confusion in his eyes. Why is there a human being in this desolate primeval forest? After feeling the huge magic power in the person in front of him, Gildart's eyes became a little solemn, perhaps causing the thing that caused the fire in this area may be the person in front of him. As long as his uniform is handed over to the Senate, the mission will be completed. However, Gildas was a little stunned when he saw it clearly, because the person who is most likely to cause such large-scale damage is actually a child? And this child does not seem to be a bad person. So Gildas decided to observe the specific situation. If the child has no malicious intentions, then this mission will only can declare failure. After all, the content of the mission is to explore the specific situation here. If it is a demon, it needs to be conquered, but this does not include children. Moreover, why does this child look at me with a slightly excited look? Hey, are you from somewhere other than the forest? While Gildarts was thinking, Lucianexi shouted and spoke. I am Gildarts, the wizard of fairy tale, from the city of Maguilonia in the east. Gildas also shouted back. After saying that, Gildas climbed out of the pit and walked towards Lucianexi. Fairy tale? Magician? What is it? Lucianexi asked with doubts on his face. Don't you even know about magicians? Gildarts asked with some surprise. You must know that magic has been completely popular in this world, even if there are very few magicians with magic power in their bodies. But even ordinary people have many magic props used in their normal lives. Said. In this world, magic has entered the lives of ordinary people. Moreover, the child in front of him obviously has huge magic power hidden in his body, but he doesn't even know what a wizard is, so who guided him to increase his magic power? I don't know, I've been in this forest all this time and don't know much about the outside world. Lucianexi knew at this moment that her chance to get out of this damn forest had come. If that's the case, don't you even know what the magic power is in your own body? And do you know how you have these magical powers? Gildas wanted to know how Lucianexi's magic became so powerful without anyone's guidance. Of course, if it involves your privacy and it is inconvenient to answer, it goes without saying. After thinking for a while, I felt that this was not appropriate. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Lucianexi thought for a while and said, is this the magic power you are talking about? I saw a ball of energy appearing in Lucianexi's hand. Yes, that's right, this is magic. After receiving Gildas's affirmation, Lucianexi also said this thing is not difficult to talk about. I suddenly discovered that I have some magic power in my body about 10 days ago. And it will increase on its own, and I don't know exactly what is going on. Lucianexi said matter-of-factly. But Gildart's eyes widened. You said it took 10 days to reach this level. It's amazing to know that you have such a huge amount of magic power at the age of 11 or 12. But listen to what this kid just said. He has such a huge amount of magic power in just 10 days? You know, even the Fairy Guild, a genius recognized by everyone, Laxus only gained this level of magic when he was about 14 or 15 years old after inheriting his grandfather's powerful magic. What's wrong with you? Lugenexi looked at Gildart's expression and asked with some confusion.
Nothing.
Gildarts waved his hands, but he thought in his heart, this kid is definitely a genius. No, at this level he should be called a monster. By the way, I still don't know what your name is. Kildas asked again. My name is Lugenexi. Lugenexi? Gildarts muttered, and then said, boy, I took note of it. By the way, you have been in this forest and have no plans to go out and take a look. Lugenexi smiled bitterly and said, I want to go out too, but I can't get out. I can't find the way out. As he said that, he spread his hands helplessly. Haha, if it's okay, you can follow me out in a while. Gildas said with a laugh. Okay, I feel like I have left this damn forest a long time ago. Lugenexi's words were a little excited at the moment. He was finally leaving this damn forest. By the way, there is one more thing I need to confirm with you, that is, did you do this? Gildas said, pointing to the huge pit on the side. Chapter 6. Lugenexi felt a little nervous when she heard this. Why do you ask this? Are you here to investigate this matter? After all, the other party is still a stranger. It is naturally impossible for Lugenexi to completely trust Kildas. Moreover, he must be responsible for setting fire to the mountain in his previous life. Lugenexi doesn't know what the laws of this world are. If Kildas Si put him in jail because of a bounty or something, so he really had no place to cry. Seeing Lugenexi's defensive posture, Kildas knew that Lugenexi had misunderstood something, and hurriedly waved his hand and said, You misunderstood, yes, my mission is to investigate what happened here. But in fact, the most important thing is to detect whether there are demons coming or going here, and there are no casualties. This kind of damage is really nothing, so don't get me wrong. Lugenexi was doubtful and finally said, this was caused by my carelessness when I was testing my own moves. Actually, there's nothing wrong with saying this. After all, Lugenexi really didn't know that he would have such great power at that time. Haha, in this case, it doesn't matter, as long as there are no demons coming in or out. Gildarts said with a smile. At night, in a clearing in the forest, a bonfire was burning, and the dazzling firelight illuminated the surrounding area shrouded in darkness. There was a rack set up on the bonfire, and 2 chickens were roasting on it. 2 people, one large and one small, sat opposite each other. Lugenexi was looking at the bonfire in a trance. He had been clamoring to leave this shabby forest 2 days ago, but now he could really leave. Lugenexi was worried about gains and losses. What was this new world like? Speaking of which, this world is always a completely unfamiliar world to Lugenexi. Where will he go after leaving this forest? Homelessness is probably like this. The world is so big, but there is no place for oneself. What's wrong with you? Kildas on the side looked at Lugenexi in a daze and couldn't help asking. Nothing. Lugenexi said absently while picking up the charcoal at his feet with a wooden stick. Seeing such an awkward atmosphere, Gildas was a little uncomfortable, so he found a topic and said, By the way, you have been living in this forest, where is his family? Lugenexi stopped moving his hands, and after a long time he said, I don't have a family, and I never have. At this moment, Gildas realized that he seemed to have asked the wrong question and said hurriedly, I'm sorry, I don't know. A smile appeared on Lugenexi's lips. It's okay, I've long been used to it. Kildas looked at Lugenexi's smile, which was a little far-fetched, and handed the roasted chicken drumstick to Lugenexi. It's ready to eat, try it. Luchenexi took the chicken leg and took a bite. The fat overflowed. Come to fairy tale. Luchenex's mouth stopped when he was about to bite it. Gildas was still talking. The so-called guild is a place where companions gather, and it is also an agency for work. For homeless people, guilds are. It is also his home. One person's happiness is everyone's happiness, and one person's sadness is everyone's sadness. Gildas's voice was very soft, but Luchenexi heard it clearly. How about it? Come to fairy tale. Home. Luchenexi murmured in a low voice, then bit into the chicken leg in his hand and chewed it silently. It sounds pretty good, I'll go check it out with you. Luchenexi said. Gildarts laughed and started to destroy the chicken in his hands. The aroma of meat wafted far away. The next day, Maguilonia, Luchenexi and Gildas came to this town. The streets were crowded with people and the traffic was very lively. Luchenexi looked at everything in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. I finally came to the human world. Sure enough, a place with people is much better than that shabby forest. Luchenexi was all smiles. But at this moment, the radio sounded throughout the town. Maguilonia is about to change to Gildarts mode. All citizens are requested to arrive at the designated location as soon as possible. Moreover, Luchenexi also heard a burst of bells coming from the church, and the sound resounded throughout the town. At this moment, Luchenexi was a little confused. What was this Gildarts model? Just when he was about to ask Gildas, the ground shook, and then something happened that made Luchenex's eyes widen. The entire town seemed to be divided into squares. Immediately, these blocks actually moved. As the blocks moved and arranged, a straight passage soon appeared in front of the two people. This? What's going on? Luchenexi asked with her mouth wide open as she looked at everything in front of her. Ah, ha ha ha, don't worry about these details, let's go to the guild. Gildarts scratched his head and said with a smile. But why does Luchenexi feel ashamed when he sees this smile? I just heard on the radio that this is Gildarts mode. Could it be because of you? Let's go. On the straight road, Luchenexi asked next. When asked about this, Gildas also said quite speechlessly, hey, aren't these people afraid that I will walk in a daze and damage their house, so this is it. Chapter 7. Ah! Just for this reason, the town was renovated. At this moment, Luchenexi felt that the person who made this decision must be mentally ill. He didn't know how many damaged houses could be repaired even if he had the money to renovate the town. Right? I also think that these people are simply mentally ill. I am so easy to be in a daze, yet I actually created something like this. And every time I talk about Gildarts mode, now I seem to have become a big devil in people's hearts. Gildarts became more and more enthusiastic as he spoke. It makes me embarrassed to come back every time, really. By the way, how many houses have you destroyed because of your insanity? Luchenexi asked next. Gildas thought for a while and said, not much. I destroyed 21 houses last time. Last time it was 18 seats. Last time it was 24 seats. Then I can't remember it anymore. Gildas thought for a while and couldn't think of anything, so he simply gave up. However, Luchenex's eyes widened at the moment, and then he sighed. I finally know why there is this pattern. Are you a bulldozer? Tear down whatever you see. At this moment, Luchenexi finally agreed with the choice of the residents of Maguilonia. What bulldozer? Gildarts asked with some doubts as he had never heard this word before. It's nothing, just a compliment. Luchenexi waved his hand perfunctorily. Praise me? That's good, I just have too many advantages. I think those sisters couldn't help but fall in love with me because of my too many advantages. Hearing Gildarts' boastful words, Luchenexi silently despised this unreliable uncle. Soon the two of them arrived at the gate of Fairy Tale. Looking at the fairy tale in front of them, it looked like a tavern, and the above with the flag hanging horizontally. Lucianexi couldn't help but say fairy tale, what a strange name. Gildarts smiled slightly and said, fairy tale. Do fairies have tails? Hearing Gildas's rhetorical question, Lucianexi became even more confused and looked at Gildas, who was smiling. The words continued, we don't know. We don't even know whether goblins exist. Because in this way, this name represents the eternal unknown and eternal adventure. From what you said, this name seems to be a bit sublimated. Lucianexi sighed. Of course, this is a great guild. Gildas smiled and pushed the door open. Lucianexi opened the door with great expectation. After all, Gildas had been describing how good the guild was along the way. Lucianexi naturally wanted to see it. This guild. The door slowly opened, and the scene inside made Lucianexi's eyes widen for a moment. The extremely noisy noise could be heard from inside. A group of people inside were yelling at each other. If they didn't say 2 words, a group of people started to have sex. What came was debris flying all over the sky. Plates, wine glasses, stools, flying all over the sky. Uncle, is this the great guild you said? Lucianexi slowly turned his head stiffly and looked at Gildarts. At this time, Gildarts' face was covered with black lines, and there were even a few hash signs on his forehead. It was obvious that the uncle was angry. Stop it, you guys! Finally, a shoe hit Gildarts in the face. Gildarts couldn't bear it anymore and started to yell. Just now he was mindlessly bragging about how good the guild was, just to deceive this monster boy. In the guild, these guys actually undermined themselves like this? With Gildarts roaring, all the noisy people in the guild stopped. Gildas, welcome back. At this moment, Lucianexi saw a very short old man wearing a clown suit sitting on the bar and spoke. But Lucianexi knew from the drunken look of the old man that this man had drunk a lot of wine. Gildas, seeing that the scene had calmed down, nodded with satisfaction, smiled in the direction of the old man and said, hello, hey, President, I'm back. Then he said to Lucianexi next to him, haha, let me tell you, even though this guild usually fights and fights, everyone is very good. It's just a way to bond. Well, that's it. Gildarts racked his brain and thought for a long time before he came up with a reason to leave his feet. Why do I feel like I've been tricked by you? Lucianexi said doubtfully. Haha, no problem, come and I will take you to see the president. Gildas laughed and changed the subject. After saying that, Gildas led Lucianexi to the bar. After the conversation between Gildas and the old man just now, Lucianexi also knew this. The old man, he is the president of this guild. When he walked up to it, the old man at the bar spoke, Gildas, who is this? The old man looked at Lucianexi with slightly confused eyes. Lucianexi whispered, is this president drunk? But Lucianexi's words were still heard by the old man, and he immediately became unhappy and said, boy, I'm not drunk yet, I can still drink a bucket, this small amount of wine won't hurt, it won't. While saying this, he waved his hands repeatedly. Philo's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 8. At this moment, Lucianexi deeply felt that no one in this guild was reliable. The guild president, his name is Lucianexi. I met him in the western wilderness forest. He had no place to go, so he was kidnapped by me. Well, no, he was introduced to our guild by me. Gildas quickly changed his words mid-sentence. Lucianexi's head was full of black lines. I thought I heard it just now. You seem to have said the word Gwai? Why doesn't this feel like a good place? But think about yourself, I really didn't feel any malice from these people. After all, I was born in 2 lives. In my last life, I came out and experienced severe beatings from society early. So I can still distinguish between good and bad people. And it's not as good as the old saying goes. Well, you're already here, what else can you do? Just go ahead and do it. This is our president, President Makarov. Kildas on the side said to Lyuchenexai. Hello, President Makarov. Lyuchenexai greeted politely. Makarov turned his attention to Lyuchenexai at this time. Feeling the magic power contained in Lyuchenexai's body, his originally cloudy eyes suddenly became clear. President, Lyuchenexai is very strong. I have found a monster boy for you. Kildas whispered in Makarov's ear. Then Lyuchenexai felt that something was wrong with the way the two people in front of him looked at her, and their eyes were glowing. Hiss, these two people don't have any special hobbies, right? Lyuchenexai silently wondered whether he should run away if the situation went wrong. In fact, for the two of them, the current fairy tale guild is really miserable. After all, only Gildarts is the S in the entire guild. Super Mage. And further down, there is no one who can do anything. Look at the group of salty fish who have been drinking in the guild all day. Makarov sighed silently. Lekusis cannot deny it. It has strong potential, but a strong person can never support the guild, so although Makarov doesn't care on the surface, he is still very anxious in his heart. After all, Makarov really can't support the guild that he has devoted his whole life to. I hope it will be lonely. So looking at a talent with huge potential like Lyuchenexai, Makarov's eyes were almost red. Makarov immediately jumped off the bar. Come on, kid, let's stamp the coat of arms first. As he said that, he took Lyuchenexai's hand and walked anxiously towards the bar. Seeing Makarov's eager look, Lyuchenexai was a little confused. Makarov didn't care about so much and was letting you hesitate for a while. What should I do if I regret it? Boy, where do you want your coat of arms to be placed? What color do you want? Seeing Makarov holding the seal and looking at her expectantly, Lyuchenexai shook her head helplessly. Forget it, let's just stay here and give it a try. There's nowhere to go anyway. Thinking about this, Lyuchenexai said, put it on your left shoulder. I want the red one. Soon a red fairy seal appeared on Lyuchenexai's left shoulder. The coat of arms was very beautiful, like a dancing fairy. Seeing that everything was done, Makarov jumped on the bar and said loudly, you guys. Brats, welcome our newcomer Lyuchenexai. Oh. Hello newbie, welcome to join us. Ha ha ha, there are new people here again, our guild is getting more and more lively. Wow, what a cute little brother. Lyuchenexai listened to everyone's cheers, and for some reason a warm current flowed through her heart, but she heard something strange came in behind. So, let's have a party to celebrate the arrival of the new couple. Makarov said excitedly, raising the beer glass in his hand. Oh, there's a party, ha ha ha. Everyone raised their glasses, and laughter resounded throughout the sky. Lyuchenexai looked at this scene and felt joyful in her heart. How about it? It's pretty good. Gildarts said with a smile. Well, I feel very happy. Lyuchenexai said with the same smile. Lyuchenexai has not experienced this feeling for a long time. After a long time, the night fell, and the carnival banquet came to an end. The place where you saw was a mess, tables and chairs were everywhere, and a group of people were lying on the ground. During this period, Lyuchenexai also met many people from fairy tale, such as a pervert named Grey who loves to take off clothes, a quiet little girl named Kana, an uncle who loves to smoke named Wakaba, and an uncle who loves to drink named Maka. EPUB. There are many, many people, and everyone is very enthusiastic. Lyuchenexai looked at everything in front of him with a smile on his face, and then continued to drink the milk in the cup. At this time Kana came over. Lyuchenexai, do you have a place to live? Lyuchenexai looked up and saw Kana, so she smiled. Because I don't have money now, the president asked me to live in the boys' dormitory first. You can let me owe it first and pay it back when I get to work later. Kana nodded clearly and then said, "Are you familiar with Uncle Gildas?" Chapter 9. Gildarts, it's okay, he's pretty familiar. Luchenexi thought of the 2 days of getting along, and they should be familiar with each other. What's wrong? Do you seem to care about that uncle? Luchenexi was a little confused, remembering that when she was getting familiar with the guild, she noticed that Kana's eyes often fell on Gildarts, so she asked. "Ah, nothing, nothing, just the strongest mage in the guild, everyone would care about that." Kana waved her hands repeatedly and said. "So that's it, is this uncle the strongest magician in the guild?" This is the first time Luchenexi has heard this statement. "That's just that I am the strongest now, and I will surpass him in the future." At this moment, Gray heard Luchenexi and Kana hurriedly come over to say the strongest words in the routine. "Gray, clothes." Kana reminded silently. "Ah, when?" It was only then that Gray realized that the clothes on his body had disappeared without knowing when. Luchenexi held his forehead helplessly and said, "Since I saw you, this is the 7th time you have thrown away your clothes. By the way, are not you cold? Since it is already night, the outside temperature is much lower than during the day." Gray is an ice mage and is not afraid of the cold. Kana reminded in a low voice from the side. "The ice mage?" Luchenexi nodded clearly. He learned the word magician from Gildarts, and it refers to a person who can use magic freely. Gray on the side searched for a long time and couldn't find his clothes, so he simply wasn't there. Regardless, he continued to approach Luchenexi and said, "Luchenexi, what kind of magic did you use?" Luchenexi thought for a while, then remembered the flames when she used the blade Ruohuo and said, "In my words, it's the fire mage." "Fire mage, let's have a fight and see who is stronger with your fire or mine." Gray said that fighting is particularly exciting. "President, can I do that?" Luchenexi turned to look at Makarov on the bar and asked. After all, it was not good for him to beat the old man when he was new here. Makarov nodded drunkenly. He did the same just now. After hearing Gray's declaration of war, he immediately said, "It's just time for us to see what your strength is like, but we have to fight outside." "Good luck." Gray responded and asked Luchenexi to go outside. "Alas, there is really no way." Luchenexi shook his head and followed Gray out of the guild. Gildarts and Makarov looked at each other, then hurriedly put down their wine glasses and wanted to go out to watch the fun. But Gildarts was running very fast at the moment, and his horse Karov jumped down from the bar and yelled in the guild. "Get up soon, Gray and Luchenexi are going to have a fight outside, come out and watch." Many confused people immediately cheered up when they heard someone was about to fight. It depends on the battle between Gray and the newcomer." Speaking, he struggled to stand up and ran out with Makarov. The bright moonlight shines on the open space next to the Fairy Tale Guild. At this moment, 2 figures stood facing each other, surrounded by a circle of melon-eating people, still shouting. "Gray, you are a senior, don't be beaten down by a newcomer." "Newcomer, show Gray some color and beat him to death." Come on, place your bet, place your bet." Some people even guessed at the opening of the game which side has a higher winning rate. Gildas held the 10,000 J in his hand and said with a smile, "Haha, let me have a little fun, I will beat Genexi to win." The 2 people on the other side were ready. Gray said, "I think you are using a knife. You can draw it." Obviously Gray saw the blade Ruohuo hanging on Luchenex's waist. Luchenexi shook his head and said, "My knife is very powerful when it is pulled out, so try not to use it." Gray put his right fist on his left hand on his waist and instantly a dark blue magic circle appeared and said, "In this case, if you lose in a while, don't blame it for not using a knife." "Ice make, Lancer." As Gray's words fell, a series of ice magic swords instantly formed and flew towards Luchenexi. Such a fast modeling speed, Gray is still very strong. Others couldn't help but marveled when they saw Gray completing the shape in an instant. You know, for modeling magic, the speed of the shape often determines the outcome. Lu Chenexai on the other side saw this, and his figure instantly disappeared in place. And a big pit appeared where Lu Chenexai originally stood. After a period of adaptation, Lu Chenexai has become completely familiar with his body. The hole was caused by Lu Chenexai's instantaneous force. At the same time, Lu Chenexai was very fast, dodging several magic swords of ice in the blink of an eye, and arrived in front of Gray. Before Gray even took back his hands to release magic, he saw Lu Chenexai still coming to him. His eyes widened, but Lu Chenexai would not give Gray time to react. His fist landed on Gray's face in the blink of an eye. You must know that Lu Chenexai's physique is very strong. When he was in the forest, he could beat a Tyrannosaurus Rex that weighed several tons with one punch. Fly. At this moment, Gray does not have such a strong defense, so... Boom. Chapter 10. Kill instantly with one hit, Makarov announced the result in surprise. At this moment, Gray had been punched by Lu Chenexai until he was unconscious, with a huge bulge on his head. Makarov said to Gildarts next to him, I originally thought I had overestimated Lu Chenexai, but unexpectedly I still underestimated him. You must know that Gray is not weak. Gildarts also nodded. Have I told you he is a monster? Moreover, Lu Chenexai has only awakened her magic for more than 10 days. 10 days? Already so powerful? It seems like a real monster. Makarov was taken aback, and then said, fortunately, he met you. If such a genius was abducted into the Dark Guild. Makarov paused for a moment and then continued, then it is conceivable that an irresistible demon will appear in the magic world in the future. Gray, are you okay? Lu Chenexai was a little bit deceived when she saw Gray fainting all of a sudden. How come this guy is so inexperienced and can't resist even one punch? When a new day came, Lu Chenexai came to the guild early because the guild president said last night that he was strong enough to take on the mission, but he needed someone to take care of him for the first mission. Lu Chenexai was still looking forward to this. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a big bag on his head and a shirtless Gray standing on the table and yelling, I'm telling you, if I hadn't been prepared yesterday, Lu Chenexai would never have been able to hit me in one fell swoop. Pour it. Macau said with a smile while drinking wine. Haha, stop bragging, Gray, you couldn't even resist a punch yesterday. Annoying, I already told you that I was not ready. If Lu Chenexai were here now, I would prove it to you. As he spoke, Gray clenched his fists, and it seemed that he really meant what he said. Oh, what are you going to show them? Suddenly a voice sounded behind Gray. Gray's rambling voice stopped instantly. Ha ha ha, Gray, Lu Chenexai is already here, please prove it to us. Wakaba said calmly. Lu Chenexai looked at Gray in a funny way and said, doesn't the bag on your head hurt? Gray heard the bag covering his head, and then looked at the disbelieving looks of Macau and Wakaba, gritted his teeth and said, let's have another fight. I'm also very strong. Yesterday I didn't show my strength. Lu Chenexai shook his head and said, I'm going out to do a mission soon, so I may not have time to fight with you today. Gray's eyes widened and he said, are you ready to take on the mission? Can't you pick it up? Lu Chenexai asked with a puzzled look on his face. Of course not, because the president said that the missions of the wizards are very dangerous tasks, so you cannot accept the missions without the approval of the president. So that's how it is. Lu Chenexai nodded clearly. Then he said, the president is here. I'm going to do the task. You said it's better to wait until I come back to talk about the fight. With that said, Lu Chenexai left. Yo, Chenexai is here, have you decided who will take you on your first mission? Makarov told Lu Chenexai about this yesterday. Since he was just leading Lucianexi to familiarize himself with the task process, anyone with experience in the guild can do it. Guild leader, if Guildarts is free, I would like Guildarts to take me on my first mission. After all, I am the most familiar with him in this guild. Makarov nodded and said, in that case, ask Guildarts if he is free, and then you can go to the task panel to see what tasks you are planning to do. Makarov then added, you can only accept missions at the mission panel on the first floor. You can't go to the second floor yet. Second floor? What's the mission on the second floor? Lucianexi looked at the second floor. There was indeed a task bar there, but there were very few tasks on it. Makarov said in a deep voice, the tasks on it are all S-level tasks. That's a mistake in judgment. A dangerous mission that could kill you. Therefore, you cannot go to the second floor to accept the mission above if you have not become an S-class mage. So how do you become an S-class mage? Lucianexi then asked. S-level magicians must pass the guild's assessment, but these are extremely difficult assessments. Until now, our guild only has one S-level magician. Gray on the side explained, and also complained about it. The difficulty of the assessment is to give you enough strength to deal with S-level missions, so that you can have a higher survival rate. Makarov hit Gray on the head with his crutch in dissatisfaction. Well, these are not issues you need to consider for the time being. It is too early for you now. Lucianexi came to the task panel and looked at it. There were various tasks on it, such as fighting thieves, expelling bandits, defeating monsters, etc. Lucianexi continued to look at it, and there were even tasks such as helping an old lady find a puppy. Lucianexi couldn't help but complain, is the work of a magician so complicated? Even the task of helping the old lady find a puppy came up. Reading books on May Day will be great. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 11. That's it. As he spoke, Lucianexi took off a crusade mission on the taskbar. It said Crusade against the monster Kidokan, with a mission description. Every time at night, the monster Kidokan would go to the nearest folk city to search for it. Food, and Kidokan's food is naturally humans. In just 1 week, more than 100 people have been killed. The mission bounty is 400,000J. According to eyewitness accounts, the monster Kidokan is a moth that can fly. Lucianexi was a little confused when she saw this. How big are the moths in this magical world? Lucianexi has never seen a moth that can eat people. Of course, Lucianexi doesn't have many things in the magical world. I have seen it before, so at this moment Lucianexi can only say a word of wisdom. After confirming the task, Lucianexi showed the task list in his hand to Makarov. In this world, the work that the magician takes must be recording it in the guild facilitates the payment of commission fees in the future. Moreover, as a place that provides commissions, the guild also needs to draw a certain fee from the commission fees after the magician accepts the job to maintain the normal operation of the guild. However, it is worth mentioning, yes, in other guilds, the ratio of magicians to guilds is almost all between Wizards 7 and Guild 3. However, Fairy Tale's split is purely between Wizards 9 and Guild 1. It can be said that it is really done. A basic management fee is charged. However, even so, not many Fairy Tale wizards have money. After all, due to the nature of Fairy Tale, most of the mission commission money has paid for the damage to the building. Chinexai, are you sure you want to take this mission? In fact, it is best to do some simpler tasks for your first mission, so that you can familiarize yourself with your own strength. Secondly, this is my first mission after all, I just want to familiarize myself with the process of the mission. Your first mission is a subjugation mission, which is a bit difficult. Makarov looked at the task list handed over by Lucianexi, and his expression became serious after looking at it for a while. President, you have said that you need to familiarize yourself with your own strength. I feel that only through fierce battles can you become more familiar with your own strength. Well, let's do this. If Gildarts becomes your mission leader, I will agree to this mission for you. Makarov took a sip of the wine under the quilt, paused for a moment as if thinking about something, and finally said, "Okay, thank you, President." After hearing this, Lyuchenexai smiled with a smile, took the order form from Makarov's hand, and walked towards Gildart's home. Lyuchenexai already knew Gildart's home yesterday, so she was not worried about finding it at the moment. Less than. To be honest, it's hard to imagine that the strongest mage in fairy tale would live in such a simple house. Lyuchenexai looked at the crude cabin in front of her. Dong dong dong, a knock on the door came, surprising Gildarts, who was sleeping soundly inside. Gildarts looked helplessly at the sky outside, which had just dawned. He sighed and said, okay, don't knock. Okay, wait a minute, ha. Hearing the yawning sound coming from inside, Lyuchenexai also stopped knocking on the door. After a while, Gildas, who looked sleepy, opened the door, stretched out his head and looked at Lyuchenexai outside the door and said, "Dawn, what's the matter so early? I finally slept in." Listening to Gildas's slightly complaining voice, Lyuchenexai touched the back of his head and said, "Uncle, I want to carry out my first mission. The President asked you to go with me, saying that he would guide me to get familiar with it." Lyuchenexai misinterpreted Makarov's meaning very premeditatedly, but wouldn't the result be the same anyway? Oops, the President will really find something for me to do. I just came back from completing the task. Gildarts complained, but he followed Lyuchenexai honestly. After all, you can't disobey the President's order, right? Soon the two of them arrived at the guild. "President, Gildarts, come with me. I can take over this mission." As he spoke, Lyuchenexai held the order form in his hand in front of Makarov's eyes. Makarov saw that Gildarts was being pulled over by Lyuchenexai and had nothing to say. He could only nod his head in acquiescence. "Well, you are not allowed to regret it." As he spoke, Lyuchenexai put the order form in his bag and walked towards the door. At this moment, Gray suddenly ran in front of Lyuchenexai, blocked Lyuchenexai's path and said, "Chenexai, can you take me with you? Just go and see things, don't interrupt your work." Lyuchenexai didn't know what to do and had to focus on Makarov. Makarov sighed and said, "Since Gildarts is taking you, it's okay for Gray to go take a look." Then he looked at Gildas and said, "I feel relieved to have you here. I leave these two children to you to bring them back safely." At this point, Gildarts could only say calmly, "Okay, I will keep an eye on them both." Hearing the President's agreement, Gray clenched his fists excitedly and said, "Don't worry, Chenexai, this mission will be completed beautifully with my help." Lyuchenexai shook her head helplessly and complained, "It seems to be the same with or without your help." Click. Gray was petrified on the spot. Lyuchenexai patted Gray on the shoulder and said, "Let's go, we won't wait for you if you stay idle for a while." With that, Lyuchenexai took the lead and walked out of the door. Chapter 12. Walker City is a city famous for its delicious food. There are countless food stalls on the street, and at a glance, there is almost no end in sight. A basket of steamed buns freshly delivered from the basket, filled with aroma, made the greedy Gray drool. "By the way, Uncle, why don't we have something to eat before we go?" Lyuchenexai looked at the various delicacies around him and said with shining eyes. Gildas thought of his wallet and then said seriously, "Please remember, the first thing a magician does when performing a mission is to help the client. Get in touch to learn more about the mission. Then make your own plan. During the mission, you can't be attracted by other things. The magician must focus on his own mission, you know." "Oh, I see." The two novices couldn't help but nodded. Lyuchenexai said in her heart, "This is indeed the strongest magician in fairy tale. Look at this sense of responsibility. Wow, aren't these women cold with so little on?" Lyuchenexai looked at a restaurant in the distance. There were several reception ladies standing at the door, wearing somewhat revealing clothes, and couldn't help but said. Then she remembered the experience taught by Gildarts, and couldn't help but said with annoyance, "Oh, really, Uncle Gildarts just said that you can't be attracted by other things, you have to contact the client first." After that, he greeted Gray and said, "Gray is leaving. Let's go to the client's house first." "Oh." Gray reluctantly looked away from the steamed buns that had just come out of the cage and followed Luchenexi to leave. Then he noticed that Gildarts was motionless. Luchenexi walked up to Gildarts with some doubts. He saw Gildarts. Erda's eyes were locked in the direction of the receptionist, and his eyes actually turned into a big love. "Uncle, we have to leave quickly." Luchenexi pulled Gildas's clothes and said. "Hey? Oh, cough, I will teach you the second lesson of the magician now, that is, you must fill your stomach before performing the task, otherwise you will not have the strength to perform the task if you are hungry." Gildas was interrupted by Luchenexi, and then he rolled his eyes and continued to teach the two novices his experience. Luchenexi's head was covered with black lines. How could Luchenexi, who had the same expression as Gildarts, not know this? He could only sigh silently and sighed, "Uncle Lu. So, we can buy some steamed buns to eat first." When Gray heard this, his eyes immediately locked on the buns that were crying on his forehead. Unexpectedly, Gildarts shook his head seriously and said, "How can you eat buns to the full? Magisters have a lot of appetite. So we need to replenish our physical strength." As he said that, Gildas pointed to the restaurant in front where several reception ladies were standing at the door and said, "I think that restaurant is very good. Let's go somewhere to eat. However, I think the steamed buns are also very good," Gray said without giving up. In an instant, Luchenexi felt a faint chill and trembled all over. "Kid, do you have any objection when I say I want to eat in a restaurant?" Looking at Gildas, who had a sinister aura, Gray stiffened instantly and said quickly, "No objection, I think you are right, Uncle, you are right." Gildarts, who was looking gloomy just now, smiled in an instant, straightened his clothes, combed his hair with one hand, and walked out at the lead with a confident smile. Luchenexi on the side couldn't help feeling. "I clapped my hands in fear, it was wonderful, such a wonderful change of face, in the previous life, I would not have been an actor or something." After a long time, Luchenexi and Gray came out of the restaurant holding their stomachs and smiling, while Gildarts behind them walked in despair with his head lowered. Touching the remaining 5000 J in his wallet, Gildarts suppressed the urge to cry. "I wanted to strike up a conversation with the girl, but the girl ignored me at all, and those two bastards actually ate 70,000 J of food, 70,000 J. Although he was an S-class mage and made a lot of money, he couldn't resist his destructive power. He just made a few random attacks and lost most of the mission bounty. Otherwise, she wouldn't still be living in a shabby house now." Luchenexi suppressed a smile, while Gray beside him looked confused. "Chenexi, what's wrong with you? Doesn't it look strange on your expression?" "Ahem, you are still young, you will understand in the future, you will understand in the future." Luchenexi waved her hand and shouted at the kid next to her who didn't understand anything. Soon they arrived at the director's office in the center of the city. The person who entrusted this task was the director of Walker City. "Hello, Mr. Walker, we are the Wizards of Fairy Tale, and here is the mission you have posted." Luchenexi greeted Director Shi as soon as she arrived at the office. Director Walker said with some confusion, "You have children? You must know that Kadokan is a very powerful monster. Can you really do it? A few days ago, a magician accepted this mission and disappeared here." When Gray heard this, he immediately said, "Don't look at me as a child, I am also very strong." As he said this, he gestured with his fist, which was not much bigger than his own. "Director Walker, don't worry. Although we are still children, the president has admitted that we can take on the task. You don't have to worry about this. Luchenexi pulled Gray back and said calmly. Philo's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now. Event time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 13. Now that you say so, I won't question Chairman Makarov's vision. President Walker stared at Luchenexai's eyes and saw that Luchenexai had no intention of retreating, so he spoke. Gildas on the side couldn't help but nodded and gave Luchenexai a thumbs up in his heart. Let me tell you about the situation. A week ago, Kodokan appeared in the city for the first time in the early morning, so no one noticed it. It wasn't until the neighbors reported it the next day that we discovered that it was in the city. More than 10 people disappeared in one night. We immediately launched an investigation and initially thought it was an ordinary disappearance. It was only on the third day that someone saw the appearance of the World of Warcraft, and based on the description of the appearance and the investigation of the data, we initially estimated that it was the World of Warcraft Kodokan. Speaking of this, Walker sighed and said there is no magician's guild in our city at all. Most of them are poor. How can they be the opponent of Warcraft? So I issued a commission requesting nearby magicians, but even the magicians who came to perform the mission disappeared. As for how strong this monster is, I actually don't know, but judging from the magicians who have been missing in the past few days, this monster must not be weak. So, the general situation has been told to you, and you are deciding whether to accept this mission. Chief Walker looked at Luchenexai and the others with a slightly expectant look. Luchenexai smiled and said, Chief Locke, we have accepted the mission. Gray on the side also said Fairy Tale will not shrink back because the enemy is strong. Haha, as expected, there are no ordinary people in Mr. Makarov's guild. As night fell, the bustling city of Walker fell into silence. Luchenexai looked at the street below and no one could be seen. Several people were sitting on the top of the tallest building in Folker City, where they could have a good view of the entire Folker City. By the way, will the Warcraft definitely come if we wait like this? Gray, who was shirtless, said next to Luchenexai. Luchenexai, with black lines all over his head, said, Gray, are your clothes gone again? Ah, when? Luchenexai shook his head and said, maybe, but it's a pity that no one knows the lair of the monster. Otherwise, we would have gone straight to it, and now we can only wait for it to show up. Luchenexai said with some regret. Gildarts on the side was leaning against a pillar with his eyes closed, motionless. He didn't know whether he was asleep or closing his eyes to rest. But Luchenexai was absolutely sure that he must have fallen asleep. After all, he just waved his hand in front of Gildart's eyes and he didn't react at all. We've been here for a few hours and I'm getting sleepy. Gray said with a yawn. Waiting. At this moment, Gildas's eyes suddenly opened behind him and he said, here we come. Then Luchenexai sensed the magic power fluctuation in the distance and stood up, looking at the huge moth flying from the distance. Is this a moth? As the moth in the distance took a shortcut, Chen Xi widened his eyes as he looked at the exaggerated size. The moth in front of him spread its wings and was fully 5 meters long. At this moment, it was flying straight towards a house. Go! When Luchenexai saw this, he no longer hesitated. He drew out his Zanpakutt and raised his hand to cut it down with one blow. The blade-like firehead style, supporting slash. This move does not require freeing the Zanpakutt. It is undoubtedly the most suitable move in this kind of terrain. I saw an invisible sword pressure piercing the air and flying straight towards Kodokan. A strong crisis enveloped Kodokan in an instant. The eyes on Kodokan's head instantly locked on the direction of Luchenexai and others, and then his wings forcefully moved. Fan, the entire huge body directly changed direction. Not only did it avoid Luchenexai's slash, but he also rushed towards the direction of several people. Gildarts behind just reminded him and did not intend to take action. After all, this was Luchenexai's own mission, is also an excellent training opportunity. Gildas only needs to save the lives of the two of them. Lu Chenexai does not expect to rely on Gildas and put one foot on the guardrail of the roof. With a strong force, the guardrail was instantly broken, and Lu Chenexai's figure jumped into the air. At this moment, Kidokan had also reached the top of the building. But before it could launch an attack, it noticed an extremely huge force on its back, and its figure instantly unable to fly in the air. In Gray's eyes, he saw Kidokan coming to him at an extremely fast speed. Before he could react, Lu Chenexai appeared in the air and kicked Kidokan hard on the back. On the ground, in an instant, Kidokan hit the ground hard, creating a huge hole, and cracks could be seen around the ground. The loud noise woke up Gray, who looked at Kill in horror. Das kept pointing his hand downward at Lu Chenexai and said, is this person so strong? You must know that Gray didn't even feel the slightest fluctuation of Lu Chenexai's magic power just now. In other words, he could achieve such terrifying destructive power just by relying on his physical strength. Thinking of his previous death challenge to Lu Chenexai, Gray couldn't help but hit him shiver. It seems that Lu Chenexai still held back his hand at that time. Chapter 14. Gildarts spread his hands and said, I don't know either. After all, you are the only one who has ever fought against Chenexai. Chenexai, who was walking down the road, didn't have any reason at all. He grabbed Kidokan's wings and pulled them up hard, spinning in a circle. Kidokan, who had just suffered severe pain, felt that the scenery around him was constantly changing before he could react. Bang, 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 Kidokan's huge body was rotated in place by Lu Chenexai. Since the road was relatively narrow, Kidokan's head inevitably interacted closely with the surrounding walls. The successive impacts made Kidokan see stars in his eyes. Nest. What is he doing? What to do? Gray opened his mouth wide and looked at Lu Chenexai, who looked like a humanoid tyrannosaurus with a look of horror on his face. He even cursed, "P.S. We don't know what it is like for anime characters to use foul language. We all know the phrase baga, but it is obviously inappropriate to use it here, so I used the quintessence of Chinese culture. Dear readers, please don't criticize me. This scene is really too impactful. A child who is 1.45 meters tall is swinging a monster several times his size and smashing it wildly. Gildas looked at Gray's fuss and said, "Look at your expression, you don't look like a wizard. Let me see." As he said that, Gildas got up from the pillar he had been leaning on and walked to the top of the building. Dangjia's eyes widened. "Hey, this kid is a bit fierce. Who is the World of Warcraft here?" Lu Chenexai seemed to feel a little tired after dangling for a long time, and then threw Kidokan away. The huge force took Kidokan and smashed into the distance, setting off bursts of smoke and dust. Kidokan climbed up and shook the gravel on his body. There seemed to be endless anger in his eyes, but he glanced at the two people standing on the roof of the building, and their bodies were filled with magic waves. It was obvious that the two people on the roof were also magicians, and he couldn't even defeat one of them. If they surrounded him for a while, he would die. Thinking of Kidokan, he immediately flapped his wings and flew away without hesitation. When Lu Chenexai saw this, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he whispered, "I'm just waiting for you to run away." Gildarts and Gray on the roof came to Lu Chenexai, and Gray asked anxiously, "Chenexai, how could you let you run away? Did it run away?" Lu Chenexai said with faint eyes, "If it doesn't run away, how will we find its lair and rescue the captured people?" After saying that, Lu Chenexai also quietly chased after him. Gildas smiled and patted Gray on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Study more, this kid is very good." Gildas also left after saying that. "So that's how it is. Oh, wait for me," Gray said with sudden realization. But then he realized that the two people were about to disappear at the end of the line of sight and quickly chased after them. On the outskirts of the country, in a deserted mountain, it was basically all rocks, and the shadows of trees were rarely seen. And in there was a huge cave here. Kidokan flew close to the cave. Luchenexi, who was following closely behind, naturally discovered this place. It seems that this cave is Kidokan's lair, but I don't know if there are anyone alive inside. After all, the chief only said that about 100 people were missing, and he was not sure whether they had died. Luchenexi frowned, a little solemn. More than 100 lives are not a small number. At this moment, Gildas and Gray from behind also arrived. Luchenexi turned around and said, "Gildas, inside in a moment if there are still people alive, please, and Gray rescue them first." "Kido, let me deal with it." "No problem." Gildarts nodded. "Don't worry, leave it to me. You can tell me that I'm here to be useful," Gray said, patting his chest. "Okay, let's go." With that said, the three people entered the cave. It was relatively dark inside the cave, but the entrance was large enough, and some light still shone in. Soon the three people saw the whole picture of the cave, and their eyes widened immediately. Because, at this moment, in a huge cave, there were 3 Kidogans, which seemed to be a family of 3. And when I looked up, I saw cocoons hanging from the top of the cave. I initially counted more than 50. There were also many broken cocoons stained with blood under the feet of the 3 Kidogans. Luchenexi knew that these were probably people who had died. Can moths also spin silk? Luchenexi didn't know why this sentence suddenly popped up in his mind. Talk. What to do? Gray looked at Luchenexi and asked. "The number of targets is a bit more than expected. How do you want me to take action?" Gildas also said from the side. After all, the 3 Kidogans indeed exceeded the estimated difficulty of this mission. Strictly speaking, this can already be characterized as an S-level mission. After all, don't look at Luchenexi alone. He beat up a Kidokan violently, but that was Luchenexi's perversion. The strength of Kidokan would not be easy for any magician in the guild. Moreover, so many people's lives were at stake, so Gildarts I also have the intention to take action. "Uncle, if you save people, you are willing to give these 3 kiddos to me?" Luchenexi said in a deep voice. Gildarts looked at Luchenexi, who looked serious and said nothing. He gave his companions firm trust. This is what everyone in fairy tale will do. After Luchenexi finished speaking, he stepped forward in an instant, disappeared on the spot and headed straight towards the 3 Kidogans. Chapter 15. Luchenexi arrived in front of the 3 Kidogans in the blink of an eye, and swung down the fire-like blade in his hand to help kill them. The strong sword pressure swept through the 3 Kidogans. Rumble. A violent explosion occurred, which completely angered the 3 Kidogans. The roar of the monsters echoed in the cave, and the echoes made Gray's ears hurt. Gray and Gildas took off all the cocoons on the top. A magic circle appeared in Gray's hand, and with a flash of light, a knife made of ice appeared in Gray's hand. Gray hurriedly opened one of the cocoons and saw an unconscious man lying quietly inside. Gray quickly sniffed and was relieved to find that he was still breathing, so he and Gildas quickly started to rescue the others. Just as the two of them were breaking out of the cocoon, Gray suddenly felt a strong wind coming, and a black shadow flew out from beside Gray. "What's the situation?" The morning light was blown away. The two of them took a closer look. Good guy, that was Luchenexi, who was knocked away. At this moment, Luchenexi was grabbing the wings of the Kidokan. He roared and threw the Kidokan away. "Go out!" The black shadow just now was the first Kidokan who was thrown out. At this moment, Gray no longer knew how to describe his mood. He was not even surprised at this moment. Maybe he was used to it. This guy was a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Luchenexi clapped his hands and looked at the last Kidokan, with a devilish smile on his lips. This Kidokan looked like it was just born, and its system was much better than the one he had just thrown out. The 2 Kidokans were much smaller. But Luchenexi was not going to let them go. Luchenexi stepped forward quickly and picked up one of its wings. The Kidokens had just seen this move and knew what Lyuchenexi wanted to do. Why? He hurriedly flapped his other wing in an attempt to escape from Lyuchenexi's clutches. But it couldn't be that easy, not even its parents could do it, let alone the not yet fully developed Kidoken. This one had no ability to resist. Little Kidoken was thrown out by Lyuchenexi. Then Lyuchenexi quickly chased him out. Upon seeing this, Gildarts and Grey put down the last person and rushed out. Outside, there were 3 huge flying birds flying in the sky. Moth, Lyuchenexi stood below and looked up at the sky, slowly pulled out the blade Ruohuo in his hand, and said there were many ordinary people inside just now, so it was difficult to start. Now it's better. This place is very spacious. When your grave has been rubbed. The 3 Kidokens in the sky met each other at first glance, and then the 3 Kidokens opened their mouths at the same time. Huge magic power began to gather, and a huge magic circle appeared in front of the 3 Kidokens. Magic? I want to go up and help Chen Xi. Grey was a little anxious when he saw this scene. As he spoke, he took off his shirt and prepared to join the battle. Soon a magic circle appeared in front of Grey. Ice Make, Lancer. Gildarts nodded as he watched this scene. Countless magic ice swords shot out, and Kidoken's magic on the opposite side also charged up to complete 3 energy balls, which were fired through the huge magic formation. The moment Grey's magic touched the energy ball, it shattered into magic factors and dissipated in the sky. The energy ball did not stagnate at all, and still rushed straight towards Lyuchenexi at an extremely fast speed. Don, get out of the way! Grey couldn't help but yell, but Grey's voice suddenly stopped. The energy ball that came directly was inexplicably wrapped in flames 5 meters away from Lyuchenexi, and was immediately burned up. Magic burned away. No one explained to Grey. Lyuchenexi pointed the tip of the knife diagonally at the ground. Under the moonlight, Lyuchenexi's body began to burn with flames. Soon the flames enveloped Lyuchenexi's entire body and the Zanpakuta in his hand. Lyuchenexi's eyes at this moment no longer had the usual sloppiness, but only extremely firm eyes. A raging heat wave swept across the audience, and Grey kept fanning the wind with his hands, trying to make his temperature drop a little. For the ice demon for guides, they hate fire very much. A drop of sweat quietly passed through Gildarts' forehead. Gildarts also felt the extremely high temperature at this moment. Soon the flames began to spread, and the 3 Gildarts in the sky, seeing that the situation was not going well, the Dorkans hurriedly wanted to fly away. Lyuchenexi waved his knife lightly, and a heat wave with flames swept across the sky, blocking the retreat of the 3 Kidokens. The 3 Kidokens were angry. Roars came out. It seems that's not enough. Lyuchenexi whispered, and then his eyes narrowed. Everything in the forest is reduced to ashes, and the blades flow like fire. Boom! More intense flames slanted out, and the crimson light instantly illuminated the entire night sky, completely dyeing the black sky crimson, like bursts of burning clouds. What follows is extremely terrifying high temperatures. The high temperature of 6,000 degrees Celsius is enough to melt everything in sight. Even if this mountain is a barren mountain, it is not completely without plants. At this moment, the moss climbing on the rock wall began to burn instantly, and then all kinds of animals living here were instantly burned by the extremely high temperature into fly ash, which was scattered between the sky and the earth. Chapter 16. Even the rocks began to melt into lava, dripping down. This hell-like scene severely impacted the outlook of everyone present. The strong heat wave woke up the unconscious humans in the cave. At this moment, these people hurriedly ran towards the entrance of the cave. Grey was very uncomfortable at the moment. Just standing aside, his body seemed to be unable to bear it. At this moment, the legs of his trousers had begun to burn, and the skin on his body began to dry out and wrinkle at a speed visible to the naked eye. Grey wanted to use his magic to create some ice to alleviate his condition, but no matter how much magic he output, there was still no response. Gildas said solemnly, "Don't try it. Let's leave first." The moisture in the air has been evaporated. You can't use magic in this area. Gildas said and grabbed the hand. Gray said to the people who had woken up behind him, everyone, hurry up, this place is no longer suitable for humans to stay, so I will come. After that, he led the people away into the distance. Gildarts, my hair. Gray was horrified to find that his hair had begun to burn, and he hurriedly put it out, and soon a shining bald head appeared in front of everyone. Gildarts looked back, and the pillar of fire was burning everything unscrupulously. Luchenexi stood in the center of the fire pillar, like a god of fire. Luchenexi's figure appeared in the sky in a flash, and he slashed with the blade of Ruohuo in his hand. The huge flames instantly swallowed up the body of one Kidoken until it was burned to ashes. The other two Kidokensken was frightened and flew away in both directions. Want to spread out and escape? Luchenexi shook his head. There's no way to escape this, it's a hot hell. As Luchenexi finished speaking, he waved his Zanpakut downwards. Something came out of the earth. Gray felt the vibration on the ground and said in confusion. Then he looked back and said, You're lying. Dozens of fire pillars reaching the sky, rising from the ground. Everything within sight has disappeared. Whether it is the mountain peaks or the earth, they are all covered by the flames soaring into the sky. The terrifying heat wave has been repeated several times. Everyone has run out far away and is still there. It could be felt that many people's skins were even burned to varying degrees. The flames instantly enveloped the two Kidokens, and the Kidokens disappeared without a trace, without even a scream. Luchenexi closed the door upon seeing this. He felt that his magic power had bottomed out. Speaking of which, the power of this initial solution should be used with caution, and my magic power has also bottomed out now. It seems that my magic power is still at its lowest. Cannot be done. After that, Luchenexi sheathed the blade like fire and looked at the flames that were gradually extinguishing in front of her, because there was no burning material nearby anymore, but the magma formed by the melted rocks showed no sign of cooling at this moment. Luchenexi hung the knife back on his waist, then patted it and said, the task is completed, let's call it a day. As the early morning light fell, Luchenexi and the others were walking on the way back to the guild, but the sun's rays reflected slightly on Gray's head. Luchenexi suppressed a smile and patted Gray's shoulder and said, although Gray's hair is gone, it will grow back in the future. And to be honest, you look more handsome without hair, hey. Gildarts stood aside. He echoed, yes, I think it's quite handsome. After that, he touched his flowing orange hair and whispered softly, fortunately, my magic power is strong, otherwise I might not be able to keep my beautiful hair. Gray looked at the two of them sadly and indignantly, his eyes seemed to contain 1,000 words, but he couldn't say a word. Soon a few people arrived at the gate of Fairy Tale. Luchenexi turned around and saw Gray hesitating behind him and couldn't help but urge, let's go, Gray, what are you doing? Gray hesitated, and at this time a big hand pushed. Gray walked forward and said, what are you afraid of? I'll tell you, you are still young and your hair grows very fast. Gildas pushed Gray and walked into the guild. Luchenexi pushed open the door and shouted, I'm back. Yo, Chenexi is back, how was the mission? Makeo said with a smile. Welcome back. This is Kana's welcome sound. Of course it was done perfectly. Hello Kana. Haha, what an amazing young man. Wakaba sighed. Luchenexi smiled and greeted the people in the guild, came to Makarov and said, Guild President, the task has been completed. Makarov put down his glass and said with a smile, well done, I just received a letter from the client, but the damage you caused this time is not as big as usual. But luckily it was in a deserted place, so I wouldn't face any compensation. Makarov's words made Luchenex's mood rise and fall. He thought he would be held responsible. Suddenly a burst of laughter came, and Luchenexi turned around to look. Sure enough, Gildas came in with Gray, and then the bald Gray aroused unanimous ridicule from everyone. Damn it, Don't laugh. Gray's face instantly turned red into a red apple, and then he became angry and yelled. But what followed was a burst of even louder laughter. Oops, I can't bear it anymore. As he spoke, Gray rushed forward and punched Wakaba, who was laughing the loudest. The flying Wakaba knocked over many people's tables along the way. Now the others were unhappy and immediately aimed their attacks. Wakaba, before Wakaba could get up, he was swarmed by others and pushed to the ground with explosive hammers. Chapter 17. Then 1 passed to 2, and 2 to 3, and a large group fight broke out that swept everyone in the Fairy Tale Guild. Gildas carefully walked through the crowd and came to Makarov and Lyuchenexai. Ah, please give me a glass of the strongest wine. I'm exhausted, I'm exhausted. Gildas asked for a glass of wine at the bar. The bartender said politely, okay, would you like something to drink, Xiaochenexai? Lyuchenexai heard that the name was quite strange, but she didn't correct it, and then said, I want a glass of milk. Gildarts laughed loudly. I mean, Chenexai, you are such a strong magician after all, and you like drinking milk so much. Men should drink the strongest wine like we do, aren't you right, President? Gildarts said and clinked a glass with Makarov. Makarov shook his head and said, Chenexai is only 12 years old now, don't teach him some bad habits. Lu. Chenexai nodded and said to Gildas, I want you to take care of it. Drink more milk and grow taller. You know nothing. Remembering that in my previous life, I might have been malnourished as a child, which led to Lyuchenexai's height being an eternal pain even though he had a handsome face when he grew up. Now that he has a chance to change, Lyuchenexai once vowed to grow to 1.85 meters. Soon milk it was brought to Lyuchenexai's eyes. After taking the milk and saying thank you, Lyuchenexai looked at the milk in the cup expectantly and was about to drink it all. Gray's screams came over and he was immediately knocked away. Gray flew directly in front of Lyuchenexai's eyes and hit the wall not far away, knocking over the milk that was just placed on the table. Lyuchenexai looked at the spilled milk in front of her, and a surge of anger ignited in her heart. On the side, Gray had no idea what was going on. As soon as he got up, he shouted that he wanted to seek revenge from Macau. Gray's slightly chilling voice reached Gray's ears. In an instant, Gray's hair stood on end. He looked around and found Lyuchenexai, whose face was as black as charcoal. He felt something bad and ran away immediately. Although I don't know why I ran, but didn't you see that monster Lyuchenexai went crazy? What does it matter? Just run and that's it. Stop. Lyuchenexai's roaring voice heard that the Fairy Tale Guild was floating in the sky, and then Gray broke through the restrictions of the guild roof like a cannonball and soared into the sky. While flying back and forth, the miserable screams spread throughout Maguilonia. Stop it, all of you! The voice of Lyuchenexai, who had just thrown Gray away, came out with a chill, and everyone who had been fighting in the dark immediately stopped. One by one, they hurriedly helped up the swaying stools. The seats were honest. After all, the last dishonest person no longer knows where he is. After Lyuchenexai's domineering aura dominated the audience, he turned around, stared at his big eyes, pursed his lips, looked at the bartender and said, "Is there any more milk?" The bartender was instantly impressed and said quickly, "Yes, wait a moment, I will get it for you right away." Time flies. Lyuchenexai has joined Fairy Tale for several months, during which time Lyuchenexai's strength has been fully recognized by Makarov. It's just that Gu Makarov said that Lyuchenexai's current strength is fully qualified to participate in the S-Class Magician assessment. He is just worried that Lyuchenexai's current experience is still insufficient, and he plans to observe it for a while before making any comments. In the past few months, Gildas also began to challenge the 10-year mission. He set off 2 months ago. Before leaving, he laughed at Lyuchenexai and said, "Don't wait for me to come back. You haven't even become S-Class yet. Sorcerer, haha." This scene also deeply stimulated Lyuchenexai, who started to enjoy the rich life after completing a few tasks. Therefore, in the past few months, Luchenexi has basically not been doing tasks. Just on the way to do the task. And Gray, this kid's strength has also made great progress now, and he can now perform some simple tasks. Looking back on the experience of the past few months, it seems like magic. I have traveled from a person with nothing to a strange world. I was also lucky enough to join the Fairy Tale Guild and have a group of family members who love to make trouble and fight. Luchenexi, who was sitting on the beach watching the sunset, had a smile on her face. The place where the execution was just carried out was near the sea, so Luchenexi was not in a hurry to go back after completing the task. He happened to meet the sunset on the beach. It was a beautiful scene, so Luchenexi planned to camp here, even with a tent. All bought. Turning over the fire that was rising next to it and looking at the two strange-looking fish grilled on it, Luchenexi couldn't help drooling. To be honest, it had been since the last time he ate the fish flying in the sky. Luchenexi discovered that many animals in this world have delicious flavors. In order to satisfy her appetite, Luchenexi almost always wants to roast any unknown animals she encounters to taste them. As for whether it will be poisoned, this Luchenexi tried it, and his powerful body was actually invulnerable to all poisons. This discovery made the people in the guild take the name of Luchenexci's monster. After all, this guy dared to eat anything. Everyone in the guild was stunned when they saw it. Stunned for a moment. Luchenexi tried the grilled fish and saw that it was almost cooked. She leaned on the rocks by the sea with satisfaction, but suddenly she found an old wooden boat in the sea. It was rolling with the waves and was about to capsize. Luchenexi hurriedly jumped into the sea and swam towards the fishing boat, because Luchenexi could clearly see someone on it, a little girl with crimson hair. Chapter 18. The little girl had fallen into a coma. Luchenexi didn't have time to think about it, so she jumped into the sea and prepared to fish out the small broken boat. Am I still alive? Urza slowly opened her only one eye, recalling that she had just encountered extremely bad weather at sea. The storm was raging on the sea, and there was lightning and thunder in the sky. She was desperately trying to control the direction on the small wooden boat. However, the successive battles have overstretched this small body, and I have no strength now. Facing this natural disaster that is like a natural disaster, I have no strength now to resist. Even my vision has been blurred. Maybe I will. Are you going to die here? But Urza didn't have the slightest fear. Maybe death was a kind of relief for her. Soon Urza fell into a coma. When she woke up again, she saw the sky rendered golden by dusk. The wind and waves here were calm. Are seagulls flying in the sky? There is a sense of tranquility everywhere. You're awake. A gentle voice came. Urza slowly got up and saw the boy in front of her, bathing in the dusk sun, looking at her with a smile. Luchenexi saw the little girl in front of her wake up and left. He came over and pointed to a grilled fish on the stove and said, "Are you hungry? Do you want something to eat?" When Urza saw the boy in front of her approaching, she involuntarily wanted to step back, but as soon as she moved, the men's coat on the surface fell off, revealing the thin slave uniform underneath. A chill went straight to the top of her head. When Chen Xi saw this, he immediately stopped and said softly, "Don't worry, I saved you, I have no ill intentions towards you." Luchenexi looked at the little girl in front of her like a frightened bird. Looking at one of her eyes covered by a blindfold and the scars all over her body, Luchenexi knew that this little girl must have experienced something, maybe a kidnapping, maybe being enslaved. But it must have been a very painful past, so Luchenexi patiently explained to the little girl that she did not mean to hurt her. "My name is Luchenexi, what about you? Can you tell me your name?" Luchenexi sat down and pulled the bonfire that was about to go out, and then asked. After a while, he heard the response, "My name is Urza. Urza Shakareto." Urza said softly, and then continued as if she had thought of something just now, I didn't know it was you who saved me, so. Luchenexi smiled heartily and said, it doesn't matter, don't worry about these little things. Urza breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Eat something, you are very weak now and need to replenish your strength. Luchenexi handed the remaining fish on the stove to Ilusa. Ilusa shook her head and said, it's just one fish, don't you want to eat it? Haha, I've already eaten it, you can eat it. Looking at the grilled fish that Luchenexi had handed to her, Urza's stomach growled unsatisfactorily. Then she took the fish and whispered, thank you, Luchenexi. Eat it. Luchenexi turned around and looked at the sea level in the distance, where the sun was setting. Luchenexi knew that Urza was just a frightened rabbit now, and she had to adjust herself first, otherwise you would basically be talking to her. If she doesn't get a response, she will even be afraid of herself. It's good like this, let's wait until she gets familiar with it. Early the next morning, Luchenexi extinguished the fire at his feet, stood up and stretched his somewhat stiff limbs. Luchenexi's original plan was to camp here. Who knew that Urza would come? I had no choice but to let Urza sleep in the tent. I sat by the fire all night. If I hadn't been worried that Urza might be in danger if she left alone, where was Luchenexi? I will sit here until dawn. Urza didn't agree at first, saying that she was already very grateful to Luchenexi for saving her life, so how could she still occupy Luchenexi's tent? But Luchenexi looked at Urza's extremely weak look. If she was really allowed to blow the cold wind outside all night, it would be a matter of whether she could wake up the next day, so she pushed Urza in without any refusal. Tent. But it's not bad to watch the sunrise after watching the sunset. At this time, there was a noise in the tent. Luchenexi knew that Urza should also wake up. As expected, Urza came out not long after. Judging from your appearance, you must have slept well last night. Luchenexi saw that Urza's spirit was obviously much better than yesterday, so she said, well, thank you very much. Ilusha usually didn't say much. Luchenexi shook her head secretly. It seemed that Urza was very upset. Then she said, where is your home? I'll be leaving soon, I can send you back first. Urza's only remaining eye fluctuated, and she said in a low voice, I don't have a home. Luchenexi's eyes were stunned. She said the same thing to Gildarts at the beginning, and how did Gildarts say it to her? Thinking of this, Luchenexi looked at Urza seriously. The fairies are here. Tails it. Urza's emotions at this moment suddenly became excited. She pulled Luchenexi and said, did you just talk about fairy tale? Seeing Urza's excited expression, Luchenexi was a little confused. Yes, it's fairy tale, what's wrong? Why are you so excited? Urza calmed down for a while and said, can you show me your coat of arms? Although Luchenexi was confused, she rolled up her sleeves, revealing the red fairy tale emblem. Chapter 19. Urza seemed to have tears flashing in her eyes at this moment. Looking at the emblem that looked like a fairy dancing, Urza was sure that this was the emblem on Grandpa Rob's back. I want to join this guild, Urza said as she wiped the crystal tears from her eyes. Hiss, is it that easy? For the first time, Luchenexi felt that she seemed to be good at pulling people over. Could it be that she had a talent in this area? Of course, no problem, let's go, it's not far from the guild. Luchenexi said and started to pack things. Magulonaya, the gate of Fairy Tale Guild. Luchenexi and Urza were standing at the door. Luchenexi said, look, this is fairy tale, what do you think? Urza looked at the flag hanging above the guild and remained silent for a long time. Ahem, fairy tale. Do you know why it is called fairy tale? Luchenexi pretended to cough twice to interrupt Urza's contemplation, and then continued. Fairy tale, I know. Urza remembered that fairy tale was included in the story Grandpa Rob told her in the Tower of Paradise, and Grandpa Rob was also a member of Fairy Tale. You already know. Lucianexi was petrified on the spot. Well, Grandpa Rob told me. Urza said softly. Well, in that case let's go in. As he said that, Lucianexi took the lead and walked into the guild with Urza. When he arrived at the gate, Lucianexi immediately kicked the door open and shouted, "I'm back." Road. Morning. Xi. I have said many times, don't kick the door, and I told you not to follow the example of those fools. Makarov's roar came out before he entered. The shock made Lucianexi's ears hurt. Ha ha ha, Chen Xi must have been scolded. Makao mocked unscrupulously. Immediately Lucianexi couldn't bear it anymore. The president can't do it, and he can't beat you? He took off the backpack from his back and went straight to Macao's 41-yard slap in the face. Bang! The huge force instantly smashed Macao into the air, overturning many wine tables along the way. So, a battle broke out in an instant. Looking at the people in a mess, Urza covered her hands in surprise. He opened his mouth. He carefully pulled the corner of Lucianexi's clothes and whispered, "Aren't you guys from the same guild? Why are we still fighting? Is this really okay?" Lucianexi waved his hands indifferently and said, "These are all small problems. Let me tell you, if this guild doesn't fight 4 or 5 times a day, it won't be called Fairy Tale." But, Urza was about to say something but was interrupted. One finger kept pointing at Lucianexi's back. Lucianexi was a little confused. What? Bang! A table flew out of nowhere and slapped Lucianexi on the back. Then a sneer escaped from the corner of Lucianexi's mouth, turned around and clenched her fists, making a crackling sound, while saying, "Urza, wait a moment and watch me take care of them all." After saying that, Lucianexi said straight away. She rushed to join the fight, but not only did someone shout, "Everyone, Chinexi is here, let's fuck him." Then Urza saw Lucianexi being suppressed by a bunch of people, and she didn't know whether she was alive or dead for a long time. This farce was ended by the unbearable Makarov, at the cost of more than half of the guild members being beaten aside by Lucianexi. Gray's face was bruised and swollen, and he was whining and didn't know what he was talking about. Macao was a little curious, so he leaned over and listened for a long time before he heard what Gray probably wanted to express. "Damn Lucianexi, did I hit you? Why did you beat me like this?" After hearing this, Macao patted Gray on the shoulder with a look of sympathy. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that he was the trigger of this battle, but it was Gray who was injured. This child is suffering. When everything calmed down, Lucianexi took Urza to see the president, but who knew that they still had a close relationship. Lucianexi roughly understood that Urza was a man named the Place of the Tower of Paradise. And there Urza met an old man named Rob, and this old man was also a close friend of President Makarov and a mage of the Fairy Tale Guild. It was this old man named Rob who guided Urza to Fairy Tale. As for the specific situation after that, Lucianexi didn't know, because Makarov took Urza to the forest to the east to find Granny Bolusika to treat the eye injury. It is worth mentioning that Granny Porushka is said to be Fairy Tale's pharmacy consultant. She has very superb medical skills, but Lucianexi has never seen her. Moreover, Granny Porushka hates humans very much. Therefore, if there is nothing wrong, she will not let other people appear near her cabin. At this time, Wakaba came over and winked and whispered, "Okay, Chinexi, I didn't expect you to bring a little girl back this time. Could it be your little girlfriend?" Lucianexi's eyes widened and he said quickly, Go, where did you think of it? I just brought her to the guild because I saw she had no place to go, so Urza came to join our guild." Unexpectedly, Wakabar leaked something that even a man would understand. With a smile on his face, he said, I understand. Reading on May Day was a great pleasure. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 20. Waka, by the way, have you felt that your life has been very dull recently? Do you want me to add some flavor to it, Lu Chenexai's words had a slightly dangerous flavor. Along with the clenching fists, Wakaba's body froze instantly. Oops, if you tell me about my brain, I still have something to do. Alas, I am getting older and my memory is not good anymore. Wakaba patted his head as if he had forgotten something. He shook his head and planned to turn around and leave. Don't even think about leaving. As he spoke, Lu Chenexai grabbed Wakaba and raised his fists as big as sandbags high. Wakaba waved his hands repeatedly, and cold sweat fell down his forehead drop by drop. Chenexai, you have something to say, you have something to say. Bang! Lu Chenexai clapped her hands and turned around to leave, leaving her holding the big bag with Wakaba in her eyes. Seeing that there was basically nothing wrong, Lu Chenexai planned to leave. It was getting late now. Lu Chenexai, who had worked hard for a day, felt deeply exhausted at the moment. He planned to go back and rest for the night. As soon as he walked to the door was pushed open, and a boy with yellow hair and a mechanical headset walked in. Walking to Lu Chenexai stopped in front of him and stared at Lu Chenexai seriously. Lu Chenexai also knew this person. He was the grandson of President Makarov named Lekusis. He used thunder magic and was very powerful. Lu Chenexai still remembers that the two had a fight when they first met Lekusis, but it was only a fight of fists and kicks. The main reason was that Makarov was present at the time and stopped the two who were about to use magic in time. However, they fought hard at that time, and naturally Lekusis was ruthlessly crushed by Lu Chenexai. This also led to Lekusis being dissatisfied with Lu Chenexai. I still remember that Lekusis said that he would have a fight with him sooner or later. Lu Chenexai was really helpless about this, mainly because he was Makarov's grandson, and Makarov was kind to him. At that time, Makarov kept telling himself that he hoped not to take this matter to heart. It also shows that Lekusis actually has no malicious intentions, he is just relatively strong. What else can Lu Chenexai say? Nothing to say, and Lekusis has not done anything excessive, so generally Lu Chenexai they wouldn't even care about him. The 15-year-old Lekusis is indeed a head taller than the 12-year-old Lu Chenexai. To be honest, this is the only thing Lu Chenexai is jealous of about Lekusis. Although he is 3 years older than himself, but being a head taller is also taller. This also determined Lu Chenexai's decision to drink milk crazily. Lu Chenexai, you know the assessment of S-class magicians at the end of the year, right? Lekusis looked down at Lu Chenexai and said. The S-level assessment at the end of the year. Lu Chenexai really doesn't know about this. After all, since the last time Makarov said he wanted to accumulate more experience and take the S-class wizard assessment, Lu Chenexai has not been paying attention to this matter. It is estimated that Makarov does not plan to let Lu Chenexai participate in the assessment at least this year, so Lu Chenexai did not pay attention to this matter. Lekusis on the opposite side did not wait for Lu Chenexai's response but continued. S-class magician, the assessment is when the two of us play a game. I have been training like crazy recently and doing tasks. After a pause, his brows furrowed and he looked more serious, then continued. If you continue to stay with these weaklings all day like now, then you can't defeat me. Lu Chenexai spread her hands helplessly and said, I said, do you really want to fight with me? And to correct you, I have been doing tasks recently. The strongest will come between the two of us. If you are not determined to become the strongest, it proves that I have misjudged you. Lekusis snorted coldly, put down a sentence, and walked towards the mission panel again. Hey, Lekusis, long time no see. Someone greeted Lekusis along the way, but Lekusis just nodded slightly and ignored him. It's so cold. The person who greeted him couldn't help but complain. Lekusis walked to the mission panel and took a crusade mission with the highest bounty and difficulty. He went to the front desk to register, and then left the guild without stopping. Isn't this person tired? Luchenexi shook his head. At this moment, Luchenexi felt deeply that Lekusis was definitely a rebellious young man, a proud man spoiled by Makarov. Makarov was definitely a good president, but because of this, Makarov cannot be a good grandfather. He is always focused on the guild and neglects his grandson. Therefore, Lekusis wants to prove himself, perhaps to make his grandpa look at himself more, or maybe for some other reason, Luchenexi didn't know. But this was the president's family matter. Luchenexi couldn't interfere, so he could only shake his head helplessly and left the guild. Oh, Xiaochenexi is back. I have a new delicacy here. Do you want to try it? Passing by the cake shop, the owner of the cake shop greeted Luchenexi enthusiastically and wanted to promote his newly researched delicacies. Oh! Let me take a look. Luchenexci's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she immediately walked into the cake shop. Isn't this just an ordinary strawberry cake? Reading books on May Day will be great. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 21. Alas, little Chenexi, don't underestimate my new product. This is the world's #1 strawberry cake that I researched for a long time. The cake shop owner is very proud to display his work. Can I try it? Luchenexi stared at the strawberry cake on the counter in front of her, her eyes sparkling. Just hearing the boss say this, she couldn't help but want to eat it. The cake shop owner was very happy and said, of course, but this is just experimental version, you try it first, if it's okay I will officially launch this cake tomorrow. Oh! Thank you, then I will taste it first. The cake shop owner took out a plate from the backstage, cut a piece of cake, and handed it to Luchenexi with anticipation. It's full of color and flavor. Luchenexi smelled it and immediately felt like she was captured by this cake. She carefully dug out a piece with a spoon and put it into her mouth. The sweet taste immediately filled her mouth. Is it delicious? The boss looked at Luchenexi with expectant eyes. Luchenexi gave a thumbs up and kept chewing in his mouth. Seeing this, the owner of the cake shop felt relieved. Boss, are there any more? Luchenexi wiped out everything on the plate in 3 strokes, but she still wanted to eat. Haha, no more. Mainly because it was just a test today so I didn't do much. Since you like it, I can officially promote it tomorrow. The boss laughed with satisfaction when he saw Luchenexci's loving expression. As a chef, making food that people love is the highest honor. Then I need to book 1 first, no, 2. Luchenexi held out a finger. Later, after thinking about it, she felt that 1 finger was not enough for her, so she quickly changed her mind. Haha, okay, no problem. The shop owner was smiling so hard that he could hardly close his mouth. Luchenexi handed the plate back to the shop owner, and then said, by the way, boss, how much did the cake I eat today cost? Seeing that Luchenexi was about to pay, the shop owner quickly shook his head and said, No, 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 no. Seeing that the boss was so resolute, Lucianexi had to give up, and then said, "Then help me with those bottles of milk." "Okay, just a moment." The shop owner turned around and went to get the milk in the freezer. Seeing this, Lucianexi put 1000J under the ledger at the front desk. Normal cakes are basically the same price. Soon the boss came over with the milk, and Lucianexi took the milk, handed the money in his hand to the boss and said, "You have to take the money for the milk." "Haha, you kid." The shop owner's subordinate Lucianexi said goodbye to Lucianexi after buying milk, and then watched Lucianexi leave the shop. The boss immediately began to put away the shop and planned to close it. This is... Soon the boss saw the 1000J pressed under the account book and immediately chased him out, but there was no sign of Lucianexi outside. He couldn't help but shook his head and said with a smile, "This kid." The next day Lucianexi came to the guild. "Good morning, morning Sunday." As soon as she entered the door, the sharp-eyed Kana spotted Lucianexi and raised her little hand to say hello. "Good morning, Kana." Lucianexi also said hello to Kana and walked to the front of the bar and said to the bartender, "Please give me a glass of milk, warm, thank you." Soon, a glass of milk was brought to Lucianexi. At this time, the movement in the distance attracted Lucianexi. In a corner of the guild, Urza was sitting quietly, eating breakfast, but Lucianexi was more confused. What's strange is that Urza is actually wearing an armor at the moment. Lucianexi ran to Kana and asked, "What's wrong with Urza? Why are you still wearing armor?" Kana looked at Lucianexi and said, "I don't know. Urza was like this when she came today, and the girl was always alone." Lucianexi sat next to Kana with milk and said, "This child has a deep knot in his heart. You don't seem to be very old, right?" Kana looked Lucianexi up and down. "Alas, never mind the details." Lucianexi waved her hand. After all, she is still a human being in two lives. In Lucianexi's eyes, Urza is really a child now. But how could she tell Kana this? Kana did not hesitate, but said, "You seem to understand a little bit." Lucianexi thought for a while and said, "Elsa may be afraid of other people now. In short, she is an extremely insecure girl. I don't know the details." Why did Gray get there?" Lucianexi took a sip of milk, and then saw Gray walking towards Urza with arrogant steps. Kana said just now Gray said he was going to say hello to Urza. Lucianexi pointed blankly at Urza and said, "Is this how you say hello?" I saw Gray standing in front of Urza, kicking the table over, putting his hands on his hips and saying arrogantly, "I told you, why are you wearing any armor?" Urza's table was kicked over by Gray, but her expression didn't change much at this moment. She looked up and saw the shirtless Gray and said, "What shame do you have to say to me? Go get some clothes on. Reading books on May Day will be great. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons." Chapter 22. This shouldn't be some perverted guild. Urza said, not wanting to look at Gray again, and turned her head. As soon as she said this, everyone in the guild was instantly amused. Wakaba held a cigarette in his mouth and said with a smile, "That's so good, Urza." When Gray heard the whole room, his face became a little worried. "You guy." Urza turned her head and stared at Gray with her only remaining eye, a fierce look in her eyes. "Don't bother me." Gray was stunned for a moment. To be honest, seeing this look in his eyes, Gray couldn't help but think of the fear of being dominated by Lucianexi. But then he thought about it, Lucianexi is a monster. How can there be so many monsters in this world? Thinking of this, Gray put it down. Zinlei said, "Your name is Urza, I want to challenge you and let you know who is the boss of the guild." Urza shook her head secretly and said, "Then if you lose, don't bother me in the future." Urza took the lead and walked out of the guild. Seeing this, Gray followed suit. "Is it okay for them to fight like this?" Kana said with some worry. "Don't worry, Gray can't beat Urza." Luchenexi was not worried at all. Although she had never fought against Urza, Luchenexi still heard Makarov say it. When he stamped the guild seal on Urza yesterday, Makarov kept saying, holding Luchenexi's hand, he said something about bringing a monster-like talent to the guild. With such a comment, how could Urza be weak? What happened next was as expected. Gray was killed with one move in the eyes of many people looking forward to it. With this big bag on his head, Gray inevitably became the laughing stock of everyone. This scene deeply irritated Gray. Back then, Gray still praised himself as the most talented mage in the guild. But first there was a way out. Genexi, this is not enough. Now another Urza has come. Gray now deeply feels his own weakness, so he spends most of the time away from the guild in the following days. It is said that he went to practice somewhere. Later, he also found Luchenexi learned 2 physical skills. At that time, Gray, who felt that Luchenexi's true inheritance was true, went to Urza for revenge with full confidence, but was killed again in an instant. Of course, these are all things for later. Today, Luchenexi was. I stayed in the guild, bragging with a few uncles from time to time, and chatting with Urza from time to time. However, Urza was still as introverted as ever, and basically didn't talk to anyone except Luchenexi. As the sun set, Luchenexi was walking home with 2 cakes in her hands. These were the latest cakes that Luchenexi ordered from the cake shop owner yesterday. When I was passing by a small river in the city, I suddenly found a figure sitting by the river, with his head buried between his knees. Looking at the familiar crimson hair and the armor she was wearing, Luchenexi knew that this was Urza. What is she doing here? With doubts, Luchenexi decided to go over and say hello. Urza? Why are you sitting alone by the river? Hearing someone calling, Urza turned her head and looked back. The crystal tears in her eyes were particularly conspicuous under the reflection of the sun. This scene fell into Luchenexi's eyes. "It's you, what's the matter?" Elsa quickly wiped the tears from her eyes, trying to calm herself down, and said. Luchenexi let out a long sigh, walked to Urza and sat on the grass, looked into the distance and said softly, "Why do you like someone? What about crying alone?" Urza buried her head between her knees again, and said, "After a long time I like to be alone. Being with others makes me feel uneasy. Do you hope this armor can protect you because you are uneasy?" Yet. A soft murmur came out, and Urza heard about her experience in the Tower of Paradise, and her tears seemed to fall uncontrollably. Urza bit her mouth tightly, not wanting to make a sound. But the trembling body betrayed her. At this moment, a tissue was handed over. Urza was stunned for a moment. "Take it and wipe it." Urza took the tissue and her words continued, "If you want to cry, cry loudly. Everyone in the guild is family and can help you share your pain. I remember someone told me that a guild is a home for homeless people. One person's joy is everyone's happiness, and one person's sadness is everyone's sadness. You don't have to deliberately close yourself off. You can maybe try to get in touch with them. Have a look. Although you didn't say anything, everyone is worried about you and hopes that you can integrate into the guild as soon as possible instead of being alone all the time." Urza wiped the tears from her eyes, and her sobs were obviously much quieter. Seeing this, Luchenexi smiled slightly and continued, including Gray, "The reason why he wants to challenge you is to let you integrate in early. After all, fighting is always the main theme of fairy tale. Everyone got to know each other through fighting, and everyone got to know each other through fighting. Although Gray didn't achieve his goal, he was beaten by you instead." Speaking of this, Urza also remembered that after Gray was beaten by her, she also said, "I will definitely beat myself next time." Urza burst into laughter thinking of this, and quickly stopped. Reading books on May Day will be great. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now. Event time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 23. Luchenexi naturally heard the laughter. Seeing Urza's face full of tears, she continued, I was used to being lonely, but people can't be lonely forever. Contact everyone and have a look, maybe you will find something different. The tissue in Urza's hand was shredded. Luchenexi touched Urza's crimson hair, handed all the tissues in the bag to Urza and said, wipe it quickly, it's already very dirty. The beautiful face has now become a tabby cat. Ilusa didn't know why she didn't resent Luchenex's actions, but took the tissue and wiped the tears on her face vigorously, and said firmly, thank you, Chenexi, I won't cry anymore. Not anymore. Luchenexi smiled when she saw this. Luchenexi knew that Urza was connected now. Maybe she didn't dare to face her past, but she could definitely face her future. The two looked at each other and smiled at the sunset. Oh, by the way, I have the most delicious cake in the world. Do you want to try it? Speaking, Luchenexi didn't wait for Ilusa to agree, then handed one of the strawberry cakes to Ilusa, and unpacked it thoughtfully. Come and try it, the owner of Goo Cake Shop said this is the best creation he has ever made. At this point, Luchenexi whispered in Urza's ear, and it is said that this boss used to be the best pastry chef in the kingdom. In the past, pastries were only available to the royal family, so give it a try. Looking at Luchenex's two big eyes staring at her, full of expectation, Urza didn't refuse. She picked up the fork and carefully dug a little into her mouth. Sweet, very sweet, as if she could wipe it. The pain in Ping's heart. How is it? Is it delicious? Luchenexi asked hurriedly. Very sweet. Urza's smile at this moment is as sweet as a cake. Okay, now that I've finished explaining it, I'll leave first as it's getting late. I hope to see a new you tomorrow, a you who is willing to accept everyone. After that, Luchenexi stood up, patted the dust under him and turned around to leave. Urza quietly watched Luchenexi leave and murmured in a low voice, thank you, Chenexi. At night, Luchenexi was sleeping soundly, and the Zanpakutte beside him began to glow strangely red. At the same time, in Luchenex's dream, this place was extremely vast. The mountains and rivers are as high as the sky, and the rivers are as wide as the sea. Luchenexi stood on the grass nearby, feeling the rising temperature, which made Luchenexi feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Luchenexi felt strange. Why could he feel the heat even though he was a magician who controlled fire? Suddenly a voice sounded, as if it came from heaven and earth, making it impossible to tell where it came from. Luchenexi, do you want to become stronger? Want to become stronger? Luchenexi was confused. Who are you? What do you want to do? The voice was still echoing, but Chenexi's words never came back. After a long time, new words appeared. Oh, you don't want to think about it yet. The sound disappeared at this point. I want to become stronger. Hey, are you still there? Luchenexi roared loudly, but the voice disappeared without any response. Then the space began to shatter. Luchenexi looked at the broken things in front of her in surprise. There were more and more cracks until the whole world was dissatisfied. The cracks then shattered after a strange sound. Luchenexi, who was on the bed, suddenly woke up and sat up. So, what exactly is it? Is it a dream? But why is it so true? No one could answer Luchenex's question. Looking out the window, it was already dawn outside, and the sound of bustling crowds could be heard downstairs. Luchenexi felt that her hair was a little wet, and when she touched it with her hands, it was covered with sweat. Shaking his head, he didn't know whether it was caused by the heat or something else. Then Luchenexi got out of bed and walked to the bathroom. After washing up, he went out and planned to go to the guild. After all, he had rested for 2 days and still had to start working. Of course, the most important thing is to pay the rent, and speaking of this, Chinexai feels that sooner or later, she will buy a house of her own, but it is still too expensive in the fairy tale dormitory. 100,000 J a month is too expensive, too expensive. Ah, now Lu Chinexai is also caught in the cycle of making money, making money, and losing money. It's okay to run away, but the key is that sometimes you can't run away at all. Under normal circumstances, Lu Chinexai can just rely on physical skills to do it. If this encounters any thorny problem, once Lu Ronruo Huo solves it, the damage to the surroundings will be on another level. For this reason, Makarov has been scolded by the council. For this, Makarov Luofu very seriously prohibited Lu Chinexai from liberating Zanpakut in the city, unless there was a situation where he had to take action. Moreover, as a Chinese in his previous life, what would Lu Chinexai do if he had money? Of course, it would be to buy a house, which is waiting for its value to increase. Okay. Just do it when you think of it. After Lu Chinexai washed up, she went straight to the guild. When she arrived at the guild, she didn't see Urza. According to Kana, she went to Granny Porushka's place to install prosthetic eyes. As for Grey, well, this guy didn't know where he went for special training. I heard that he had to wait for Urza to come back so that he could avenge his previous revenge. I have to say that Grey is really an invincible little strongman. Lu Chinexai walked to the mission panel after accepting a subjugation mission. He left the guild after talking to Makarov and embarked on his own path of making money and buying a house. Chapter 24. Time flies. Lu Chinexai has been in this world for a year. Many interesting things happened during this year. The one that changed the most was Urza. Now she has changed from the indifferent look when she first came to the guild. Instead, she has become, how should I put it? She is very enthusiastic. Will prevent fights that often occur in guilds. He spurs everyone like a parent, well, you can say that. The most important thing is that this parent has a high level of force. Those below who want to resist have been subdued one by one. Now everyone in the guild is extremely afraid of Urza. Woolen cloth. As for Grey, this guy still hasn't changed his habit of taking off his clothes. For this reason, Urza often beats him up on the grounds of ruining the guild's image. It's scary to think about it. Moreover, Macau was married, so Lu Chinexai gave Macau a big red envelope. Also, last year's S-class mage examination was postponed because Guildarts did not come back. This made Lei Kusus very unhappy at the time, and he threatened that this year's S-class mage examination must be postponed. Fight with Lu Chinexai to prove who is the strongest in the guild. There are many more. Lu Chinexai's thoughts stopped and she looked at the letter sent by Makarov in her hand. It was sent by the letter bird. It is a magical product of this world. It is said that as long as there is an address, it can be sent anywhere. Lu Chinexai stretched out her fingers and circled the seal of the envelope, and soon a small green magic circle unfolded. Makarov's short figure was projected on the magic circle. As soon as Makarov appeared, he started to curse, "You bastard, how long have you been out? Don't you want to come back? If you hadn't sent a letter back, I would have thought you had disappeared." Lu Chinexai conditions he moved his head back as a reflex, as if to avoid Makarov's spittle. Makarov was still talking. "You haven't come back for 4 months since your last mission. Are you doing an S-level mission? Why does it take so long? The mission you took was still a crusade, and you never came back. How do I know whether you are dead or alive? Anyway, if you see my letter, you will come back to me right away, do you hear me?" As soon as the words fell, the virtual figure on the letter disappeared. Call, Lu Chinexai breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems I can't play anymore." Lu Chinexai shrugged helplessly, remembering that the last mission was in the royal capital. After Lu Chinexai solved the mission, she found that the person who issued the mission was someone from the royal family. She also met the princess of the kingdom, Princess Jade. At that time, Princess Jade wanted to express her gratitude. With the help of Lugnexi, he presented a weekly parade to the kingdom of Fiori and said that all travel expenses would be borne by the royal family. Lugnexi accepted it without hesitation, so he started his own trip around the kingdom of Fiori. Originally, I thought I would go back when my trip reached Fairy Tale. But later, Lugnexi accidentally learned that there was an envelope bird in this world that could deliver messages. Lugnexi immediately got one and put her situation in an envelope. The bird passed on to the guild. Isn't it just that, he just said that he was fine now, so that the people in the guild did not have to worry, so this scene happened. Thinking of Lugnexi, he started to put away his things and prepared to embark on the journey back. But Lugnexi he didn't feel unhappy because he had just been scolded. On the contrary, it made Lugnexi feel something he had never felt in his previous life. The feeling of being missed. With a smile on his lips, Lugnexi packed up his things and left the hotel. Magulonaya, Lugnexi got off the train, looked at the familiar scene in front of her, and couldn't help but sigh. It's better to be outside, but it's better to be at home. As he said this, he picked up the huge backpack at his feet and headed in the direction of the guild. Go. When I came to the door, I just kicked it open without any explanation. Hello everyone, I'm back. Lugnexi opened the door and walked in with a smile, but didn't get any response for a long time. Logically speaking, wouldn't someone say welcome back at this time? Why didn't you respond? Lugnexi took a closer look and saw the people in the guild looking at her expressionlessly. It was as if they were looking at a dead person. What's wrong with you? Lugnexi asked cautiously. Soon a female scolding sound came over. Lugnexi, where have you been? You have been gone for almost half a year, and there is really no news at all. If you hadn't sent a letter back last week, we would have thought you were dead. Lugnexi looked at the source of the sound. It turned out to be Urza. Urza's injured eyes were no different from ordinary people. Granny Porushika installed a prosthetic eye for her. But at this moment, Urza's eyes were normal. Staring at Lugnexi. Just as Lugnexi was about to explain, Urza interrupted Lugnexi and said, "It's useless what you say, go and explain to the president yourself." As Urza said, she turned around and ignored Lugnexi. Lugnexi felt guilty and saw Mr. Makarov sitting on the bar with no expression on his face. It was a great time reading books on May Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP point coupons. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 25. Lugnexi looked at Makarov, who was expressionless and serious, and felt guilty. He walked over with a smile and said, "President, long time no see. You don't know how much I miss you, hee. Ouch, how long have we not seen each other? Why do I feel like you are becoming more and more stylish, old man?" Lugnexi held his chin with one hand, looking puzzled. After doing this, Makarov, who was about to curse, was stopped. But Makarov still tried hard to maintain his seriousness. His expression said, "You boy, I thought you were fascinated by the colorful world outside. Do you still remember that someone is waiting for you to come back?" Makarov said angrily. Hearing this, Lugnexi felt warm in his heart. It felt good to have someone caring about him at this moment. Ha ha ha! Everyone in the guild looked at Lugnexi, who was extremely humble at this moment, and couldn't hold back his serious face, and started laughing loudly. And said in unison, "Welcome back." At this moment, Lugnexi calmed down and said, "Of course I remember, President, didn't I bring you a gift?" After saying that, Lugnexi put down the backpack on his back and just I saw that the backpack was stuffed and bulging as if it contained a lot of things. "President, I brought this specially for you." This is the most famous girl photo show in the kingdom. I spent a lot of effort to find it. Lujanexi rummaged through his backpack and finally found a photo album and handed it to Makarov. Ahem, since you are so thoughtful, forget it. Remember, it's because of your sincere attitude, not because of this photo album. Makarov coughed twice and said seriously. Lujanexi suppressed a smile and echoed. Makarov nodded and put the photo album into his bag at lightning speed. Seeing the old man calm down, he said Chen Xi took out another knife from his backpack and said, Urza, this is a gift for you. It is said to be a demon knife. I think you can control it. Urza was stunned. Do you still have mine? The expression was a little dull. Lujanexi smiled and said, of course, it's not just you, everyone has it. Hearing this, the whole audience burst into cheers. Then I'll accept it, thank you. Elsa took the knife anyway. Gray, this is for you, a necklace so you can have something to decorate after you take off your clothes. How often do I take off my clothes? Gray retorted with some embarrassment. Kana came out and reminded Gray, where are your clothes? When? Gray looked at himself with wide eyes. Lujanexi handed the necklace to Gray and said this necklace has a special effect. It can enhance the stability of the modeling magic. It is very suitable for you. Hearing this, Gray was delighted to get the necklace. He seemed to be very handsome, at least he thought so. Wakaba, tobacco specially supplied to the royal family. Ritaso, this is the brush for you. Macau. Soon all the things in the backpack were divided. Lujanexi clapped her hands. Basically everyone was taken care of, except for the newcomers, for example. The little boy with cherry blossom hair was in front of Lujanexi. It's just that he didn't come here for gifts. Hey, your name is Lujanexi, right? I heard them say you are very strong, and I want to challenge you. The little boy with cherry blossom hair came to Lujanexi and said loudly. Lujanexi smiled and said, by the way, if you want to challenge, at least tell me your name. Is there such a rule? Forget it, my name is Natsu Dragneel. The conversation between the two was also heard by everyone. Gray looked disdainful. Hey? Did I hear you right? Hanging Eye, who can't even beat me, dares to challenge Chen Xi. What did you say? Bastard droopy eyes. Didn't you get beaten up by me that time? Natsu curled his lips, already looking down on Gray. Are you saying it again? Stinky fire, I'll beat you until you cry. Gray is not to be outdone. You naked pervert, do you want a fight? Natsu put his head on Gray's forehead, and there seemed to be electric lights flashing in his 4 eyes. Come on, you bastard flame. Boom! 2 loud noises sounded at the same time, and Gray and Naz were seen lying on the ground with big bags on their heads, eyes still spinning. The bag above my head was still smoking. Urza crossed her hands and said with a look of hatred, I told you, we are all family members, no fighting is allowed at home. But... damn Urza, I will defeat you one day. Natsu said intermittently. That's right, I'm going to hit you one day. Gray also echoed, not to mention that 2 people who dislike each other actually agreed on this matter. What are you saying? Urza stared at the 2 men fiercely, and there seemed to be a fierce light in her eyes. No. Nothing. How could the 2 of them dare to answer the conversation? They hugged each other and shivered because of Urza's majesty. Lujanexi was sweating profusely, feeling that Urza seemed to be developing in a strange direction after the last enlightenment. Chapter 26. Hey Lujanexi, come and have a fight with me. Lujanexi never expected that Natsu, who had just been knocked out, would stand up again as if nothing happened. Are you really okay? Lujanexi pointed to the big bulge on Naz's head and said with some inexplicable worry. Don't worry, I'm a fire dragon slayer. Natsu said very proudly. Yes, Natsu is the dragon slayer of fire, and Luchenexi is the magician of fire. Maybe Luchenexi is restrained by Natsu. Makao suddenly said at this time. Gray sat next to him with his upper body bare and said disdainfully, Natsu can't survive when Luchenexi uses magic. No one knows Luchenexi's strength better than Gray. Everyone in the guild may think that Luchenexi is stronger than ordinary people, but Gray has seen Luchenexi's monster-like body. It is a monster called a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Well, since you said that, let's go outside. I also want to see how strong you are. After saying that, Luchenexi and Naz walked out the door. Let's go and have a look. Everyone in the guild came out in full force. Who is stronger, the Fire Dragon Slayer magician or the Flame magician? Urza stood next to the president and said, Guild President, is this really okay? President. I turned around and saw that Makarov was still there. I saw that Makarov was the one who took the lead to watch the battle. Urza covered her forehead and sighed, what a bunch of careless people. Guy, forget it, I'll go take a look too. Urza hurriedly followed. In the open space outside the guild, Luchenexi and Natsu were fighting against each other. Luchenexi was very familiar with this place. After all, the last time he fought here was Gray who challenged him. Luchenexi, I'm coming. Natsu roared, and his whole body burst into flames. The iron fist of the fire dragon. As he said that, Natsu's right fist was wrapped in flames and he came straight towards Luchenexi. Dragon Slayer? It's the first time I've seen him. Luchenexi looked forward to it. Seeing Naz's fist getting closer and closer, she gently stretched out her palm. Boom! There was an explosion, and the smoke and dust raised obscured the sight of everyone present. This is finished, Wakaba said doubtfully. Natsu's magic power is really strong, Makao said in admiration. The smoke dispersed, and Luchenexi stood on the spot intact. He firmly caught Natsu's fist with his right hand. Feeling the heat coming from his hand, Luchenexi didn't feel how strong it was. Is it only to this extent? No, maybe Natsu is still too weak right now. Luchenexi doesn't believe that the magic that is said to be able to hunt dragons only has this power. The only explanation can only be that Natsu is still too weak now. The dragon-slaying magic is said to be able to devour the corresponding attributes to increase his own magic power. It's an extremely perverted place. So can dragon-slaying magic consume its own flames? Can a dragon really swallow the sun? This is a question, but Luchenexi will not test it here. After all, there are too many people here, and it is next to the guild. If the guild is accidentally burned down, Makarov will have to tear himself alive. Natsu stared wide looking at the unharmed Luchenexi, his eyes were a little in disbelief. Then he raised his head and bulged his mouth, and there was even a trace of flame seeping out from the corner of his mouth. The roar of the fire dragon. As Natsu roared, a fiery red magic circle appeared in front of Natsu, and the flames in his mouth couldn't wait to spurt out. Seeing this, Luchenexi directly blocked Natsu's mouth. Huge the strength made it impossible for Natsu to open his mouth. At this moment, Natsu felt as if he was about to sneeze but was abruptly interrupted. This feeling was quite uncomfortable. Luchenexi laughed out loud when she saw Natsu holding back his anger, and then he threw Natsu far away. The huge force drove Natsu directly through a tree and then hit the grass hard. Luchenexi was also aroused with a sense of fighting spirit, shook his neck, and made a crack. The rustling voice stretched out a hand and hooked Natsu's hand and said, "Come on, Natsu, we have 2 moves." But there was no response for a while. Makarov saw this and came to Natsu's side to check. After a while, he stood up and said Luchenexi won in this competition, and Natsu fell into a coma. In an instant, the crowd was amazed. So easy? When Luchenexi and Gray competed last time, they moved a few times, but now they can't even move. Makao recalled the last battle between Gray and Lu Chenexai. This was the only scene involving Lu Chenexai's official battle in Macao's image. Although everyone in the guild usually fights, fighting is still a fight. Noisy, but everyone knows that no one takes this seriously. Hiss, even magic is useless. It seems that none of us have really seen Lu Chenexai's magic. We only heard him say that he is a magician of fire. Wakaba also shook his head and said, Gray, Guildarts, and the president must have all met. Kana said thoughtfully. Chapter 27. Gray on the side looked a little proud and said, I have seen it, but if you really knew it, you wouldn't want to see it. Gray remembered his bald image last time and shuddered. Is it so mysterious? Tell me the story. Wakaba came over and hooked Gray's shoulders and said. Gray touched his chin and thought for a while and then said, well, the magic of dawn is indeed a flame, but it is not an ordinary flame. What is this? We don't understand what you say. Hearing Gray say this, several people looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Oops, actually I don't know how to describe it. It's a very high temperature, very high. It's a flame that can burn everything and turn it into nothing. After thinking about it for a long time, Gray finally felt that this is a more appropriate description. Fire that burns everything and reduces it to nothing? Hiss, I don't know how serious it is. Makao took a breath. After all, Macao himself is also a magician of fire. His own flames cannot burn everything. Moreover, if Lu Chenexai really uses magic, it's best to stay away. Gray seemed to be reminded of something. Stay away? Why? Oh, you will know this if you see it. It is not convenient to say this. Gray shook his head repeatedly. After all, this was the shame of his life. Although his hair had grown out, he was still laughed at for a long time. So how could Gray say it? Let them try it when they have the opportunity. Gray, there seemed to be a dark villain in his heart who got a weird smile at GGG. Soon Natsu was carried into the guild and put aside to wait for him to wake up. Chenexai, come here and I have something to tell you. When Makarov saw that nothing happened, he called Lu Chenexai aside. Chenexai, you don't have to take on missions these days, Guildarts will be back soon. Lu Chenexai said with some joy, is uncle coming back? He seems to have been away for more than a year. Lu Chenexai recalled that she had just joined the guild not long ago when Guildarts left last time. Makarov thought of this and knocked Lu Chenexai's head and said, Guildarts has gone on a 10-year mission. You think you can play around like you? President, isn't this matter overturned? Why are you bringing it up again? Lu Chenexai's tone was quite helpless. Makarov glared at Lu Chenexai, don't interrupt. Oh, you said. After Guildarts comes back, I'm going to start the S-Class Magician Promotion Assessment. Don't let you be gone by then. Okay, I got it. Lu Chenexai nodded. But when it comes to the S-Class Magician Assessment, the qualified ones in the guild are basically Lu Chenexai and Laxus, and the strength of others is not up to it. Thinking of Laxus and Lu Chenexai, I had a headache. Makarov also noticed Lu Chenexai's entanglement and said, as for Laxus, you don't have to worry about anything. S-Class magicians are a symbol of strength, not anything else. You don't have to consider me at all. Makarov noticed Lu Chenexai's work habits and repaid him with a spring of water, so Makarov was very worried that Lu Chenexai would let Laxus offend him because he was his grandson. When Lu Chenexai saw that Makarov said this, he had some basis for it. Wasn't this just letting him let go and beat Laxus hard? To be honest, he had wanted to do this for a long time. Laxus' rebellious child had to use a heavy drum to beat it, otherwise it will have no effect. Okay, I'll be relieved if you say this, President. After talking to the President for a long time, the President left the guild because of something, and Lu Chenexai also returned to the bar. A glass of hot milk, please. At this time, Kana came over and said, "Speaking of Chen Xi, does your milk really work? It seems to me that you haven't grown much taller now." "Thanks." Lu Chen Xi took the milk, took a sip and felt the fragrance of milk in her mouth and said, "How can it be so fast? In fact, I really think milk tastes good." He took another sip and looked at Kana staring directly into his eyes and said, "Do you want to try it? Very drinkable." Lu Chen Xi's words aroused Kana's curiosity, so she also ordered a cup of hot milk. After a while, Kana's milk was brought up. Kana tasted it a little and couldn't help but complain, "This has nothing to do with it at all. Taste. This is pure milk, of course it has no sweetness." Lu Chen Xi said matter-of-factly. "But what is the difference between this and drinking plain water? Doesn't this smell like milk?" "Forget it, I don't like drinking this, but I'm more interested in that one." Lu Chen Xi looked in the direction of Kana's finger. "Where is the wine that Makarov and the others often drink? By the way, you can't drink if you are under 15 years old." Lu Chen Xi reminded. Kana's smart eyes flashed with excitement and said, "Every time I see the president and the others drinking so happily, I have wanted to try it for a long time. The president happens to be away today, so I want to try it. What exactly does it taste like?" Kana ignored Lu Chen Xi's dissuasion and ran into the bar secretly. Since the lady at the bar had just left for a while and saw that no one was around, she stood on tiptoes and picked up a cup from the bar. Then she ran to the wine bar. Next to the barrel, he turned on the switch and took a glass of strong beer. He also said to Lu Chen Xi behind him, "Do you want some?" Chapter 28. Lu Chen Xi waved her hands quickly. "No, you can try it yourself." To be honest, Lu Chen Xi hated wine. In her previous life, she always heard others say how delicious wine was, but Lu Chen Xi had tasted it once. "I won't touch this thing anymore." Lu Chen Xi was puzzled as to why people still liked something that tasted so bad. Maybe it was just a lack of appreciation. Of course, Lu Chen Xi would definitely not tell the fact that she had a glass of beer. When Kana saw Lu Chen Xi's refusal, she ignored it. She held a full glass of beer and drank it in one sip, imitating the way adults drink. Lu Chen Xi's eyes widened when she saw this scene. If nothing else happened, Kana would have to lie there in a while. But the truth is that something unexpected happened. Not only did Kana not arrive after drinking a large glass of strong beer, she even had a light in her eyes that she had never seen before. "It tastes great. It's really Chen Xi. You must try it. It's really delicious." Kana kept recommending it to Lu Chen Xi, while running to the wine barrel to get a drink. Lu Chen Xi's mouth twitched and replied, "I'll forget it, you can drink to your own pleasure." As he said that, he picked up his hot milk and put it aside. Then Lu Chen Xi saw what it means to be a born drinker. Kana drank one cup after another, and finally felt that it was not enough, so she just drank it in her hands. He threw away the cup, then picked up the wine barrel with Lu Chen Xi's surprised eyes and started drinking tons, tons, tons. At this moment, Lu Chen Xi just wanted to say, "Oh, brother." The ladies at the bar who came back from the side were all dumbfounded. "Don't be surprised. You are also stupid if you see an 11-year-old girl holding a wine barrel that is taller than her and drinking wildly." Dong, 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 the church bells resounded throughout Maguilonia. "This bell? It's Gildart's back. Gildas, it seems like it's been a year. It is said that Gildarts is on a 10-year mission this time. Oh. He truly is the strongest mage in fairy tale." Everyone heard the bell and started talking. But Natsu's focus was obviously different, the strongest magician in fairy tale. Looking at Natsu's expression, he was obviously very excited. Urza also clenched her fists, her eyes full of anticipation, anticipating how strong the man known as the strongest in fairy tale would be. As the city moved like a machine, change, a straight avenue leads directly to the gate of fairy tale, and a figure is walking slowly. Gildas, welcome back. As soon as Gildarts arrived, everyone in the guild cheered. Uncle, how was the mission? Luchenexi asked with a smile. Haha, of course it's beautifully done. Gildas rubbed the back of his head and laughed heartily. As expected of you, uncle. Natsu finally met Gildarts, the strongest wizard in fairy tale, and he couldn't wait to jump out and said, Uncle, I want to challenge you. As soon as these words came out, everyone was petrified. Gildarts looked at Natsu, who was not even taller than his own waist, with a smile on his lips and said, Isn't it great, kid, come on. Right here. Everyone raised questions. After all, Gildarts is a monster with super magic as its basic magic, and its destructive power is absolutely top-notch. But Natsu didn't care about this. After receiving the answer, his fists instantly ignited with flames. Here I come, the iron fist of the fire dragon. Natsu jumped up high and went straight to Gildarts' head with his flaming fist. Gildarts instantly grabbed Natsu and turned it around in his hand a few times, then threw Natsu away as if he was throwing away garbage. Throwing it out, the huge force shattered the ceiling of the guild. Another instant kill with one hit. But people in the guild are already used to this. People like Luchenexi, Urza, Lekusis, and Gildarts can't knock Natsu off his feet with just one blow, but Natsu will always do it. Continue to challenge and continue to be beaten. But this spirit is still worthy of admiration. Ah, I'm exhausted. Where is the president? Gildas asked. Luchenexi pointed at the bar and said, Over there, I've been waiting for you for a long time. When Gildarts sat down, Makarov said, You didn't get hurt during the mission. There was a little concern in his eyes. Ah, of course not, please worry about it. Gildarts said with a smile. That's good. Now that you're back, I can start preparing for the promotion of these two brats, Luchenexi and Lekusis, to S-class magicians. Gildarts made a grimace when he heard this. It seems that I am destined to be overworked. I have to be forced to work again just after I came back. Makarov said earnestly when he saw this. There is no way. Who told you that you are the only S-class magician in our guild, and you have to work harder this time? After they become S-class magicians, next time I will just look for them, right? Gildarts smiled bitterly. All right. Gildas stood up and stretched his arms and said, Then I'll go back and rest first. I'm exhausted. With that said, he walked straight towards the wall in front of him. Makarov's eyes widened when he saw this, and he shouted loudly, You bastard, the door is over there. But it was too late. At this moment, Gildarts had already walked to the wall, and saw a grid-like white light emerging from the wall in front of him. Then the wall shattered, and Gildarts walked away as if nothing had happened. Go out. Big discount for reading during the Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now. Event time, June 22nd to June 24th. Chapter 29. Me. My wall. Makarov looked at the broken wall with tears in his eyes. This is another huge expense. But what Makarov didn't know was that Natsu from behind looked at Gildarts' behavior. There was a glow of excitement. Maybe there will be a guy who imitates Gildas in the future. On an uninhabited island, Luchenexi looked at Lekusis opposite, feeling speechless in her heart. I haven't gone to find you yet. Are you here? Now the two of them have begun the S-class mage assessment. According to the assessment content, the two of them have to search for the token with the mark of fairy tale in the forest. There are 20 such tokens, scattered around the island. Some are hidden on the island, and some are guarded by powerful monsters. The requirement is to find 12 tokens first to advance to the next level. Those left with insufficient tokens will be eliminated directly. The next level is to face Gildarts, who will ultimately give a score to determine whether he is qualified to become an S-class mage. Luchenexi originally found 4 tokens on the island. The fifth token was guarded by a magical beast. Luchenexi naturally defeated the magical beast. Who would have thought that Laxus would come directly after sensing Luchenex's magic power? So this scene happened. How many tokens do you have on hand? Laxus shouted loudly from the opposite side. And you? Luchenexi asked back. After all, the two of them are competitors at this moment. Laxus took out the token in his hand and said, I have 8 pieces in my hand. Luchenexi looked at the 8 tokens in Laxus' hand and his eyes widened. Have you never fought before? How did you get so many tokens? Laxus sneered and said, This is not difficult, is it? I picked it up on the road, didn't you? Luchenexi instantly petrified. Picked up on the road, picked up on the road. I remembered that I found the first token under the waterfall, the second one fell into the underground river, and the third one was buried tens of meters underground. If it hadn't been for it was impossible for him to think of the monkey's instructions. Later, Luchenexi dug many feet into the ground to find it. The last piece was even found on a very powerful monster. Are you cheating? Why are you so lucky? Luchenexi couldn't help but ask her own questions from the bottom of her heart. To be honest, if she didn't understand the old man's character, Luchenexi would even suspect that the official cheating. I know even if you don't tell me, you must have a lot of tokens. Laxus said with a positive tone. Luchenexi was non-committal. Yes, it seems we are going to have a fight here, so no matter who falls, the token will be enough. Laxus took off the headphones from his ears, and the electric light began to flash all over his body, and there was a slight feeling of electric leakage. At least that's what Luchenexi thought. I wish for you so much, Luchenexi. Laxus was very excited at the moment, and the electric light all over his body became even more intense. Who among us is the strongest in fairy tale? Luchenexi tilted her head and thought for a while and said the strongest mage in fairy tale, not counting the president, should be Gildarts, if you are talking about the two of us. Said Luchenexi looked directly at Laxus and said with an extremely serious tone, that must be me the strongest. Haha, you can survive the thunder and then say something like this. Come on then, Laxus. Luchenexi's body began to glow with red light, and then the flames soaring into the sky began to burn. The two magic powers began to rise and collide, and sparks seemed to fly between them. In the center of the island, Makarov and Kirdos and the two stood here, with a huge magic display screen in front of them. On the screen were the two people facing each other tit for tat. Gildarts, who do you think will win? Makarov asked. Gildarts smiled bitterly. Do you really want me to say it? Makarov looked at Gildarts' expression but shook his head and said with an extremely serious tone, I know what you are thinking, Laxus is my grandson. He paused for a while and then said, so does Luchenexi, and so do all the homeless children in the guild. I will never favor anyone. Gildas nodded and said, I know that. Then he looked at the sky. Just like Ivan, but your own grandson may want you to have Laxus stand here even more. But this was Makarov who shook his head and said no, in fact, I hope that Chen Xi will stand here more. Laxus is too conceited. Maybe he can only improve after experiencing failure. Haha, that's right too, just watch and see who can come here. After Gildas said that, he turned to look at the big screen. At this moment, the two were ready to fight. The magic power of the two people in the forest was constantly colliding, and as the flying stones in the middle fell, it was like the sound of a referee's gun. The two people disappeared instantly. The sound of the two people constantly fighting came from the middle. Chapter 30. Laxus relies on his thunderous speed, while Luchenexi relies on his amazing physical strength. At this moment, both parties have reached speeds that are difficult to see with the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the two fought for several rounds and then retreated to where they were. Laxus covered his trembling hands and looked at Luchenexi solemnly. Lujanexi also shook his numb right hand and said, "It's really troublesome. This guy's whole body is electrified." Then he raised one hand to the sky. The flames burned violently and began to rise, and soon formed fireballs all over the sky. "Try this trick, Laxus." Fire rains all over the sky. Although Lujanexi felt that the name was a bit awkward, the power was still very strong. Ever since he experienced the power of the flowing blade Ruohuo, Lujanexi did not dare to release the flowing blade Ruohuo easily. So he learned some conventional skills. Fire magic, but it still has an ultra-high temperature that conventional flames do not have. Fireballs swarmed in the sky and flew towards Laxus. The density of the fireballs obscured the sky and dyed Laxus's face red. Laxus golden lightning flashed all over Laxus's body, turning into thunder and lightning in the blink of an eye. He dodged the fireballs in the sky at extremely fast speeds. But the density of the fireballs was too high. Even if Laxus was fast, it was still difficult to dodge. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive fireballs hit Laxus' body, igniting Laxus' clothes. The extremely high temperature made Laxus feel extremely painful. Hateful. Laxus tore the ignited clothes to pieces, revealing his strong muscles. The tattoo on his chest was also stretched by the muscles to look extremely ferocious. "Sure enough, you are very strong, so you are qualified to be my opponent," Laxus whispered. Then he looked at Lujanexi and said, "Haha, the warm-up is over. You can't trust this level of battle at all. Show your true skills, otherwise you may die here." As he spoke, Laxus' already obvious muscles began to swell again, and his figure began to grow taller. "Maybe you don't know yet, my true power." At this moment, the thunder and lightning on Laxus's body became more intense, and the remaining lightning streaked across the grass from Laxus' body. The grass was scorched as if it had been struck by lightning, turning into black coal, which was then blown away by the wind. Lujanexi was obviously I felt that Laxus's magic power was getting stronger. I saw Laxus raising his head and a golden magic circle appeared above, and his mouth was filled with golden thunder and lightning. Looking at this familiar posture, Lujanexi couldn't help but reminds me of Natsu in the guild. This is Roar of the Brontosaurus. Extremely thick thunder and lightning roared out from Laxus's mouth. Lujanexi immediately drew his sword when he saw this help and kill. The sword with a blade like fire cut through Laxus's roar with overwhelming force, and finally turned into residual electricity and disappeared between heaven and earth. Dragon Slayer. At this moment, Lujanexi understood that Laxus's magic was the same as Natsu's. They were both dragon-slaying magic used to fight against dragons. And unlike Natsu's, Laxus's attributes were more violent. He just cut and roared. Lujanexi found that she had lost the trace of Laxus, and felt the roar of thunder and lightning from behind. Lujanexi hurriedly turned around and slashed down with the blade Ruohuo in his hand. Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. Laxus's heavy punch was successfully hit by Lujanexi's blade Ruohuo, but the punch was a bit heavy to be honest, and Laxus' lightning strike was also exaggeratedly strong. Lujanexi felt faintly that she was a little paralyzed. Feeling. As soon as the two of them touched, Laxus smiled and said, "You are finally willing to draw your sword. You may lie down later. Use your full strength, use the power you have been suppressing, and let me look at the powerful power that the old man has banned from using in the city." Lujanexi smiled and said, "Since you want to see it so much, then I will satisfy you." As he spoke, the tip of the knife pointed diagonally at the ground, and powerful magic power swept through the whole place with Lujanexi as the center. You must know that Lujanexi's magic power has been growing at an extremely fast rate every day in this year. Now Lujanexi does not know his own magic power. How strong is it? In fact, regarding this phenomenon, Lujanexi believes that she is still in the stage of rapid growth of magic power. Maybe it will slow down in the later stage, but it is far from now. The flames on Lucianexai's body began to churn violently. Everything in the forest is reduced to ashes, and the blades flow like fire. The Liubian Ruohuo in Lucianexai's hand instantly erupted with a large amount of flames, and even the blade could no longer be seen. The light rendered by the flames enveloped the entire island. The trees on the seaside in the distance began to dry up quickly, and then were completely ignited. Soon the entire forest on the island was ignited. Makarov looked at everything around him in shock. This was the first time Makarov intuitively experienced the power of Lucianexai, even though he had known it before. But it was also informed by Kildas. It feels so hot. No, it's already hot, it's amazing. Even Makarov, the leader of the Holy Ten, started to feel that the temperature in this space was extremely high at this moment. This kid is even more powerful than last time. Kildarts clearly felt that the flames around him were completely different from the last time. This kid has become stronger again. Chapter 31. The fierce flames were burning all over the forest and dyeing the sky red. Laxus' excited face turned red even more. Sure enough, even if this kind of power appears, it can bring huge disasters, but it is precisely because of this that it is worth defeating me. Laxus didn't have the slightest fear. All he had was the will to fight, the burning will to fight. What resounds across the sky is the roar of summoning thunder and lightning, falling from the sky, turning everything into ashes, and the thunder crushes the roaring waves. Laxus raised his hand to the sky. As the spell sounded in his mouth, countless thunder and lightning began to gather in the sky, eventually forming a huge thunder cloud. The exaggerated amount of thunder and lightning went straight towards the road bathed in flames. Come on! Lucianexai held the blade Ruohuo behind his head. Seeing the thunder and lightning, he struck down with force. The blade Ruohuo slashed with his head, and with the swing of the blade Ruohuo, the surrounding flames began to churn violently. Blazingly hot, the flames collided with the golden thunder and lightning, and a violent explosion followed. Even Makarov and the two of them in the distance heard the loud noise. Makarov looked at the explosion in front of him in silence. The big screen disrupted the signal. Kildarts patted Makarov on the shoulder. He knew that the president was now worried about the condition of the two children. The explosion dissipated and a huge crater appeared on the spot. Tisk! Laxus was very dissatisfied that his move was so easily broken by Lucianexai, and his whole body turned into lightning and went straight towards Lucianexai. Thunder Dragon's jaw. Laxus used the extremely fast speed of lightning to appear behind Lucianexai. He raised his hands high and clenched his fists. A large amount of thunder and lightning gathered on his fists and hit Lucianexai hard. Torch! Lucianexai's whole body instantly erupted with extremely terrifying explosive flames, and Laxus' fist was blown away by the explosive flames before he could even land. Hot! Indescribable heat! At this moment, Laxus' whole body began to turn red, which was a sign of being exposed to high temperatures. Even the operation of magic power felt a little sluggish. Laxus knew that if the battle was not resolved quickly, he would probably fall in this world of flames, and he must defeat Lucianexai as soon as possible. Not to be outdone, Lucianexai moved his feet. Lucianexai shot straight out with flames all over the sky. Laxus! Lucianexai! The two roared in unison, and the next moment, the two figures collided with each other. In the confrontation between thunder and lightning, the surrounding earth seemed to be unable to withstand such pressure and began to disintegrate and break. Lucianexai resisted Laxus's collapse. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth, but the fierce flames of the blade in his hand struck Laxus directly. Torch! In an instant, the flames spewed out from the Ryaken Ruohu formed a tornado-shaped wall of flames that completely enveloped Laxus and began to rotate and burn. The soaring flame tornado covered an area of thousands of meters around. The flames reached the sky. President, I feel that if we let them continue to fight, this island will be completely destroyed. When Gildas saw the exaggerated flame tornado, he saw that all the trees around him had been burned down. Even the ground under his feet seemed to be melting. This is a natural disaster. Gildarts, let's go take a look and stop them if necessary. Makarov also realized the seriousness of the matter. He originally thought that it was because ofElyuchenexai's exaggerated destructive power. He also specially found an uninhabited island. He originally thought that such a venue should be enough for them to cause trouble as they pleased. But who knew that he still underestimatedElyuchenexai's destructive power? Fortunately, it's not time to fight Gildarts yet. If these two destructive monsters fight, if nothing else, the island will definitely face sinking. The ending. Thinking of the outcome, these two people did not hesitate and headed towards the center of the battle. The flame tornado disappeared quickly. Of course, this was cancelled byElyuchenexai on his own initiative. After all, if it was not cancelled, the flames would even turn Laxus into ashes. Will dissipate. After all, it is just a competition, not a life and death fight. Laxus fell from the sky. Just whenElyuchenexai thought he had won, Laxus struggled to get up. His whole body was in tatters and burned in many places. Jiao, he has obviously reached his limit.Elyuchenexai doesn't understand why Laxus still stands up. In the final analysis, this battle is just a competition. Come.Elyuchenexai, wave your knife. Laxus yelled through gritted teeth. I can still fight, don't underestimate me, you bastard.Elyuchenexai was stunned, and then she seemed to understand something. Feeling that her magic power was about to bottom out, she put the knife back into the scabbard. The power of the flowing blade like fire is strong, but it consumes too much magic power. After all, it is the power that can destroy the world. Even ifElyuchenexai has magic power that is unmatched by his peers, he can't hold on for long. After all, it has only been a year sinceElyuchenexai awakened his magic power. WithElyuchenexai's movements, the flames in the sky gradually extinguished. What do you mean? Do you look down on me? Ah! Laxus was still yelling. He was not willing to give in. He was not willing to have his pride chopped to pieces byElyuchenexai. Even though he had worked so hard, why did he still lose? Laxus was not willing to give in.Elyuchenexai smiled bitterly. He shook his head and said, I'm not looking down on you, it's just that my magic power has been exhausted. On the contrary, I respect you very much. The people standing here at this moment are just two ordinary people who cannot use magic. Speaking,Elyuchenexai took the lead in taking steps. The place where Laxus had just hit him with a direct punch was still aching. Laxus bit the corner of his mouth severely, forcing himself to wake up, and then he also took steps and shook his hand. Hold your fists and head towards the morning light. Reading books on May Day will be great. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now. Event time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 32. Under the sunlight, on the devastated and uninhabited island, two figures were constantly fighting hand to hand. You punched me, and I punched them.Elyuchenexai's huge fist hit Laxus hard on the face. The bruised and swollen Laxus couldn't help but take a few steps back, his vision was blurred. Ahem, the blood from the corner of his mouth kept pouring out.Elyuchenexai on the opposite side was not much better. Her clothes were in tatters and there was a big bruise on her muscular chest. He raised his left leg slightly to reduce the stress on his left leg. This would makeElyuchenexai feel better. Laxus was already swaying now, but his trembling hands were still clenched into fists. Laxus let out a final roar from his hoarse throat, raised his fist high, and staggered forward.Elyuchenexai was silent, watching Laxus' upcoming fist. With a slight bend in his body, he dodged the weak blow, and his right fist hit Laxus hard on the chest, which was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Laxus couldn't hold on anymore and fell to the ground. Makarov, who was watching from a distance, couldn't bear to close his eyes. The winner at the scene has been decided, and the person standing is Lucianexi. Upon seeing this, Gildarts looked at Makarov and said, "Do I still need to take the second level of assessment?" Makarov took a deep breath to calm down, trying to get himself back to his usual state. After a long time, he pretended to be fine and said, "What else is there to be assessed? Do you want to destroy this island? In this S-class promotion assessment, these two people have shown me what I want to see: strength, wisdom, and even soul. They have all passed, but only one S-class mage can be promoted in an S-level promotion assessment. And now that Lucianexi is standing, the winner of this assessment is Lucianexi." Makarov breathed a sigh of relief after saying all this, and looked in the direction of Lucianexi with gratitude in his eyes. On the other side, "You are strong, Laxus." Lucianexi saw that Laxus had finally come to the end, and the nerves that were tense due to the physical fight had completely relaxed. Regardless of the situation on the ground, he sat down and looked up at the calm sky and sighed. "You are stronger than me," Laxus said calmly. "The anger that should be vented has been vented." At this moment, Laxus, who was completely weak, naturally had no good feelings towards Lucianexi. Lucianexi ignored Laxus's mood and continued, "You know what? I originally thought you were an extremely selfish person who didn't care about anyone and looked down on everyone." Laxus laughed disdainfully. Lucianexi continued, "But today I feel that I should get to know you again. I admit that you are very strong and I also acknowledge your efforts." Laxus's pupils fluctuated for a moment, and he said nonchalantly, "You are wrong. I just inherited the old man's power. Any achievements I have achieved are just because I dragged him down." Listening to Laxus' angry words, Lucianexi smiled and said, "You don't have to deceive yourself. Fists don't lie. I feel it in your fists. I feel your hard work day and night. It's really amazing that you can reach such a height." Laxus was silent, his eyes seemed a little moist. The complex emotions of grievance and joy were entangled in Laxus's heart and could not dissipate for a long time. The grievance was because his efforts could never be recognized by others, and the joy was that he finally had someone able to identify with oneself. I just don't want to live under the old man's reputation." "You won't cry, will you?" Lucianexi looked at Laxus' trembling body and teased. Laxus hurriedly raised his hand to wipe his eyes and said seriously, "How is that possible? I am not a child who only cries." After Lucianexi felt that her physical strength had recovered a little, she stood up and walked to Laxus, stretched out a hand and said, "Can you still stand up?" Laxus didn't say anything. He grabbed Lucianexi's hand and let Lucianexi help him up. "It's fixed." Lucianexi hooked Laxus's hand on his shoulder and helped Laxus leave. Seeing the two people who were fighting life and death just now walking arm in arm, Makarov's eyes were full of pleased. "Very good, you are very good." Kildas kept clapping his hands to encourage the two little boys. "Hey, uncle, what's the next level?" Lucianexi asked with a smile. Gildarts spread his hands and motioned for Makarov to announce. Makarov also nodded and said, "After the observation just now, and combined with your current physical condition and venue issues, now the second level has been cancelled." "Cancelled? Then say so." Lucianexi's eyes showed joy. Makarov solemnly announced, "Now I declare that the S-Class Wizard assessment has officially ended. The winner of this assessment is Lucianexi." Then he looked at Laxus and said, "Laxus, I have seen your strength, but there can only be one S-Class mage in one assessment. I hope you will continue to work hard next year." Laxus nodded and said, "I know the result. If I lose to Lucianexi, I nothing to say." Chapter 33. Then Laxus looked at Lucianexi and said, "Don't be too happy. I will definitely become an S-Class mage next year, and I will catch up with you. Okay, you can just come over here. However, although I agree with you, I still don't think you will make much progress by staying with the weaklings in the guild every day. Laxus said. Luchenexi shook his head and didn't say more. You have to experience things like companions by yourself. Relying on other people's opinions will have no effect. Fairy Tale Guild. Luchenexi kicked open the door and shouted, I'm back. You bastard, you told me not to kick in the door, don't kick in the door, doesn't this door cost money? Makarov was so angry in the back that his beard became crooked. Oh, President, isn't Chen Xi happy? Let him go. Gildarts said with a smile, and then walked in straightly, but because Gildarts stood relatively far away, Gildarts' straightness was. Makarov thought about it, and it wasn't broken anyway. Let's forget it this time, I thought, but when I turned around, I saw Gildarts. My wall. In the guild, two people with big bags on their heads were toasting. But one cup was filled with wine and the other was filled with milk. The bag was made by Makarov. Chen Xi said that you are now an S-class mage. After other people got the result from Makarov, they rushed to Luchenexi and said all kinds of things. Chenexi congratulates you on becoming an S-class mage. Urza said happily for Luchenexi. For Urza, the most familiar person in the guild is Luchenexi, so she is really happy for Luchenexi at this moment. Thank you Urza, I think you will soon be able to take the S-class magician exam. I will work hard. Urza's expression was a little solemn at the moment. Then she said, I can't slack off anymore, I have to practice sword practice. With that said, Urza left in a hurry. A 13-year-old S-class mage seems to have broken the record. There is no such young S-class mage in the entire kingdom. Makao recalled the information in his mind and then said. Yes, yes, are all children today so scary? Laxus estimated that he would pass the S-class next year. Urza was probably not far behind, and Gray and Natsu were not weak either. Someone compared the children in the guild and couldn't help but discovered a problem. These children are really perverted. As expected of you. Gray said with a smile. Gray had witnessed Luchenex's journey from joining the guild to becoming an S-class mage. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Chen Xi, you are now an S-class mage. Let's have a fight. If I beat you, I will be an S-class mage, ha ha ha. Needless to say, this is Natsu. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience was filled with doubts, but they were used to it. Luchenexi waved her hands and said, No, I'm very tired, and I don't want to fight now. Naz didn't care what Luchenexi said, and rushed forward with his fist raised. Luchenexi didn't even look at it, and instantly punched Naz on the head. Boom! The huge force caused Natsu to smash into the floor of the guild, with stars spinning on his head. Ha ha ha, Natsu killed him instantly with one strike. The crowd roared with laughter. The 13th time he was instantly killed by Luchenexi. Natsu, you are so stupid, haha. Hiss, damn it, I shouldn't have hit you on the head. You were already stupid. What if you become even more stupid in the future? Luchenexi was still thinking about this issue when Naz was carried away. What about Laxus? Didn't he come back with you? Young Kana was holding a wine glass and fucking her. Luchenexi was frightened when she saw Luchenexi. She still had time to ask on the way. According to Laxus, he had just finished bandaging at the hospital and went back to rest. Luchenexi thought that Laxus had just finished bandaging and left directly. Makarov couldn't stop shouting from behind. Obviously there is still a deep gap between the grandfather and grandson. We can only wait and see how it will be resolved later. Be quiet, everyone. Be quiet, everyone. At this moment, Makarov stood on the bar and shouted loudly with a glass of beer. The crowd unanimously focused on Makarov. Makarov said happily, you brats. In order to celebrate Luchenexi passing the S-class mage assessment and becoming the youngest S-class mage, I decided. There's a party. Oh. Have a party, have a party. This is a carnival for the wizards, and also a carnival for the family. Ridasu on the side was waving the brush in his hand to draw all this on the drawing board. Ridasu, your painting is so good. Lu Chinexai held a glass of milk and stretched her head to look at Ridasu's drawing board and said in admiration. Oh, morning light, it's not that good, I'm just recording it. Whenever something big happens in the guild, I can't help but draw it down and keep it. These will also be good memories in the future. Li Daisuo explained with a smile on his lips, and the movements of his hands never stopped. This is good, but you have to make me look more handsome. Lu Chinexai hooked Ridasu's shoulder and said. Don't worry, you are all handsome. Really? Actually, I think so too. Lu Chinexai boasted shamelessly. By the way, will you and Milk get drunk? I'm obviously the most handsome, right? Kildas also came over, lifted his orange back hair, and looked at Lu Chinexai with disdain in his eyes. He looked like you were not good enough. Chapter 34. Magulonaya, inside the Fairy Tale Guild. Lu Chinexai was thinking with her head in front of the S-class task board on the second floor. Time passed quickly, and another year passed. After Lu Chinexai became an S-class mage, she began to challenge S-class missions. During this period, Urza's strength grew rapidly. So at Urza's request, Lu Chinexai and Urza began to form a team and take Urza to perform S-level missions in advance to gain experience. But what made Lu Chinexai complain the most was Urza's mountain of luggage. It was really a lot and it was really in the way, but Lu Chinexai naturally didn't dare to say anything under Urza's majesty. This year, Laxus passed the S-class mage exam as he wished, so there are now 3 S-class mage members in the Fairy Tale Guild. This has also caused an increase in task delegation within the guild. After all, only strong guilds can have more commissions. This year, many new people came to the guild, such as a little girl, Rebi Makugadan, who loved reading very much. As soon as this little girl came to the guild, she plunged into the guild's library. This made Makarov very happy, and he criticized the others in the guild for it. There were 2 boys who joined the guild with Lebi, named Sarasuk and Dorul. It is said that they were friends who grew up together, and the 3 of them also formed a team called Lane Engine. That's it. Lu Chinexai thought for a long time and finally made up his mind, and tore off the task list hanging on the task panel. It said conquer the devil in the church. Task description: every night in the village near the church, someone would hear something inexplicable. The whispers of the devil. Anyone who hears the devil's voice will involuntarily come to the church and be killed. Lu Chinexai took the task list and went to the first floor to find Makarov and handed the task list to Makarov to register. At this moment, sit-down Makarov at the bar looked at the task list and said this task may be a bit troublesome. Trouble? Yes, this mission was upgraded to an S-level mission a while ago. The reason for this is because a magician has updated the mission information. The demon in this church may be a demon named Satan. Satan? What kind of demon is this? Lu Chinexai said doubtfully, this really involves Lu Chinexai's knowledge blind spot. Satan has existed for a long time and possesses extremely powerful dark power, but according to records, it has been eliminated. If your mission target is Satan, it may only be the remaining soul. Just then, Rebi walked over with a book in her arms and eyes. Lebi, as expected, you still know more about these things. Lu Chinexai smiled and praised Lebi. No, I just saw it occasionally in the book. I hope it can help you. Lebi said embarrassedly. Of course I can help. I'll bring you a gift when I come back. Lu Chinexai still has a good impression of this little girl. She can basically get along with everyone very happily. She will try her best to help everyone when they have difficulties. She is a kind girl. Lebi smiled slightly. By the way, where is President Urza? I wanted to ask her if she wanted to go with me. Lu Chinexai looked around but didn't find Urza. After all, the 2 of them were still in a team relationship, so Lujanexi wanted to ask. Makarov thought for a while and said, "There seems to be something wrong with Urza's words." She left. She was talking about going to the capital to get her customized armor. It might take some time to get it back. Oh well. Lujanexi nodded. The magic Urza used was a kind of dressing magic called night. During the battle, she could obtain different abilities by changing different types of armor. Urza ordered it in the royal capital. Lujanexi also knew about the armor. It was said to be made by the most famous master in the kingdom. It seemed that it was called the Armor of Purgatory. Went alone. Okay, President, I will leave first. After Lujanexi completed the registration, he said goodbye to Makarov and prepared to leave the guild. Be careful on your mission and make sure you come back safely. Makarov explained. Okay, President, don't worry. Lujanexi said and walked out of the guild. Lujanexi came to the station in Magulonaya. After all, the mission was far away, so he still had to take a train. Soon Lujanexi got off the train at a station, and the mission was the location is in a small town nearby. Lujanexi followed the location on the task list and found it. Needless to say, this town is really isolated from the world. It is actually inside the mountains, and Lujanexi is still outside. I bought a map in the town, only to find that there were some discrepancies between the mission order form and the map. After climbing over a large mountain, I saw traces of human buildings. This should be the location of the mission. Because Lujanexi was looking for this place, I wasted a lot of time, and it was already close to dusk. After confirming the location, Lujanexi put away the map and walked towards the town. Reading books on May Day was a great time. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab the recharge now. Event time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 35. When I came outside the town, I looked at the orderly houses inside. Although it was almost night, there were still many people walking around on the street. There were even children playing carefree on the roadside. It looked peaceful and calm. Lujanexi was a little confused. This place doesn't look like a small town facing a demonic crisis. Lujanexi took out the map in his hand and confirmed again that the mission location was right here. How is this going? With such doubts, Lujanexi walked into the town. The client of the task was the mayor of the town. Lujanexi randomly found an uncle on the street and asked about the location of the mayor's house, then walked towards the mayor's house. Go. Soon Lujanexi came to the door of a house. The uncle on the street said it was here. Lujanexi went up and knocked on the door. A voice came from inside, coming, coming. Soon the door was opened, and there was a bald old man inside. His cloudy eyes were looking up and down at Lujanexi. Hello, I am a mage from Fairy Tale. I accepted the mission you posted and I am here to understand the situation. Can you talk to me? Lujanexi got straight to the point. Fairy tale? Why is it a child? The mayor was a little confused. Lujanexi had seen this kind of situation many times, so he was not angry and continued, "Don't worry, since I accepted the task you issued, it proves that it was approved by our president. Okay, you come in first. The mayor doesn't care about these things, as long as he can solve the problem." Okay, with that said, the two of them entered the house one after another. Come, have some tea. The mayor brought a cup of steaming tea from inside the house and put it in front of Lujanexi and sat down opposite Lujanexi. After taking a sip of tea, Lujanexi expressed her doubts. I looked outside when I just came in. It's very calm. This doesn't look like what it should be like when facing a demonic crisis. What's going on? The mayor said with a smile. Actually, I was ready to cancel this mission, but since you are here, I still want to tell you. The devil is in the southernmost church, you know. Lujanexi drank tea and nodded. The mayor continued. The devil is sealed in the church. With the protection of the church, he cannot come out. That's why ordinary people like us can survive safely. But since the night before, our safety has been seriously threatened and a girl has unleashed the demon. Speaking of this, the mayor was a little excited. Released by a girl? If the devil is released, how can you still be okay? We don't know about this, but according to the priest in the town, the devil is possessing the little girl. Although it has not hurt anyone now, no one can guarantee whether it will hurt anyone in the future. At this moment, the mayor's expression was full of anger. If it hadn't been for that little girl, the devil wouldn't have come out. Wait, you think someone is possessed by a demon just based on what a priest said? Luchenexi interrupted the mayor. At this moment, Luchenexi felt a little unreasonable. The mayor shook his head and said, but that little girl has grown devil's arms, and maybe she will become a devil in the future. What about the little girl? Luchenexi asked. The mayor said the little girl and her younger siblings have been driven out of the town by us. They may have been attacked by wild beasts. There are many wild beasts in the mountains outside. Even if he hadn't been killed by a wild beast, he would probably be starving to death by now. When the mayor said this, he seemed to be in a happy mood. Luchenexi couldn't listen anymore when he heard this. He stretched out his hand to signal the mayor to stop, and then said, "You just said that this little girl and her younger brothers and sisters are all the same. And was kicked out of town by you. Those are the devil's family members, maybe they have been infected and turned into devils." The mayor is a little unhappy now. With all due respect, Master Mage, you won't protect the devil, right? You must know that the mission you have accepted is to defeat demons. Luchenexi laughed angrily and said, "I'm here to fight against the devil, not the little girl. You said she was possessed by the devil just based on the so-called priest's words. You know, just a demon arm doesn't mean anything in the magical world. Luchenexi has also seen many strange people. Just with a word and a little prejudice, you can decide other people's lives? It's ridiculous. Is this priest some kind of powerful magician? Does he know magic?" The little girl's parents actually didn't have any objections. The mayor took a sip of tea and continued, "They are just orphans, but they don't have any parents." Luchenexi sighed. He finally knew that the people in this town were people with extremely stubborn ideas. "Take me to church." Luchenexi felt that she had to go to the church to know everything first. As for what the mayor said, Luchenexi did not agree with it. "Okay, let's go then." As he spoke, the mayor put on his coat and led Luchenexi towards the church. As soon as he went out, Luchenexi saw a bunch of people in front of him, surrounding a little girl with short white hair who kept saying something. "What's going on?" Luchenexi asked, pointing to the crowd. "Reading books on May Day will be great. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now, event time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 36. The mayor looked at the little girl surrounded in the distance and instantly recognized it, with even a hint of disgust in his eyes. "That's the devil's sister I told you about. She's probably about to become a devil now. How dare she appear here?" Speaking of this, the mayor walked over aggressively. Seeing this, Luchenexi hurriedly followed. As soon as he approached the crowd, he heard extremely noisy curses. "Get out of this town, devil! Yes, get out of this place! Are you here to hurt us? Yes, go away, we will not sell a grain of grain to the devil." Some people even held shovels, forks, etc. towards a little girl who was not even as tall as their waist, looking bad. "I just want to buy some food and medicine, okay? I beg you, we haven't eaten for 2 days, please, my sister won't be able to survive without food and medicine." The girl with short white hair kept begging. Since the 3 brothers and sisters were driven out of the town 2 days ago, they can only live in the wilderness. They finally found a cave to escape, but they faced food problems. "My sister couldn't bear it. Seeing that his younger brother and sister were hungry, he wanted to go find food, but bad luck only seeks out those who suffer. That night, his sister returned to the cave with injuries all over her body. She encountered a powerful monster and escaped with a narrow escape. Now that my sister was also injured, the three siblings were about to starve to death, so the youngest sister secretly took the three siblings' savings of 10,000 J and came to the town to buy some food and treat the injury. Medicine. But I didn't expect that I would be surrounded by people as soon as I arrived. Why do people who are usually very harmonious have such faces now? The little girl with short white hair doesn't understand. You should give up on this idea. A middle-aged man pointed at the little girl and yelled. Wouldn't it be better if the devil died? Get out of here, you're not welcome here. Yeah, get out of here, it's disgusting. The little girl with short white hair knelt down weakly on the ground. Tears could not stop running across her face, and splashed on the ground with small splashes. She kept murmuring, please, let me buy something. My sister really can't hold on anymore, please, please. But this scene did not arouse anyone's sympathy, but instead seemed to anger these ignorant people. I told you to get out. A stone flew out of nowhere and hit the white-haired little girl's arm. A bruise immediately appeared on the originally fair skin. The little girl cried out in pain. She wanted to look up to see who hurt her. But these people were bathed in the dusk sun, and the light was so dazzling that the little girl could not see their faces clearly. My sister is not a demon. It was my sister who saved you. It was my sister who solved the demon. The little girl suddenly yelled, full of grievances in her heart. This aroused the anger of these people even more, and the people surrounding them kept smashing out the things in their hands. Vegetable leaves, fruits, stones. If you don't leave, go to hell. The devil's family is also devil. Lu Chenxi's eyes widened when she saw this scene, and then she quickened her pace and disappeared in an instant. Enough! The crowd retreated with an angry roar, and the debris that was constantly being thrown was blocked by Lu Chenxi one by one. The mayor was frightened when he saw Lu Chenxi intervene and hurried over. Who are you? Yes, who are you? The onlookers were very dissatisfied with Lu Chenxi, who came out to disrupt the situation. Lu Chenxi ignored the group of people, but turned to look at the little girl who was still crying and said, "Are you okay?" The little girl who was still crying raised her head, looked at Lu Chenxi and said hesitantly, "Brother, who are you?" "I'm the wizard of fairy tale, don't worry, I'm not here to hurt you." Lu Chenxi tried to keep her tone softer. "Lord Sorcerer, this little girl is the devil's sister, you can't trust her." At this moment, the mayor also rushed over and pointed at the little girl and said, "Magician? Is this kid a wizard?" The others looked at each other in shock. "Shut up first and I will tell the difference myself." Lu Chenxi turned around and scolded unceremoniously. "My name is Lu Chenxi, and I am here to deal with the demons in the church. Can you tell me the specific situation?" Lu Chenxi squatted on the ground and wiped the little girl's tears and whispered softly. The little girl was still sobbing, but she forced herself to calm down. The little girl also saw the situation just now and knew that this brother was he was not here to hurt himself. So he said, "It was my sister who went to deal with the devil, but they insisted on saying that my sister was possessed by the devil, but we are family members. We can clearly know that my sister is still a sister, not a devil." "Hehe, what happened to your sister's arm?" "This is evidence of demonic possession," the mayor said disdainfully. "Hiss, can you shut up first? I haven't asked you yet." Lu Chenxi glared at the mayor fiercely. The mayor's face also darkened and he said, "Master Mage, you were invited by us to help us solve the problem, but now you actually want to help demon. Reading books on May Day will be great. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons." Chapter 37. Whether you are a demon or not is not determined by your prejudices. Lu Chenxi said this expressionlessly. Then he turned to the little girl and said, "Can you take me to the church? By the way, tell me what exactly happened at the church, okay?" The little girl nodded slightly, wiped her tears, stood up and said, "Okay, I'll take you there, but my sister is really not a devil." "Okay, okay, let's go then." "Lord Sorcerer, I really can't believe what this devil says," the mayor said anxiously while patting his thigh. However, Lugenexi ignored it and left the place with the little girl. Seeing this, the mayor also called on the people to follow him. "May I know your name?" Lugenexi asked while standing next to the little girl on the road. The little girl's mood was much calmer at the moment and she said, "Brother, my name is Lysina Strauss." "Oh, Lysina, what a lovely name." Lugenexi rubbed Lysina's short white hair and said with a smile. Soon the group arrived at the southernmost part of the town. Here is a church that has been built for a long time. The outside looks very dilapidated. Lysina pointed to the church and said the devil was in this church at that time. Lugenexi nodded and said, "Then let's go in." Seeing that Lugenexi and Lysina had entered the church, the crowd gathered around the mayor and said, "Mayor, do we want to follow him in? The speaker is a little afraid of this place. Although the devil is no longer here, there are still some shadows. Let's go in and take a look, there's a magician there anyway," the mayor said and walked in first. The others looked at each other in confusion, and finally followed in. There were rows of seats in the church, but maybe because of the devil, no one has been here for a long time. The seat was covered with dust. There was a statue of an angel in the center, with a huge pothole in the middle. Lugenexi didn't know who the statue was, and she wasn't interested. Lysina pointed to the pothole in the middle of the statue. Said when the devil was still there, it was on top of this statue, and there was still a fire burning in the hole in the middle. The demon's voice came from this statue. Lysina turned around and looked at the crowd following behind her and said loudly, "At that time, my sister heard about this rumor and came to the church originally thinking of helping the town deal with this devil. But this doesn't change the fact that she released the demon," the mayor said. Yes, it's because of your sister that the devil can come out." Seeing the crowd talking again, young Lysina could not refute them. "Enough." An invisible sword pressed across the ground, grazing everyone's sides and flying into the distance. A large ravine was plowed out on the church floor. The huge noise shocked everyone, and smoke and dust filled the church. "I will understand the whole story and solve the devil's problem, but you will interfere and interrupt for no reason, okay? No one dares to say no under the pressure of force." Lugenexi looked at Lysina and nodded to continue. Lysina was also shocked by the scene just now. This was a power she had never seen before. But Lysina knew that this was not for her, so she continued, "When we came here, my sister asked us to wait outside while she went to deal with the devil herself. But not long after my sister entered, an unusually bright light suddenly appeared in the church, accompanied by screams. We were worried that our sister would run into the church. As soon as I came in, I saw my sister's hand touching the hole in the middle of the angel statue. After a while, the light disappeared. Then the flames in the pit and the devil's voice disappeared, and then the sister's arm turned into the devil's arm." Lysina's tone was very low when she said this. "But my sister is still my sister, she still takes care of us and cares about us as before, so she is not a devil, really?" Lysina grabbed Lugenexi's hand and kept talking. Lugenexi nodded. Now Lugenexi had an idea in her mind, but she needed to see Lysina's sister to be sure. So he touched Lysina's little head and said, "I believe you, can you take me to see your sister?" "Will you hurt my sister?" Lysina asked weakly. "Haha, don't worry, not only will I not hurt your sister, but I will also help your sister." "Then let's pull the hook, okay? My mother said that once you pull the hook, you can't go back on it." Lysina stretched out her little finger and looked at Lugenexi with expectant eyes. Lujanexi smiled slightly and also stretched out her little finger. Come on then, pull the hook. Lisina, who had been frowning, smiled for a long time. Lujanexi rubbed Lisina's hair again. She didn't know why Lujanexi liked this considerate sister very much. Then she stood up and said, "The devils, I have already solved the problem, so you don't have to worry about it, just go back and live a peaceful life." Lujanexi really doesn't have a good impression of these people. These people have been derailed by the times. They are full of ignorant thoughts. In the final analysis, it is still a matter of ignorance. Reading books on May Day is a great pleasure. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 38. Since the Master Sorcerer said this, I also hope that you can do it and completely solve the demon incident. The mayor said after thinking for a while. Lujanexi nodded, turned to Lisina and said, "Then let's go." But at this time, Lisina did not keep up with Lujanexi's pace and hesitated on the spot. "What's wrong? Anything else?" Lujanexi asked doubtfully. "Brother, I want to buy some food and medicine. My sister and brother are still hungry, and my sister is seriously injured," Lisina said in a low voice. Lisina felt very embarrassed to bother Lujanexi. "Okay, you come with me." Lujanexi took Lisina's little hand and led her towards the crowd and said, "I hope I can buy some food and medicine." "Lord Sorcerer, what if I save that demon by giving you these things and she comes back later?" "Yeah, so we can't sell it to you." Everyone was a little worried about what they would do if the devil came to trouble them after being rescued, and they all refused. Lisina was really panicked when she saw this. She could endure the abuse and even attacks from these people, but she absolutely couldn't. She endured the death of her family in front of her. This is why Lisina's sister clearly refused to let her come to town again, but Lisina still came secretly, trying even if there was a little hope. But seeing that they couldn't even when Brother Mage didn't sell it, Lisina was really panicked, and tears began to gather in her eyes again. Lujanexi let out a long sigh. It seemed that reasoning could not make sense, so Lujanexi just saw pulling out the blade Ruohuo and inserting it into the ground. The flames began to rise instantly, and the high-temperature air seemed to be distorted. A vague and dangerous atmosphere enveloped the whole place. People closed their mouths one after another. "I'm not negotiating with you, either exchange money or life. Choose yourself." Lujanexi never thinks that she is a good person. Lujanexi's standards for life and work are all based on whatever he wants. Although he grew up in a peaceful environment in his previous life, which made Lujanexi have a sense of awe for all life, the clay figurine still has a bit of a temper. Who cares who he is if you make him anxious? Just chop him down. Everyone was frightened by the strong Lujanexi. No one dared to speak at this moment. Lujanexi immediately said, "Take me to buy food and medicine." A drop of sweat fell on the mantle. The mayor was the first to react. Sensing Lujanexi's attitude, the mayor knew that this person was serious. If he didn't sell it to him, he might not be able to sell it after a while. There was a problem. So he hurriedly said, "You can sell it, you can sell it. Lord Magician, please put the knife away first. Put it away. We can sell it, just sell it." The mayor finished these words tremblingly. Seeing this, Lujanexi put away her blade like fire and said, "Lead the way." Immediately took Lisina's little hand and followed the mayor out of the church. On the mountain path, Lujanexi looked at Lisina jumping in front of him. A smile leaked from the corner of her mouth. It could be seen that Lisina was very happy now. Maybe it was because someone is willing to believe her, maybe her brother and sister can be saved. "Lisina, don't you want to eat your cake? There's still more than half left." Lujanexi raised the half-empty pie in her hand and said, "It was bought by Lujanexi in the town. Since this town has little contact with the outside world, there is not much food, except for the food that can fill the stomach. There is only this kind of flatbread made with very rough techniques. Although it is not very delicious, it is like a delicacy to Listener who has not eaten for 2 days. Luchenexi remembers that Listener's eyes were not clear when she was shopping. She left and stared at the pie, but because Luchenexi had always paid for it and had already bought the food, Listener didn't say she wanted to eat it. But Luchenexi discovered Listener's situation and directly bought it. Listener heard Luchenexi's call and said happily, "I'll be eating that later, brother, let's hurry up, okay?" Seeing this, Luchenexi put away the remaining half of the pie, and then quickened his pace. Finally, before night came, he arrived at the cave where Listener and the others lived. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the cave, they quickly ran out. There was a girl who covered herself tightly in a cloak, and a boy who looked very quiet. The girl looked as old as Luchenexi. Even though she was tightly covered, Luchenexi still saw the long white hair. "Listener, where have you been? Do you know how worried I am about you?" The girl in the cloak rushed out and hugged Listener, with even a hint of crying in her voice. "Listener, are you okay?" The little boy also ran over quickly, checking Listener up and down to see if she was injured. "Sister Myra, Brother Elfman, I'm fine," Listener said happily as she was immersed in her sister's arms, but her little hands hugged her tightly, as if the grievances she had just suffered were completely released in her arms. "Listener, why are your hands like this?" The little boy Listener called Elfman asked in a panic as he looked at the bruises on Listener's hands. "Hand? Listener, what's wrong with your hand?" Myra Jane hurriedly let go of Listener and took Listener's hand and asked with distress when she saw the bruises. Chapter 39. Listener took her hand out and said, "It's okay, Sister Myra. I accidentally knocked it. Don't worry." "Who are you?" Myra obviously noticed Luchenexi who was following behind her, and hurriedly pulled Listener and Elfman behind her, and asked in a wary tone. Luchenexi, who was behind, was originally looking at the scene of the 3 people reunited. "Sorry to bother you, I plan to talk later." Now seeing myself being treated as a bad guy, I smiled bitterly. "Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you." "That's right, Sister Myra, this is Brother Luchenexi, he is here to help us." Listener also held Myra's hand and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Luchenexi. I am a wizard from Fairy Tale. I am here to solve the problem of demons." Luchenexi said and revealed the fairy emblem on her shoulder. "Magician? Are you here for the devil?" Speaking of this, Mirage became even more vigilant. When Elfman heard that Luchenexi was going to solve the devil's problem, he immediately ran out and stood in front of Mirage. His body was trembling, it was because of fear. He was trembling. He said sarcastically, I won't let you hurt my sister." "Haha, don't worry, elimination is not the only way to solve the problem," Luchenexi said with a smile. Although it felt bad to be regarded as a bad guy, Luchenexi was not angry at all. Myra Jane was obviously seriously injured but still wanted to protect her younger siblings. Even though she was scared to death, she still wanted to stand in front of her family. Elfman. Even though she has no power, Listener still has to find hope of survival alone. These 3 sisters really carry out the word family love to the extreme. "Seeing as you haven't eaten for a long time, let's eat something first," Luchenexi said, stretching out his hands to show them the supplies in his hands. "Sister Myra, Brother Elfman, please eat something first. This brother is really not a bad person," Listener also persuaded. Myra Jane saw that her sister believed in the person in front of her so much, and that she and her brothers and sisters had indeed not eaten for a long time, so she nodded and led Luchenexi into the cave. Only however, the vigilance in her eyes did not relax at all. Myra Jane knew that Listener was very innocent, so Myra Jane would not completely believe this stranger. In the cave, Listener ran to Luchenexi and said, "Brother, where is my cake? Here it is. Speaking, Luchenexi handed Lysina the half-eaten pancake. Lysina ran to Myra Jane very happily and said, "Sister, look at this pancake sold in this town. We have several pancakes. I haven't eaten it even the first time I wanted to eat it. Brother Chen Xi bought it for me and I kept it specially." N.A. Lysina divided half of the cake into two and handed it to her brother and sister. "Did you go to a small town?" Mila touched Lysina's hair with some distress. Of course she knew that Lysina would face such a result when she went to a small town. "It's okay, Sister Myra, I did encounter some trouble in the town, but it was Brother Chinexi who saved me, so Brother Chinexi is really a good person." Lysina enjoyed her sister's tenderness and her eyes turned into crescent moons. Lysina told her brothers and sisters what happened in the town, but there were some things she didn't say. Lysina also turned to look at Luchenexi who was eating silently. The pleading look in her eyes seemed to be asking Luchenexi to keep her secret. Then Myra Jane stood up and came to Luchenexi, and bowed deeply in Luchenexi's blinded eyes. "Thank you very much for saving Lisa." "N.A., thank you very much." Luchenexi had never received such a gift before and stood up hurriedly, helped Myra up and said, "This is all a piece of cake, you don't have to do this." Lysina was very happy to see that her brother and sister had put down their hostility towards Luchenexi. "By the way, I don't know your names yet, I just heard Lysina mention them." Luchenexi greeted Myra and said, sitting down. "My name is Myra Jane Strauss." "My name is Elfman Strauss." Lu Chinexi nodded. "Then we have known each other now, that is, we are friends. So Myra Jane, this is the medicine Lysina wants to buy for you. You can use the medicine after you finish eating. Otherwise, your wound will induce inflammation." Lysina and Luchenexi said that Myra Jane was seriously injured and had a large gash on her back. Luchenexi handed Myra Jane the medicine on one side. "Well, thank you. By the way, one more thing, can you show me your hands?" Luchenexi said while looking at Marajana's right hand hidden in the cloak. Hearing this, Myra Jane lowered her head and unconsciously hid her right hand deeper inside. "This is something ominous and disgusting, so don't watch it." Myra refused in a low voice. "It's okay, I'm just here to solve this problem, and I already have an idea. Your arm might not be an ominous thing, and there should be a way to solve it. But you have to let me see it first to find out, okay?" Luchenexi comforted Myra Jane. For mileage, this arm brought unknown things to their siblings. So even Mila herself couldn't face this demonic arm, and Mila didn't even want to reveal it when facing her younger siblings. "This devil's arm, not to mention Luchenexi, a person I just met. Reading books on May Day will be great. Deposit 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now, event time, April 29 to May 3. Chapter 40. Myra Jane finally agreed. Carefully extending his arm out of his cloak, Luchenexi finally saw this demonic arm that made people in the town frightened. The hands were much thicker than normal humans, and the arms were completely black, with scales attached to them, and the sharp claws shone with a cold light. After looking at it for a while, Myra Jane quickly took it back and lowered her head, not daring to look at Luchenexi's expression, because everyone showed disgust when they saw her arm. Myra has seen this kind of situation a lot in the past few days. "Brother Chinexi, how are you?" Elfman asked with worried eyes. Yes, Brother Chinexi, can my sister's arm be saved?" Lysina looked at Luchenexi and said nothing for a while, her expression full of anxiety. "Okay, Lysina, Elfman, how can my hand be cured so easily? Don't ask." Myra saw that Luchenexi was silent, and her mood sank to the bottom. Luchenexi interrupted her thoughts when she heard the words of her siblings, and then said it can be cured. "Really?" Lysina excitedly grabbed Luchenexi's hand and shook it. Elfman suddenly stood up. Myra Jane raised his lowered head, his eyes full of disbelief. Okay, Lysina, stop shaking, you're shaking my head. Lu-Genexi looked at the excited Lysina with helplessness, but she couldn't help it because her sister-in-law Yang was too lovable. Lu-Genexi couldn't help but think that if Natsu shook it like this, I'm afraid he would have flown out by now. I'm going too far. Lu-Genexi's unrestrained thoughts returned, and then said, Myra, if I guess correctly, your arm is not possessed by a demon or cursed or something. But magic, this is the magic you awakened. Magic. Although Myra grew up in an isolated mountain town, she still heard about such things as magic, and even saw magicians coming and going from the town. Yes, it is magic, receiving magic, being able to receive the power of monsters or animals and use it for yourself. Receive magic? Myra raised her right hand and looked at the devil's claw, shook her head and said, if possible, I don't want such magic at all. Arms like this just turn people off. Feeling Myra's depressed mood, Lu-Genexi grabbed Myra's devil's claw. Instantly, Myra's eyes widened, and she began to try to break free from Lu-Genexi's hand. What are you doing? Such disgusting hands, why do you? Myra wanted to say something else but was interrupted by Lu-Genexi. Listen, so what if Myra is the devil's arm? What is the power of evil? The people who use it are the most important. Even if it is a devil's claw, you can use it to protect your family. For your family, this is the most reliable arm. Myra was stunned and stopped struggling. She let Lu-Genexi grab her devil's hand, and suddenly a pair of small hands grabbed it. Listen to you. Sister Myra, I am not afraid. No matter what you become, Sister Myra, I will not be afraid, because I know that Sister Myra will not hurt me. Lysina held Myra's devil hand and said with a smile. Elfman also came over and said, yes, sister, we are not afraid. Myra covered her mouth with her other hand, tears flashing in her eyes. Seeing this, Lu-Genexi continued, besides, I didn't say that your hand can't be changed back. Is there really a way? Lysina looked at Lu-Genexi with expectant eyes. Lu-Genexi nodded and continued, I don't know about your situation, but I know someone can help you change back. Who is it? Brother Genexi, please tell me quickly. Elfman asked eagerly. Lu-Genexi said without hesitation, that is the president of my guild, President Makarov. The three of them looked at each other with this name, they didn't know each other at all. Oh, don't worry about other things. Chairman Makarov must have a way to restore your hand to its original state, so why don't you go to Fairy Tale with me? Fairy Tale? Is this your guild, brother? Lysina remembered the guild that Lu-Genexi once introduced. Yes, the people in the guild are very nice, and I think you are all homeless now, why don't you all join the guild together? Lu-Genexi looked at three more homeless people in front of her and couldn't help but think of herself, Urza. There were also Natsu, Gray, Kana, etc., most of them were homeless children. Sister Myra. Lysina looked at her sister, wanting to let her make the decision. Seeing her younger brothers and sisters looking at her, and looking at Lu-Genexi who was still holding her paw, Myra said solemnly, if you can ensure the safety of my brothers and sisters, and we will go and see with you. Lu-Genexi nodded and looked at Lysina and said, you don't need to tell me that, I will do the same. Lysina is very lovable, and everyone in the guild will also like Lysina very much. Okay, then we will go to Fairy Tale with you. Reading books on May Day will be great. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 41. Magulonaya. Lysina, who had just gotten off the station, looked at the bustling world around her and was extremely happy. This is a sight that Lysina has never seen before. Brother Genexi, what is that? Lysina pointed to the playground in the park ahead. Lu-Genexi smiled slightly and said, where is the place for children like you to play? But I didn't expect Lysina to curl her lips and say, but Brother Genexi should be a child too, right? Because Lysina was in high spirits, Luchenexi and the others took Lysina around. However, during this period, Myra was very uncomfortable. She was clearly wrapped in a very tight cloak and was caught again and again. Deeply afraid of the cloak falling off, the demon arm leaked out. Seeing this, the others stopped shopping and walked towards the Fairy Tale Guild. "Wow, is this the Fairy Tale Guild?" Lysina said with admiration. Myra Jane didn't say anything, but her eyes fluctuated slightly. Maybe she would be able to get rid of this devil's arm that made her and her family suffer so much. Luchenexi walked to the door. He raised his right foot and kicked it hard. Boom! The door burst open. The eyes of the three people behind me twitched. "Are you really not here to collect debts?" I don't know why the three of them suddenly had this idea in their minds. Should I say that they are indeed siblings? "I'm back!" Luchenexi shouted. "Oh, welcome back, Chenexi. Welcome back. It seems that brother Chenexi is still very popular in the guild." Lysina whispered in Marajana's ear. "Oh? Has the dawn returned? Come and duel with me." Just when the two of them were muttering, a voice sounded at an inappropriate time. Luchenexi used her feet to figure out who else could be so stubborn besides that idiot Natsu. Sure enough, she saw Natsu rushing out of the crowd and shouting, I have newly researched a move that will definitely defeat your Chenexi. Fire Dragon's Sword Horn. Flames gathered above Natsu's head and rushed straight into the morning light. "Okay, now I'm really convinced." Luchenexi stretched out her right hand and effortlessly caught Natsu's head, and the flames gathered on it gradually disappeared. Luchenexi casually threw it up, and Natsu went straight to the ceiling. Boom! Natsu never imagined that the iron head he had trained would allow him to hit the ceiling just right, but his body got stuck somewhere. So it became a scene of a head embedded in the ceiling, with the body still dangling. "Aren't you companions? Is this okay?" Marajan looked at Natsu hanging on the ceiling and said speechlessly. "Brother Chenexi, is he okay?" Lysina was kind-hearted and a little worried about whether something happened to Natsu. Luchenexi waved her hands indifferently and said, "It's okay. Don't worry. This guy is very resistant. I'll take you to see the president first." "Okay." I was a little excited when I heard that I was about to meet the president. Myra. Luchenexi led the three of them through the crowd, and soon found Makarov sitting on the bar. At this moment, Ma was taking a sip from the wine glass. Karov looked at Luchenexi who was approaching and said, "Chenexi, how was the mission accomplished?" Luchenexi rubbed her head in embarrassment and said, "The mission failed." As soon as he finished speaking, the originally noisy guild suddenly became quiet. Then there was a burst of discussion. Hiss, no way, that Luchenexi could actually fail the mission. Yes, how difficult a task is this? I remember that Chenexi never seemed to have a record of mission failure, but I didn't expect this time. Some people even yelled and comforted. "Don't worry about Chenexi, all of us will fail the mission, just come back next time." Although Luchenexi is an S-class mage, people in the guild have not forgotten that Luchenexi is still a teenager. Everyone in the guild is also afraid that Luchenexi will be hit. Makarov is going to drink. The movement also stopped, then looked at Luchenexi and said, "It's not a big deal if this mission fails, and Satan is indeed not easy to deal with. As long as you come back safely, who are these three?" Looking at everyone's comfort, Luchenexi couldn't help but smile bitterly, then pointed to the three people and told the whole story. Makarov shook his head repeatedly as if lamenting the injustice of fate to the three children. When Luchenexi finished speaking, Makarov looked at Myra Jane and said, "Can you show me your arm?" Myra Jane hesitated. Luchenexi patted Myra Jane on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, let the president take a look. I believe no one here hates your hands." Remembering the last time Luchenexi grabbed her devil's claw, Marajana's face turned red, and then she untied her cloak and revealed the devil's claw. Everyone saw this ferocious devil's claw. He paused. Looking at the silence in the audience, Marajana's mood sank to the bottom of her heart. Is it true? They were also afraid of my arms. Looking at her hand, Myra even had the idea of cutting off her arm. But after a short silence, the crowd burst into cheers and worship. May Day reading was a joy. Charge 100, give away 500 VIP coupons. Top up now. Activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 42. Wow, what cool arms! Natsu came down from the ceiling and stared straight at the devil's claw with golden light in his eyes. It looks like a very strong arm. Amazing! Myra Jane was stunned when she heard the continuous compliments from all around. She never thought that the arm that brought her misfortune would receive so many compliments. Look, let me just say it, no one will dislike it. Lu Chenexai smiled and showed off her big white teeth. Hey, silly, Myra Jane hummed softly. Looking at everything around her, Myra couldn't help but feel a sense of belonging. Maybe this is the best place for her. Originally, Myra Jane thought that if her arm could not be cured, she would leave Lysina and Elfman here and find time to leave. She could not let herself be a drag on her younger brothers and sisters. But now there is only one thought in Marajana's heart, and that is to stay in this place. This is the place that truly belongs to her. At this moment, Makarov, who had been observing for a while, said, "Child, you don't have to worry about your arm. It's just caused by your lack of proficiency in magic. Later, when you become proficient in magic, you can turn it back into a human arm, and you can also use the demon's ability to fight in the future. This is a very powerful ability." Hearing this, Marajana's hanging heart finally dropped. At this moment, Lysina happily threw herself into Marajana's arms and said excitedly, "That's great, Myra Jane, that's great." Myra Jane hugged her sister hard, and Elfman kept talking beside her, describing his joy. Makarov quietly looked at the happy expressions of these children, with a loving smile on his lips. After the excitement of the children was almost vented, Makarov continued, "I heard Chen Xi said that you are homeless now, and Chen Xi has invited you. So, have you decided? Do you want to come to Fairy Tale?" The three children looked at each other, and finally Mirage said solemnly, "President Makarov, we apply to join Fairy Tale, please agree." "Ha ha ha, I agree, I agree." Makarov smiled from ear to ear. According to Makarov's eyesight, these are some good seeds. Especially Myra Jane, he can actually accept Satan. He can accept it. To be honest, this is the first time Makarov has seen a demon accept magic. Regardless of whether this Satan is in a soul state or not, it is still Satan. It is estimated that he will not be weaker than a genius like Urza when he grows up in the future. Then come and stamp it. As he spoke, Makarov took out the coat of arms of Fairy Tale. Soon the coats of the three of them had been stamped. Makarov said with a smile, "Come and introduce yourselves to everyone, we will all be one from now on." "Guildmate." The three of them nodded. Myra Jane said first, "My name is Myra Jane Strauss." Lysina smiled sweetly and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Lysina Strauss. Please take good care of me in the future." As he spoke, he bent down and bowed. This caused everyone in the guild to shout wildly. After all, it's too cute. Elfman was originally a bit timid, but now that he saw the noisy people, he felt even more uncomfortable. "Dare to speak." Seeing Elfman hesitating and unable to speak for a long time, Lu Chenexai couldn't help but yelled, "Stop arguing. The introductions of others are not finished yet." The guild became quiet again. Lu Chenexai gave Elfman an encouraging look. Elfman took a deep breath and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Elfman Straw. Please take care of me." As he said that, he also bent down and bowed deeply. "Okay, boys." When Makarov saw that the three people had been introduced, he jumped on the bar, raised the wine glass in his hand and said, let's welcome these 3 little guys and have a banquet. Oh, banquet, banquet. A carnival begins. No, I really don't know how to drink, I really don't know how to drink. Liu Chenexai was preparing to order a necessary glass of milk. Kana, this bad friend actually teamed up with Macau, and a few drunkards at Waka Bar were going to force Liu Chenexai's drink. Come on, I wanted to have a drink with you last time, but this time you really can't run away. Kana was holding the bottle like a devil behind her. But who is Liu Chenexai? How could he be drunk by 2 uncles and a little girl? He immediately used his extremely strong body to break free from their encirclement. Natsu, Gray, don't you want revenge? If you want, come over and hold Liu Chenexai down. Kana saw that she couldn't help Liu Chenexai and started calling for help. Natsu's eyes lit up and he quickly joined in. Gray was still hesitant, but after thinking about his miserable life of being violently tortured by Liu Chenexai, Xin Yihan also joined in. Haha, if that's the case, let's do it too. Chenexai, we have received a lot of care from you in the past. More and more people participated, and soon Liu Chenexai was pushed to the ground, unable to resist. Kana held a bottle of high-concentration spirits, smiled evilly, and drank crazily. Liu Chenexai glanced out of the corner of her eye. To one side, Myra, and the other 3 who did not join in due to unfamiliarity, stretched out a hand and shook it. It seemed to be saying, help me, help me. Reading books on May Day will be great. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 43. Myra Jane and the other 3 seemed uncertain about paying attention and looked at Makarov, but at this time Makarov was already drunk. Sister Myra, I take back what I said at the door. Brother Chenexai is not popular. On this day, Liu Chenexai was bragging with Macau and the others in the guild, and toasting with a few uncles from time to time. It was a good day, but everyone else's glasses were full of wine. Liu Chenexai's cup was filled with pure white milk. By the way, you are still drinking milk. This is very inconsistent with your image. Macao teased. Liu Chenexai waved his hand and said, actually, I wonder why you always like to drink. This thing is so unpleasant to drink. Liu Chenexai shuddered when she remembered the last time she was drunk. Haha, that's true, forget about your drinking capacity, haha. Last time, Liu Chenexai showed everyone in the guild what it means to have a drink. At that time, Liu Chenexai was so soft that everyone even thought that this guy was suffering from alcohol poisoning, and he was almost sent to the hospital. But Liu Chenexai's rescue speed should be said to be really fast. The amount of alcohol he drank at that time lasted for a whole day and night. But Liu Chenexai was so drunk a while ago that he stood up again soon. When the banquet was over and everyone was preparing to go home, Liu Chenexai sobered up immediately. Kana was stunned at the speed of sobering up. In fact, Liu Chenexai felt that this was related to her own constitution. It was the same when she was in the forest. After eating the wrong thing and getting poisoned, the toxins in the body will be decomposed in a short time. This should be the same as the last time I drank. Liu Chenexai didn't understand this, so he didn't go into details. Look, what did I pick up? Just then, Natsu ran in and shouted, holding a huge egg with blue patterns. At this moment, all the eyes in the guild were attracted. Oh, Natsu, why are you holding an egg and preparing to treat us to it? No wonder you are interested. Liu Chenexai joked. What are you talking about? Chenexai, these are dragon eggs, how can I give them to you? Natsu was frightened when he heard that Liu Chenexai actually wanted to eat his egg. He hurriedly hid the egg behind him with a look of panic on his face. How could it be a dragon egg? The shirtless Grey shook his head and said. Grey clothes. Ah when? Natsu was unhappy and pointed to the pattern on the egg and said, look, the pattern on it looks like a dragon's claws. This is a dragon's egg. Ha ha! Seeing Natsu's performance, everyone burst into laughter. Then Natsu ran up to Makarov with the egg in his arms and said anxiously, "Grandfather, please use magic to hatch the dragon." Boom! Makarov immediately hit Natsu on the head with a cane, and then said, "Idiot, there is no magic that desecrates life in this world. Life is born of love and there is no magic that can match it." Makarov taught him earnestly. But Lyuchenexai knew from the confused expression on Natsu's face that this guy simply didn't understand. As expected, Natsu said in confusion, "What are you talking about? I don't understand it at all." Makarov sighed. "Sure enough, it's too early for a brat like you." Urza walked over and said, "In other words, if you want this egg to hatch, you have to rely on your own efforts." Urza crossed her arms and taught, "You usually only know how to destroy. This is a good opportunity for you to learn about the birth of life." "Oh, Urza, you're back." Lyuchenexai greeted. Urza nodded slightly. "Urza is back? Where is it?" Just then, a girl wearing a midriff-bearing outfit, with long white hair tied into a high ponytail and a purple skull decoration tied on her head, rushed out and shouted. Hearing this, Lyuchenexai held his forehead helplessly and thought, "These two are starting again. The person wearing this bad appearance is Myra Jane." Lyuchenexai never thought that since Marajana's arm returned to normal last time, Myra Jane has become more and more familiar in the guild. Marajana's true nature seems to have been exposed. It is possible that he was infected by other people in the guild, but this is beyond what Lyuchenexai can understand. I think about how docile Myra Jane was when she first met her. And the most important thing is that Myra Jane didn't know what was going on and couldn't get along with Urza, and Urza was also extremely unhappy with Myra Jane, so the two became the second group of Natsu and Grey in the guild. And every time the two of them, the conflict must be brought out by Lyuchenexai, so that Lyuchenexai can judge who of them is right. Lyuchenexai just wanted to say, "Let me go, I just want to drink a glass of milk quietly." Whenever they meet, they will fight. This makes Lyuchenexai's gang no one. They both brought the guild themselves, so they just pretend to be dead when they fight. Anyway, just don't let the war burn to you. With such an idea, Lyuchenexai frowned and quietly retreated behind everyone. Reading books on May Day is a great pleasure. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now. Event time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 44. Speaking of which, we didn't decide the winner last time. Urza turned around and looked at Myra Jane with her hands on her hips and said confidently. "Bastard Urza!" Myra Jane yelled, clenching his fists and rushing towards Urza. "I'll beat you until you cry, Myra." Urza was also unwilling to be outdone. Bang bang bang. Loud noises came one after another. I have to mention here that Marajana's strength has skyrocketed since she adapted to the acceptance of Satan's soul. Now she is basically on par with Urza. "You damn skinny girl! You stubborn, rigid girl!" Elfman and Lyuchenexai on the side were sweating like crazy, silently praying not to be dragged into the water. The two of them held their heads together, their eyes like lightning. "Navel-bearing girl! A tough woman! Fat pig! Bad! They are so childish," Grey complained rather speechlessly. "He also told us not to fight. Hey, whether it's Urza or Myra Jane, I will definitely be able to defeat them one day." Natsu curled his lips, and couldn't help but think of the scene where he would defeat all the strong men in the guild in the future. He showed an excited expression. By the way, what is he thinking? Kana looked at Natsu with a strange expression and whispered to Grey next to him. "Well, Natsu, can you let me hatch this egg with you?" Just then, Lisana, wearing a red dress, came over and said. "Are you coming to help?" "Very good." Natsu was extremely happy to see someone helping him. After all, he didn't even know how to hatch an egg. "But do you know how to hatch eggs?" Natsu asked in confusion. Lisana thought for a while and said, we need to heat it up. Hearing this, Natsu's eyes lit up, heating, this is my strength. He picked up the egg and roared. Listena's eyes widened in fright at this scene. Gray kicked Natsu away and grabbed the egg. Idiot, you will be roasted like this. How to heat it? Natsu sat on the ground and rubbed his head and said depressedly. For this, just use my magic. Lisena stood up and said confidently. Whole body acceptance. As she spoke, Lisena snapped her fingers, and a pink magic circle appeared in the air. Then Lisena's whole body was surrounded by pink pixel blocks. In an instant, she turned into a big bird more than 1 meter tall. Oh! Natsu exclaimed. That way there's no problem. Lisena came to the side of the egg and wrapped it with her wings. On the other side, the battle between Urza and Myra Jane continued, and even tended to expand. Everyone who watched it was sweating coldly. By the way, Chinexai, why are you sneaking around in our mouth? Just when Lu Chinexai was about to escape, Wakaba's confused voice came over. Lu Chinexai was frightened, and kept gesturing Urza to Marajana's side with her eyes, and then wanted to leave first. But Wakaba, the sound of the card attracted the two girls who were pulling each other's hair, and everyone's eyes turned to Lu Chinexai, who was touching the door handle. Where do you want to go? Morning light. Mirage appeared behind Lu Chinexai in an instant, looking at Lu Chinexai with a serious look. Yes, it's still early, don't you just want to go home? Urza also came over. Haha, don't you suddenly feel a little uncomfortable and want to go home and rest for a while? Lu Chinexai said with a smile. Being uncomfortable is a trivial matter. Since you are here, I want to ask you, is Urza a rigid girl? Mirage put a hand on Lu Chinexai's shoulder. You could feel how sharp Myra's nails were through her clothes. A tick appeared on Urza's forehead. Then Lu Chinexai felt a small hand appeared on his waist and pinched his soft flesh. Haha, you think it's funny too, right? This bad girl. Haha, it seems that only Lu Chinexai can stop these two monsters. Wakaba looked at the two people who were fighting just now and now looked peaceful around Lu Chinexai, and couldn't help but cast an expression of admiration and said. This doesn't seem simple, it has a leg. Macau has a different idea. By the way, why are you talking with your tongue curled up? The next day, Lu Chinexai came to the entrance of the guild, stretched out his head and looked left and right. What are you doing? Kana looked at Lu Chinexai and said with some doubts. SHH. Are Kana, Urza, and Myra Jane here? Lu Chinexai stretched out a finger and shushed, and then asked in a low voice. Kana thought for a while and then said, if I remember correctly, he shouldn't be here yet. Lu Chinexai breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this and walked in. She ordered some milk, sat down next to Kana, and breathed a sigh of relief. Kana asked, by the way, why are you so afraid of them? How can you stay in the guild like this? Lu Chinexai sighed and said, it's not that I'm afraid. It's okay that the two of them don't have any conflicts. Whenever there is a conflict, I will always be involved. I'm also very depressed. Moreover, the two of them broke up on bad terms yesterday, so today I guess I'll have to fight again. In this fight, I am the one who will suffer. It is not good for you to say that I am biased towards anyone, alas. Reading books on May Day will be great. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 45. Hey, do you think they would be interested in you? Then you are jealous. Kana suddenly joked. Ah? What are you talking about? Lu Chinexai waved her hands repeatedly. What can they understand if they are still a bunch of kids? Kana complained helplessly. By the way, why do you always look so old-fashioned? At this moment, the door of the guild was opened. Lu Chinexai turned around and saw a figure wearing a yellow t-shirt and yellow hair walked in. Laxus, you're back. Lu Chinexai said hello. Laxus nodded, then walked to Makarov to hand over the task, and then planned to go to the task panel to pick up the task. Seeing this, Lyuchenexi pulled Laxus over. Said, "Please, take a rest at least, you are doing a mission to death. Come and have a drink." "I don't drink with people who drink milk." Laxus refused, but looked at the cup Lyuchenexi forced on him and shook his head helplessly. "Hey, let me tell you, Natsu picked up a dragon egg yesterday." Lyuchenexi knew that Laxus was also a dragon slayer, so he should be interested in things like dragons. Laxus took a sip of wine and said, "Dragon eggs? How could there be such a thing?" Seeing that Laxus didn't believe it, Lyuchenexi continued, "Really, that egg is very big, and there are many strange patterns on it. It could also be the eggs of some other monster, but dragon eggs are still unlikely." Laxus shook his head. "I think so, come and cheers." Lyuchenexi didn't argue about anything. In fact, talking about anything is secondary. The main thing is that Laxus is willing to talk. Thinking of Makarov's last plea to him to have more contact with Laxus, he also knew that now in the guild, Lyuchenexi is probably the only person who can talk to Laxus. So Makarov specifically asked Lyuchenexi last time in the hope of helping Laxus change his withdrawn personality. At least from now on, it's still very not bad. The time passed slowly as the two of them drank and chatted. Soon it was noon. Urza and Myra Jane also came to the guild, but they only had a small quarrel when they met today. This made Lyuchenexi breathe a sigh of relief. But think about it, the two people's eyes were wrong when Urza saw Myra Jane for the first time. Could it be true as Kana said? Thinking of this, Lyuchenexi quickly shook her head and put this idea out of her mind. After all, the two girls were only in their teens. What did they know? Who stole my eggs? At this moment, Natsu ran into the guild in a hurry and shouted. "Are the eggs missing?" Gray asked. "I didn't take it." Kana also shook her head, speaking of Gray's clothes. Gray was surprised. When? Myra looked at Natsu's anxious look and couldn't help teasing, "Could it be you who ate it?" "It's impossible." Natsu immediately objected, then looked in the direction of Lyuchenexi and said, "Did you take it from Chenexi? I remember you said you wanted to eat that egg, right? I'm not that bored. It's not my fault." "Is that you, Laxus?" "Boring." Laxus curled his lips and turned his head. "My eggs." Natsu sat on the ground dejectedly and kept mumbling. Urza looked at Myra Jane at this time and said, "Myra, please take it out quickly." "Huh? Do you doubt me?" Myra didn't give in. She slapped the table and faced Urza. "Isn't this obvious?" The two of them once again had their heads at each other, tit for tat. The president's generation is really confused. I really can't imagine what this guild will be like in a few years. Wakaba flicked the ash in his hand and said. Makarov drank a small drink and said indifferently, "The reason why we compete with each other is because each of them recognizes the other's strength." As he spoke, Makarov looked at everyone fighting on the side with a smile on his lips. "Those guys understand each other clearly, so there is nothing to worry about." "Haha, that's what I said. Come and have a drink with the president." Makeo raised the wine glass in his hand to signal the president to come and have a toast. "And that's how you look energetic. Where did my eggs go?" Natsu is still sitting on the ground feeling sad alone. Speaking of which, I remember Elfman seemed to have said that he also wanted that egg. Kana suddenly said as if she thought of something. "Elfman?" Lysina said in surprise. Just then Elfman walked in holding a blue patterned egg. Natsu jumped up immediately. "It's really you, Elfman." Elfman hurriedly explained, "That's not the case, Natsu, because the temperature was very low last night, and Natsu, you didn't care about this egg when you were sleeping. I was worried that the eggs would get cold, so I took them back and kept them warm, and now I'm giving them back to you." Elfman said and handed the egg in his hand to Natsu. Natsu was also a little embarrassed at the moment, I'm sorry, Elfman, I blamed you wrongly. Haha, it's okay. Elfman also responded with a smile. At this moment, the egg began to move, and some cracks began to appear on it, which attracted the attention of everyone in the guild. Laxus, come on, let's go take a look too. Luchenexi put down the milk glass in her hand and said to Laxus. Tisk, how boring you are. Laxus shook his head, then put down the wine glass in his hand and followed Luchenexi to the crowd. Reading books on May Day was a great pleasure. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now. Event time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 46. Hey, Urza, let's put our grudges aside for now and go take a look. Mirage and Urza were wrestling together at the moment. Seeing the movement on Natsu's side aroused the woman's curiosity, which made Mirage feel itchy. She also wanted to see if there was a dragon in the egg. That's right, so let's let it go first. Urza also thought this proposal was good, so the two parties reached a consensus and walked towards the crowd one after another. Oh, something's coming out. The cracks on the eggshell became bigger and bigger. Under the expectant eyes of everyone, the eggshell finally broke. A burst of blue light rose from inside. Come on, what is this? Finally the light dissipated, and a blue cat with wings appeared in front of everyone. Cat. Everyone was confused, and then the little wings of the cat instigator flew around everyone's heads, and finally landed on Natsu's head. Like. The blue cat shouted, and instantly everyone in the guild became uneasy. So cute. A group of big men all had red eyes and gasped as they looked at the little kitten. Lisana looked at the jubilant atmosphere around her and said to Natsu, Natsu, you see, the guild just everyone is still quarreling and fighting, but now everyone is so happy. It's like a blue bird that symbolizes happiness. Are you happy? Then call it Harpy. Natsu said with a smile while holding the blue cat in his hand. Like. Obviously, this blue cat likes this name very much. Ritasuo on the side looked at this scene, and the brush in his hand flew. Let's just draw Jackie Chan. As he spoke, a picture scroll containing everyone appeared on the paper, and in the middle Natsu was riding a dragon. X780, Magulonaya, in the Fairy Tale Guild. The guild on this day was still noisy as usual. In X778, 17-year-old Leikusus passed the Fairy Tale S-Class Mage exam and became the third Fairy Tale S-Class Mage. There are also many new people in the guild. Children like Natsu have also begun to take on some simple tasks. By the way, everyone seems to be very positive lately. Luchenexi sat in front of the bar and looked at the busy people and said to Makarov. Especially Urza and Myra Jane, basically no one is seen all day long. You think everyone is like you, such a salty fish. Makarov said angrily. How could I be a salted fish? Luchenexi was very dissatisfied. He obviously went to work. Makarov shook his head and said, You are still a salty fish. How long have you been resting? It's only been 2 months. Luchenexi curled his lips. Makarov was completely speechless and drank his wine. Then he raised his head and said, This year's S-Class Magician assessment is coming soon, you know. Oh, is it almost there? Time flies really fast. Luchenexi counted the days and realized that the assessment for S-Class Magicians was about to begin again. No wonder Urza and Myra Jane can't see anyone all day now. This year, I plan to let you and Laxus be the examiners. Makarov said in astonishment. You must know that the assessment of S-Class Wizards in Fairy Tale has always been conducted by Guildarts. Guildarts has rich experience, and he will judge whether the members are good or bad. The pass is very accurate. But now you actually want yourself and Laxus to be the examiners? This has never been done before. Ahem, Luchenexi choked on the milk she just drank and coughed a few times. Then he looked at Makarov and said, President, are you kidding me? We can't do it. Makarov smiled and said, "No, I think you can do it." "Okay, let's do that." Makarov Luofu settled the matter without giving Lyuchenexai a chance to refute. Lyuchenexai curled his lips. "I'm afraid it's because Gildarts is not here." Boom! Makarov hit Lyuchenexai on the head with his cane and said, "What are you muttering about? Didn't I find you something to do because you have been idle for so long?" Yes, you have the final say, why am I just a twaller?" A few days later, everyone in Fairy Tale gathered in the hall today, looking excitedly at the stage in front of them that was covered by a huge red curtain. "The time has finally come," Wakaba said excitedly. Yes, I wonder who will be selected this year? I guess it should be me." Makeo is also gearing up, looking very motivated. "Haha, that's ridiculous. No one else can compare to you. I'm pretty much the same." As Makeo's archenemy, how can Wakaba make Makeo happy? "What are you talking about, bastard? No matter what, I'm better than you." Makeo was very dissatisfied. Just when the two were still arguing, the huge red curtain began to rise slowly. There were only 3 people standing on it. Could it be that Lyuchenexai and Laxus are also up there? Someone discovered that the other 2 were the 2 S-class magicians in the guild and said in confusion, "Hiss, are this year's assessors Lyuchenexai and Laxus? In the past few years, I remember there was only one S-class mage. Everyone is talking a lot. Reading books on May Day will be great. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons." Chapter 47. "President, please announce now, who can take part in the S-class mage assessment this year?" someone shouted. Makarov cleared his throat and said loudly, "Everyone, according to Fairy Tale's rules over the years, I will now officially announce the list of people who will participate in the S-class wizard assessment." "Oh! Announce it quickly, President." The crowd cheered. "I can see your hard work, strength, and mentality this year. So I officially announce that the people who will take the S-level assessment this year are Urza Shulkareto." The crowd's attention instantly focused on Urza. There is nothing wrong with Urza's words. Her power is obvious to all. Urza showed a happy look. Isn't it just for this day that she has worked hard for so long? Makarov continued, "The second one is Myra Jane Strauss. Sister Myra, please come on." Lisana clenched her fists to cheer for Myra Jane. Myra Jane in the crowd clenched his fists excitedly and looked at Urza aside and said, "Arisa, I must become an S-class mage this year. Just forget it, the S-class mage must be mine." Urza responded not to be outdone. The two looked at each other, and there seemed to be lightning flashing in the air. The two of them haven't even started yet, but the smell of gunpowder is so strong, it's terrible. Elfman shrank his neck in fear. The third place is Kana Alprona. Hearing this, Kana raised her head in surprise, her eyes filled with disbelief. It seemed that she had not expected that she could participate in the S-class wizard assessment. S-class, a stage that has special meaning to herself. At this moment Kana, my thoughts were a little confused, and I finally moved towards this stage. Makarov on the stage was still talking. This mission is located on an uninhabited island in the Eastern Sea. There are many dangers up there, which you need to overcome on your own. The assessment time will be in 3 days, and the specific rules of the assessment will be announced on that day. Okay, now you go prepare." Speaking of this, Makarov left with Lyuchenexai and Laxus. "Damn it, why is there no my name?" Natsu was very unwilling to spit fire everywhere. "Haha, are you kidding me? Someone who can't even beat me is still thinking about taking the S-class wizard exam." Gray mocked. "Ha? Perverted man, are you mocking me?" Natsu rushed to Gray and said. "Isn't this a no-brainer? The two of them are sworn enemies. Basically, they feel uncomfortable even if they don't fight twice a day. They ignore the two Najgrays who are fighting on the side. There are people constantly surrounding the 3 selected people to congratulate them. The children in this class are all great, the oldest among them is only 15 years old. It's so energetic. Makao sighed. The world today is a world for young people. Lu Chenexai became an S-class mage at the age of 13. This era is already the era of young people. We are already old, Wakaba also agreed. 2 The bitter rivals who were quarreling just now were actually chatting side by side, as if the 2 had always been good friends. Maybe this is fairy tale. Soon 3 days passed, and a ship with fairy tale flying in the air. The ship with the tail flag was sailing on the sea. An uninhabited island was vaguely visible ahead. Makarov saw that his destination was coming soon, so he called everyone to him and said, "Now I will announce fairy tale. Specific rules for S-level assessment. The name of this assessment is 24-hour survival. You need to survive on this island for 1 day and 1 night. During this period, you do not have any supplies, which means you need to provide them yourself, whether it is food or shelter. This doesn't seem to be difficult, right?" Mirage wondered. After all, we only need to survive for 24 hours. Even if we don't eat, it won't be a big deal. Of course, being an S-class mage is not only about survival, but also about fighting. Makarov said with a smile. I have also set up many monsters on the island. They will drive you away, and your only way is to defeat these monsters, and you can also attack each other, but remember to attack each other after 12 hours. Reading books on May Day will be great. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 48. I should say this, Myra Jane. I originally said that I might not be able to find you on such a big island, but now you can't run away. Urza replied calmly. Lu Chenexai, who was beside her, held her forehead and muttered in a low voice, it's begun, Najgret no too. Makarov hasn't finished explaining yet. Secondly, in the last 2 hours, Lu Chenexai and Laxus will join the hunt for you. If you are caught and defeated by them, you will be eliminated directly. Then what if we defeat Lu Chenexai or Laxus? Urza looked at Lu Chenexai and Laxus with fighting intent in her eyes. Makarov smiled and said, if you can do it, then you will be directly promoted to S-class mage. I can monitor all of your whereabouts on the island, so if any of you lose your combat effectiveness, I will directly judge you as a loser. After 24 hours, the last person standing was promoted to an S-class mage. Makarov stretched out a finger and emphasized, remember, the person standing at the end becomes an S-class mage. If no one survives the 24 hours in the end, there will be no one in this assessment. People pass. Okay, all the basic rules have been explained, now you are ready to start going to the island. When Makarov said that, the ship had already arrived around the uninhabited island. Whole body acceptance, satanic soul. A pure black magic circle appeared above Marajana's head, and bursts of pixel blocks appeared on Marajana's body. Immediately, Marajana's appearance changed dramatically. There was a pair of wings on her back, and a devil's tail behind her. As well as the devil's claws on her hands, and the crack-like makeup on her face, all of which make Marajana's appearance at this moment full of wild flavor. See you on Urza Island, don't be eliminated first. After Myra Jane said a harsh word, she spread her wings and left the ship, flying towards the island. It's you who should pay attention, Myra. Dress up, armor of family. The pink magic circle flashed across Urza's body and was surrounded by silver-white armor. The armor wings behind it flapped, and Urza, the carrier, flew towards the island. Kana on the side was a little dumbfounded as she watched the two leave. By the way, I can't fly. Finally he jumped into the sea and swam over. Fortunately, the boat at this moment was not far from the uninhabited island. Kana only swam for a while before landing. Seeing the three of them completely landing on the island, Lu Chenexai pulled Laxus to the monitoring room. At this moment, there are many magic crystals in the monitoring room, showing images of various places on the island. 3 of the magic crystals respectively show what 3 people are doing at the moment. Luchenexi looked at the 3 people on the magic crystal with relish. He also held a bag of snacks in his hand and handed it to Laxus. "Let's take a look together." Laxus glanced at Makarov, who was beside him, and said, "Forget it, there's no point in watching this, I'll dodge first, and call me when the time comes." With that, Laxus left the monitoring room. Luchenexi looked at Makarov, who was feeling a little depressed at the moment. Luchenexi couldn't help but comforted President. "Laxus's character is like this, you know it." Makarov nodded bitterly. "By the way, I think there is a deep estrangement between Laxus and you. Can you tell me about it?" Makarov sighed and said, "Laxus was not like this before. Ever since his father's incident, the relationship between Laxus and me has dropped to a freezing point." Then Makarov began his narration. At the same time, Kana looked at the huge strange bird in front of her and was quite speechless. But the strange bird in front of her didn't give Kana time to think, and she opened her mouth with blood. The basin has a big mouth, and the harsh screams echo through the sky. "Damn it!" Kana cursed secretly, then threw out 3 cards, Destiny of Summoning Thunder. Electric light began to flash on the card, and the thunder and lightning directly hit the strange bird that was just about to bite. Boom! The sound of explosions sounded on the island, which also heralded that the battle between the 3 people had begun. Not far away, Urza and Myra Jane were engaged in battle one after another, and roars continued to be heard from the island. Kana sat down covering the wound on her arm. In front of her was the body of a huge strange bird. "You were injured at the beginning, how will you spend the rest of your time?" Kana is a little confused. She is obviously very close to the S-class magician she dreams of, but reality will always give her a blow. Why is she so obsessed with being an S-class magician? Maybe it is to get closer to that man. Well, after all, how can you recognize him without strong strength? Thinking of this, Kana gritted his teeth and stood up, and then walked deep into the jungle. Time passed quickly, night had fallen, and Kana was covered in injuries. Na is hiding in a tree hole. It can be said that this is Kana's good luck. Not long ago, the magic circle covering the entire island began to shrink for the first time. This contraction is the largest one, basically shrinking the entire island. It was half the distance from the island, and the tree hole Kana was looking for was right within range. Chapter 49. After checking the wounds all over her body, Kana couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. No internal organs or bones were injured. She could still survive such an injury. There are constant sounds of fighting in the distance. These 2 are really strong. The sound of Urza and Marajana's battle basically never stopped today. Kana also sincerely admires the 2 of them for being able to withstand such a high-intensity battle. Kana also knows that even if she can get to the end, it's impossible for me to defeat those 2 monsters. However, I will not admit defeat. Kana silently made up her mind in her heart that she could not defeat her, but if she was timid before fighting, even Kana would look down on herself. The night gradually passed, the sun rose from the sea level, and a new day came, which also heralded the arrival of a new day. As this S-class upgrade assessment comes to an end, Kana walks carefully in the jungle, always alert to dangers that may appear at any time. The shrinking magic circle behind makes Kana more and more anxious. Maybe it won't be long. You will encounter Urza or Myra Jane. And according to the time, the active S-class magicians will be dispatched in at most 2 hours. The sound of the battle between Urza and Myra Jane started in the middle of the night last night. Has stopped, which makes Kana unable to judge the positions of Urza and Myra Jane through their voices. At the same time, on the other side of the forest, Urza and Myra Jane are looking at each other. At this moment, the 2 most powerful people who are likely to advance meet together. "Hey, Urza, I didn't expect to meet you here. It seems you are going to be eliminated first." Myra Jane smiled confidently. There was no damage to her body. Obviously, the monsters on the island did not cause any trouble to Myra Jane. Urza shook her head and said, "Mirajan, what do you want? Do you want to become an S-class mage? This is of course, and it will happen before you do, so what else can you say? Let's continue our fight," Myra said as the magic circle flashed above her head. Demon Myra Jane appeared again. "Wait, Myra, if we fight each other now, neither of us will be able to pass this test, you know?" Urza stopped Myra Jane, who was about to attack. Myra Jane stopped and looked at Urza. After thinking for a while, he understood Urza's intention and said, "You mean, if we fight among ourselves here, it will be easy for both sides to lose. In this case, there is no way we can survive the last 2 hours with S-class wizards chasing us, right?" Urza nodded and said, "Yes, and if we can defeat Luchinexi or Laxus head-on, both of us can become S-class magicians." Speaking of this, Urza stretched out her right hand and said, "So let's form an alliance. After the last 24 hours, we will continue our competition." When Myra Jane saw this, her body flashed with light and she regained her image as a little girl. She also stretched out her right hand to hold Urza. "Okay, I will reluctantly form an alliance with you, but my target is Luchinexi. This time I must beat him to the ground, I remember the last time I saw Urza for the first time, I didn't know why I felt very unhappy when I saw that Luchinexi and Urza had such a good relationship, and not only Urza but also Luchinexi. Why are you so nice to all the girls?" "It's true. So I basically go to Urza to cause trouble. This time I have the opportunity to join forces with Urza to beat up Luchinexi." Myra can't help but have some expectations in her heart. "Okay, my target is also Luchinexi." Urza's thoughts went back to the evening when Luchinexi gave her strawberry cake. The sweetness filled her heart at that time. So later she often formed a team with Luchinexi. That was when she woke up from the nightmare. The happiest days after that. But until that day, I heard that Luchinexi actually brought back a girl, and Luchinexi even held her hand? Urza furiously planned to find the girl. But she found that the white-haired girl was unexpected. She got beautiful and seemed to have a good relationship with Luchinexi. How could Urza, who was so strong, endure it, but that white-haired girl actually dared to come to trouble her? So Najgret, the second number in the guild, appeared. Urza often asked herself, is it really just because of Luchinexi? Maybe there is something else, that is, a simple discord. Two people who are absolutely impossible to form an alliance under the sun hold hands, and what can be said to make it possible? Two people who are naturally at odds shake hands and make peace, perhaps because they have a common enemy. If Luchinexi saw this scene, he would be surprised and his mouth would grow bigger, because this is not scientific at all. It is a pity that Luchinexi can't see it, no, because according to the chairman, we must ensure fairness, so you can't watch the live magic crystal 3 hours before the S-class magicians are dispatched. This is to avoid knowing the S-class magicians as soon as they arrive on the island. People are there. In that case, it will be a little difficult for the remaining people on the island to survive the last 2 hours. Reading books on May Day will be great. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Grab a deposit now. Event time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 50. At the edge of the magic circle covering the island, Luchinexi looked at the slowly shrinking magic circle and couldn't help complaining. Speaking of which, this thing is too slow. There are only 2 hours left, and there is still such a big place. TCH, why do you care about this? Find the person and kill him. Our mission is completed. I'll leave first. You can take your time. Laxus said as he stepped into the magic circle and then disappeared into the jungle. Alas, forget it and look for it slowly. As he said this, Luchinexi also entered the magic circle. In the jungle, Kana was carefully thinking about getting closer to the center. If she persisted for an hour, her 24-hour survival would be over. At this moment, there seemed to be some movement in the jungle ahead. Kana instantly took her card in her hand and looked at the jungle in front of her with great readiness. Is it Urza, Myra Jane, or some kind of monster? Or is it the worst-case scenario, an S-class mage who has already started hunting? Countless possibilities flashed through Kana's mind. If it were a World of Warcraft, she would still have a chance. If it were someone else, it would be a nightmare for her now. Soon a figure walked out of the jungle. Kana's heart suddenly fell to the bottom. The person in front of her was wearing a yellow t-shirt, yellow hair, and headphones. His hands were in his pockets, and his face was full of carelessness. Laxus. Kana's eyes widened, the worst possible outcome. Ha! It's you, Kana, it seems your S-level assessment is over. Although he was talking, his hands were still in his trouser pockets. He had no intention of taking them out. Just surrender to avoid getting hurt. Seeing Laxus say such words expressionlessly, Kana's heart was filled with humiliation. Are you kidding me? Even you are not invincible, right? The blast of the sun. A card instantly came out of his hand, shooting directly in the direction of Laxus, and flames instantly burst out from the card. Alas, it's true. Laxus shook his head, took his right hand out of his trouser pocket, and slapped it casually, and the flaming card was slapped away. Kana's eyes widened. Is the gap really that big? Before Kana could react, she felt severe pain in her abdomen. Kana couldn't help but open her mouth wide. The golden thunder and lightning in front of her dissipated, and Laxus' fist hit Kana hard in the abdomen. Is this the end? The figure of an uncle flashed in her mind, and then Kana's vision returned to darkness. Bang! Kana's unconscious body fell to the ground. Laxus shook his head and said, it's too early for you to be S-level now, just work hard. Then he frowned and said, hey. Why would I say such a thing? Then he smiled self-deprecatingly, looked up to the sky and said, old man, come and clean up. Pointing to the unconscious Kana on the ground, he left the place. At the same time, Lujanexi, who was fishing around on the other side, met Urza and Myra Jane. You? Won't you fight? How about I wait a moment? Lujanexi saw the two of them together and thought they were about to start a fight, so she walked to the side and sat down on a stone, preparing to wait for a while. Myra Jane said with a smile, you don't have to wait, we two won't fight for the time being. Our target is to hit you. Will you actually form an alliance? Lujanexi's eyes widened, and she really couldn't figure out why two rivals would actually form an alliance. There's nothing you can do about it. Since you want to hit me, let me take a look. After all, it's an S-class magician's assessment, and I won't let you off guard. As he said this, Lujanexi jumped off the stone and looked at the two people opposite him seriously. This is exactly what I want, accept it with my whole body, Satan's soul. A burst of light flashed, and the demon Myra Jane appeared. Myra, be careful. Although I am also very likely to hit him, I have to admit that Chen Xi's strength is undoubtedly powerful. Ilusha has gone on many missions with Lujanexi after all, and she also understands how powerful Lujanexi is. I know, just don't ask me to retreat. As she said that, Myra Jane flapped her wings and flew towards Lujanexi. Dress up armor of family relationship. Welcome. Seeing Myra Jane rushing over, Lujanexi squatted down slightly, and then exerted force on his feet. The huge force stirred up bursts of smoke and dust on the spot. The effect of force is mutual, and through the rebound force from under his feet, Lujanexi Chen Xi approached Myra Jane in the blink of an eye, and turned slightly to avoid Marajana's demonic claws. Then his fist hit Marajana's abdomen hard, and knocked him away with one punch. Tianlun, the Sword of Chaos. Elsa, who was wearing the armor of family relationships, was floating in mid-air, and circles of magic swords were floating in a ring shape behind Urza. As the words fell, the magic swords circulating behind Urza turned into magic swords. The stream of light came straight towards Lugenexi. Lugenexi's footsteps touched the ground, and his figure began to retreat rapidly, narrowly dodging the sword rays. Urza, that's great. After admiring for a while, Lugenexi flew towards Urza. Changing clothes, the blade is like fire. In an instant, a knife appeared in Lugenexi's hand. This was the blade that Lugenexi had hidden in the dressing space. After all, it was a bit inconvenient to carry a knife all the time. So Lugenexi went to look for it. Urza learned the magic of changing clothes, but Lugenexi couldn't do it to the same level as Urza. At most, she could just change her sword or something.